Us. Yeah, okay.
Seated. Good morning. Time is 8:29. Make up for the minute of being late yesterday. Today is Tuesday, January 13th, second day of the trial in the matter of Mr. Krieger versus the State Departments et al. Mr. Krieger et al., Mr. and Mrs. Krieger et al. Versus State Departments et al. Our court case 20-094. I did receive an email from plaintiff's counsel. Well, my staff received it. It got forwarded to me. Thank you for that, Mr. Carlson and the rest of the plaintiff's team. And then we also received an email from Mr. Gamble about the first one was the exhibits which had been were going to be used with the continued examination, as I understand it. And the second was an indication of exhibits that the defense did not believe had been stipulated to. Anything else we need, anything else happen since we were last together that we need to address.
Steelers got eliminated.
I went to college in Cleveland, and the Cleveland Browns Steelers rivalry was great, but a lot of buddies from Pittsburgh, and yeah, so great sadness in the Alumni Association of where I went to school yesterday. But not as much sadness as a couple weeks ago with the Lions, but at any rate, Mr. Gamble, do you have any more sadness you want to add to the day? Or?
Yeah, it's just that we also sent the court a copy of the PowerPoint.
Oh, yes, you did. Thank you. My bad. I did not acknowledge that, and thank you all for that. So today I have the privilege of introducing to those of you who don't know her, Terry Heacock. And I know all of you think you've lived in dog years because you've had to deal with me for the last 2 years, and I understand that. And my family, and particularly my children, give you their sympathies. But Ms. Heacock, together with someone you'll meet tomorrow, Rebecca Miner, Ms. Heacock was my court reporter that I had the privilege of serving with from 2007 until I left the bench January 12th, 2013. So as we both said when we saw each other, the band's getting back together. So I'm super pleased to have the privilege of again serving with Ms. Heacock and with Mrs. Miner tomorrow. They're both absolutely superb court reporters. So the only downside is they actually say all the misconnected words that I say, and they don't make it look better, but that's the way it's supposed to be. So Terry, it is just awesome to have you back and to be with you again. Anything else we need to address before we continue? All right, Mr. Carlson, you may return to the podium. Ms. Trumbull, if you'd be kind enough to rejoin us at the witness stand. Spells first and last. He's already been sworn. Okay. All right, please be seated. Mr. Trumbull, you're still under oath, but for the benefit of Ms. Heacock, if you would be kind enough to, even though everybody else in the courtroom knows your first and last names, if you could spell or state your first and last names and spell both for Ms. Heacock, that'd be very helpful.
Lucas Trumbull, LucasTrumble.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Trumbull. Counsel, you may examine.
You're
welcome.
welcome, Mr. Trumbull.
Morning.
When we left off yesterday, we had talked about how, we looked at the dam safety statute, MCL 324.31516. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And we had talked about how the Edenville Dam was determined not capable of passing 1/2 PMF, correct?
correct.
And in fact, in early February of 2020, you concluded definitively that the Edenville Dam could not safely pass 1/2 PMF. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And after the dam failed, you shared that information with the IFT team, right? That you had concluded definitively the dam couldn't pass 1/2 PMF as of about February 4th, 2020.
I believe that's correct, yes.
If we could take down the seal and for presentation purposes, put exhibit 214 on the screen. Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize exhibit 214? I believe this has been stipulated for admission into evidence. In the middle of the first page, you recognize this as an email from you to Ian Seelock at Alvey Associates dated Monday, April 11, 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And IFT was asking you to provide different data and information, timelines, background regarding Eagle and the Edenville Dam. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you look at page 5 out of 9 on the exhibit,
Hold on a second, Counsel.
Page 5 includes in part a timeline that you provided to IFT. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you read for us here into the record what your timeline entry says for February 4, 2020?
February 4, 2020, Eagle provides FLTF's consultant with a revised spillway rating curve for the dam based on the gate test results and geometries received. Eagle confirmed the rating curve with FLTF's consultant and concluded definitively that the dam lacked spillway capacity to convey the design flood 1/2 DMF. Eagle requested that this revised hydraulic information be included in the forthcoming Part 315 Dam Safety Inspection Report, which was being prepared at the time.
And that was a completely truthful statement that you provided to IFT?
Believe so, yes.
All the information you provided to IFT over the time that you were giving them data, timeline, background information, all of that was truthful and based on your personal knowledge of the situation, right?
Truthful to the extent of my personal knowledge, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, thanks, Craig. The next exhibit we're going to see, Mr. Trumbull, is Plaintiff's Exhibit 281. Exhibit number 281 has been stipulated for admission. It's a dam safety inspection report from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Trumbull?
I don't recall the specific document, but I can read it, yes.
See on the bottom of the first page, it was submitted August 21, 2018 by Peter N. Chapman, PE, civil engineer.
Yes.
And the summary on the first page of this document. Pull that up, Craig.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, thanks. All right. Says, quote, "The Edenville project does not meet commissioned engineering dam safety standards and criteria due to inadequate spillway capacity. Currently, the dam can convey approximately 50% of the probable maximum flood. Both spillway structures have cracked abutment walls that require rehabilitation." See what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Based on your review and inspection and knowledge of the Edenville Dam, do you have any reason to disagree with Peter Chapman's statements in this summary?
No.
Craig, if you'll go to page 19 out of 34 in the exhibit, please. Actually, sorry, Craig. Page 2. Page 2. Mr. Trumbull, in page 2 of Mr. Chapman's inspection report, under 1.2 general comments, he writes, "The project is under investigation / remediation for inadequate spillway capacity. Both concrete spillway require concrete repairs to the abutment walls and paving slabs," end quote. Based on your knowledge of the dam, after Eagle took over jurisdiction, do you have any disagreement with that comment?
No.
Craig, bottom of page 3, top of page 4, if you can.
Awesome. Can you hold on a second? I want to grab a couple of highlighters. My highlighters ran out. Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
At the bottom of page 3, top of page 4, Mr. Chapman, the engineer, states, quote, "The embankment is constructed of loose fill that has a tendency to erode easily. The upstream face is protected by riprap." You came to understand, as you familiarize yourself with the Edenville Dam, that the embankment was constructed of loose fill. Is that correct?
Yes, it was been, as mentioned in this report and several others.
You don't disagree with that, right?
No,
And just for my and our education, what's riprap?
riprap is typically large angular rock,
And what's the purpose of riprap on a dam?
erosion protection typically.
Was there any riprap on the downstream slope?
No,
Page 19, Craig?
Elizabeth, could you let Jeff know?
Your Honor, can I just approach the witness with my copy, just to keep things moving? Thanks. Mr. Trumbull, I've handed you my copy of the exhibit 281. And you'll see for the record purposes, I circled with a pink highlighter one of the sections. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
What page, please?
Page 19 of the exhibit, Your Honor. Do you recognize page 19 as a FERC pertinent data sheet?
Yes,
And it's kind of faded, but in the upper right-hand corner, do you see where it's dated August 15th, 2018?
yes.
And in that right-hand column where I circled with the highlighter, what does it indicate as the normal maximum reservoir elevation for Wixom Lake?
675.8.
Where is that, please? In the document.
That's right column under reservoir data.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Fourth or fifth line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that normal maximum reservoir elevation represents the normal FERC lake level. Is that right?
Can they zoom in on that table?
This is taking a second.
Yep.
There it is.
I don't know if that's any better.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I don't know if that's any better. But yes, the normal maximum is a little bit of a misnomer here. The normal, that would be the normal elevation that it's maintained at. And then there are specifications of license for a maximum and minimum. So, but yes, the 675.8 is the normal elevation of Wixom Lake during summer operation.
And that's the normal elevation for Wixom Lake that was adopted by the Midland Circuit Court as the legal lake level in May of 2019.
That's correct.
And you recall yesterday, we looked at Exhibit 226, which was the FERC's stay order where FERC said that the spillways are not adequate to pass PMF, thereby creating a grave danger to the public. Do you recall that exhibit?
And can you repeat that?
Sure. We looked at the FERC order on stay, which was 226, where FERC said the spillways are not adequate to pass the PMF, thereby creating a grave danger to the public. It's paragraph 6, Craig.
Which exhibit, please?
Exhibit 226.
Yes, I recall that discussion.
And when FERC said the spillways are not adequate to pass the PMF, thereby creating a grave danger to the public. At that time, the normal lake level was 675.8, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And Craig, if you pull up Exhibit 15. Paragraph 27. Sorry, we got a little lag time here, Your Honor. Mr. Trumbull, do you recall looking at this compliance order yesterday, Exhibit 15?
Yes,
And in paragraph 27 at the end, FERC indicates that the licensee's disregard for the severity of the situation is appalling.
yes,
And FERC was describing the severity of this situation at a time when the normal lake level was 675.8, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Craig, Exhibit 24, please.
What number?
24.
Thank you.
Paragraph 5, please, Craig. Or no, sorry, 58. 58. Mr. Trumbull, the first line of this paragraph 58 in the revocation order from September 10th, 2025 concludes, public safety has been put at risk. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes,
And FERC was saying that public safety has been put at risk at a time when the normal legal lake level was set at 675.8, correct?
yes,
So if you take those three exhibits together, these orders from FERC tell us that the situation has created a grave danger to the public. They describe it as involving severity, and they describe it as public safety has been put at risk, even when the normal lake level is set at 675.8.
yes. But the allegations or the assertions in these orders are not directly related to the lake level. They're directly related to the inability to pass PMF flows.
The answer to the question is yes. FERC was warning public safety has been put at risk even when the lake level was set at 675.8, correct?
The two were coincidental, yes.
Coincidental. FERC is saying the situation creates a grave danger to the public even at a time when the normal lake level was set at 675.8, correct?
Yes, they happened at the same time. Yes.
The answer is yes, isn't it?
I would say that my answer is yes with that.
You're asking a compound question. And there could be multiple answers to a compound question because they have more than one question. You may want to read those.
You don't dispute that when FERC said public safety has been put at risk, it knew the normal legal lake level was 675.8.
No, the license defined the normal operating levels of the lake, and it made these statements, FERC made these statements when the license was in effect.
And at that normal lake level, they concluded that the spillway capacity, the spillways are not adequate to pass the PMF, thereby creating a grave danger to the public, correct?
Can you rephrase the question or repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm quoting from paragraph 6 on exhibit 226. FERC concluded the spillways are not adequate to pass the PMF, thereby creating a grave danger to the public, correct?
That's correct.
And they reached that conclusion at a time when they knew the normal legal lake level was set at 675.8.
Correct.
I think we discussed yesterday that the dam fell under Eagle jurisdiction on September 25th, 2020. Is that correct?
No. 2018.
I'm sorry, 2018, September 25th, 2018. Thank you. Good catch. All right. Before Eagle assumed jurisdiction officially, Lee Mueller, the owner of Boyce Hydro, started reaching out to you to meet with you and discuss issues related to the structural integrity of the dam. Is that correct?
I believe he reached out to me and requested that we meet him and his engineer on site. Yes.
Yeah. And you thanked him for conveying his concerns with the structural integrity of the Edenville Dam, correct?
I would have to look at those emails, but I remember I probably would have in the salutation said, thank you for reaching out. Yes.
Thank you for reaching out about the structural integrity issues of the dam specifically, right?
I would have to review that email to be sure.
Okay. Craig, if we can see exhibit 29, please. Your Honor, in the meantime, can I approach the witness and just,
Yes.
Mr. Trumbull, I'm showing you exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as an email that Lee Mueller from Boyce Hydro sent to you on September 13th, 2018?
I do.
I believe this one has been stipulated into evidence, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If you could read for us, what does Mr. Mueller say to you in this email, Mr. Trumbull?
The highlighted portion, is that what you're saying?
Yes, please.
Luke, apparently I did not adequately express the sense of urgency that should be applied to the scheduling of the MDEQ Dam Safety Division's inspection of the Edenville Dam. FERC's license termination will clearly place the Edenville Dam spillways under an exponential increase in wear and tear on the already deteriorated concrete rollway slabs by requiring all water discharges to be passed through the spillways. This is the water flow that must necessarily pass through the dam if the turbines are taken out of service. While the Edenville Dam is not equivalent to the scale and potential hazards of the Oroville Dam, a similar catastrophic event of the spillway failure or smaller magnitude will undoubtedly result in constant flow through the radial tainer gates at spillways as instituted in the near future. The dam safety engineer for Boyce Hydro LLC.
Sorry. You slow down a little bit.
Yes. The dam safety engineer for Boyce Hydro Power LLC, D. Perkypile, who has conducted the Part 12D inspections, has written about these concerns and strongly advises against the precipitous termination of the turbine operations. I therefore urge you to make a visit to the dams on Monday before FERC's order and the resulting consequences pertaining to the dam safety become irreversible on September 25th due to FERC's current refusal to acknowledge the risk that FERC Chicago Regional Engineer has been well aware of from previous inspection reports.
So, thank you. So Mr. Mueller told you that shutting down the powerhouse would increase pressure on the remaining spillways, correct?
Yes, that was his assertion.
And he's warning you of what he calls a catastrophic situation.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thanks. Do you recognize and can you identify Exhibit 30 as emails you exchanged with Lee Mueller on September 14th, 2018?
Yes.
If you can, in the middle of the page there, why don't you read just the first sentence of your email? It's the middle of the page, Craig. Thanks.
Thank you for conveying your concerns with the structural integrity of the Edenville Dam.
Those are your words, right? That the issues Mr. Mueller was raising to you conveyed to you his concerns with the structural integrity of this dam?
Yes.
And later in that message, you ask him to provide to you the most recent inspection reports that he might have in his records for the dam. Is that right?
That's correct.
Craig, if you can try to put up Exhibit 37. Oh, good. We're moving along now. Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize Exhibit 37 as an email from Mario Fusco to you and Jim Pawlowski on September 25th, 2018?
I do.
And what does Mr. Fusco tell you and Jim in this message?
Would you like me to read it?
You can, or just,
Thanks, Jim. I know there was a letter from the AG office sent in support of keeping the license, and I was aware they sent this second letter too. Based on our conversation with FERC yesterday, the Edenville Dam is under our jurisdiction as of today as far as they're concerned. Let's see what happened next, but meanwhile, we need to have a conference call or even better go out for a site visit and discuss the implication of the dam reverting back to us. Let me know if you can do a CEII request asking for the latest inspection report, original construction plans, repair plans, etc. Have a nice evening, Mario.
you did request those documents and materials from both Boise Hydro and FERC, correct?
I don't believe we requested original construction plans. But we did request the supplemental technical information document that would have included some of those materials. Yes.
Okay. And you and Jim Pawlowski scheduled a time to go up there and do a cursory site visit, visual inspection.
That's correct.
Greg, if you can put up Exhibit 39, please. Mr. Trumbull, Exhibit 39 is an email from Lee Mueller to you on October 3rd, 2018. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Do you recall receiving it?
Vaguely, yes.
It's got sort of an accusatory subject, doesn't it? Abdication of dam safety oversight responsibilities.
Yes.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Um, what was your understanding? So had you informed Mr. Mueller in one of your prior emails that his communications should be directed to someone in the Attorney General's office instead of directly to you?
I had informed him that this dam was not in my coverage area. That the engineer who covered that area was Jim Pulaski, and that Mario Fusco was our supervisor. And that any communications needed to be filtered through the Attorney General's office because there was ongoing litigation.
What was your understanding of what that ongoing litigation was about? Litigation that would have been ongoing in October of 2018.
I believe those were two unresolved wetland violations that Voice Hydro had done some grading operations in regulated wetlands without permits to do so along the downstream side of the dam.
So they'd use some equipment to move ground or do some grading or something like that on the dam without a permit?
Correct.
You know when that activity took place?
I'm not exactly sure of the timelines now.
Mr. Pulaski had announced his retirement at this point in time, and you knew that you were going to be taking over for him in the region that included Edenville.
I don't know.
A statement or a question?
Question. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly what date Jim advised us that he would be retiring soon. It probably would have been around this time where he was indicating that I needed to get up to speed. But I had not taken over his coverage area completely.
Mr. Mueller here, again, says that he's requesting your participation in discussions about the structural safety issues attendant to the operation, maintenance, and future construction alterations of the Edenville Dam. Is that right?
Can we stop for a second and let me read this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Please continue.
Mr. Trumbull, you would agree that in this email, Mr. Mueller, in his words, is trying to bring to your attention technical engineering issues that pertain to the subject matter of the title of the division of the MDEQ wherein you are employed, i.e. it is called dam safety, correct? That's what he says?
Yes.
And in the final paragraph, he says, the subject of determining the appropriate construction solution for mitigating the calculated probable maximum flood at the Edenville Dam is also unrelated to the MDEQ initiated litigation concerning floodplains and wetland impacts. Did you understand that what he wanted to talk to you about was what needed to be done at this dam to mitigate the spillway capacity problems?
I don't know if it was specific to the spillway capacity issue. But it was to gain an understanding of whether or not the dam did comply with state requirements in general.
Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Mueller about these issues personally?
I believe not until, I didn't talk to him personally until later, much later.
By much later, how much later?
I believe it was into 2019, we first met with Lee Mueller personally and the Four Lakes Task Force folks as they were planning to sell the dams and establish legal lake levels.
After you received these messages from Mr. Mueller, did you talk to anyone from Boyce directly about when they intended to put shovels in the ground to install an auxiliary spillway?
We had talked to Michelle Mueller, Lee's wife, then I believe the next day when we did the site inspection, site visit. I don't know if we specifically spoke about what the plans were for auxiliary spillway construction. I believe the focus of that email was to look at the structure, do a visual inspection, and then try to obtain past documentation because DEQ or Eagle at that time did not have a lot of the background information to make the determination on whether or not the dam complied with state safety requirements.
Okay, I appreciate that. My question is, did you ever speak to anyone at Boyce, either Mr. Mueller or someone else at Boyce directly on when they intended to put a shovel in the ground to install an auxiliary spillway?
I'm trying to, I don't recall that specific conversation. I know that Lee did attend several meetings later, but I don't know if at that time who was intending to do the work had shifted from Boyce Hydro to the Four Lakes Task Force. So I'm sure that there was conversations of auxiliary spillway construction, and we did meet on site to look at location of those auxiliary spillways later, but I don't remember if Lee was there. Typically, there was at least one of the operators from Boyce Hydro was present for all on-site meetings. So I would say that the topic of spillway construction was discussed with Boyce Hydro present, yes.
To install an auxiliary spillway, you need a permit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also need to actually put some kind of tool, either power tool, or I assume it'd be power shovels, power tools in the ground at the dam, correct?
Yes,
And you'd also need to lower the water, correct?
not necessarily. That you can construct an auxiliary spillway behind a cofferdam. That has been done before at normal pool elevation.
That could be done. Was that the plan that was ever put in place for the Edenville Dam to install a coffer dam without having to lower the water first?
There were several different plans over the years. Prior to the PERC revocation, there was a permit for a partial drawdown and a cofferdam, I believe around, I can't remember, 2016 or so, when PERC was trying to compel Boyce to install the auxiliary spillways. Those interim auxiliary spillways have been mentioned before. During our conversations, I don't know if they had specified whether they were going to do a full drawdown, a partial drawdown, or do it completely behind cofferdams without a drawdown. They were in the preliminary planning and site location and sizing and things like that of engineering design. They had progressed.
So they had not even determined the size, location, or design of an auxiliary spillway. That was never actually determined.
It was in progress.
Progress of determining among several different options, size, location, design.
Correct.
And whether, depending on size, location, and design, a drawdown would be needed or not to actually put the auxiliary spillway in place.
Correct. That's something that's determined during the design process.
let's talk about this visual inspection that you and Jim Pulaski did on October 3rd, 2018. This was a very cursory visual inspection to identify obvious deficiencies, correct?
Yeah, yes, but one correction, I believe it was October 4th that we were on site,
Okay.
but yes, it was a cursory visual inspection.
It wasn't a detailed engineering analysis?
No,
And you did not see the gates operating on the Edenville Dam during this inspection?
don't believe that they physically operated the gates. No,
You recall testifying in your deposition that you did not see the gates operate at the Edenville Dam during the inspection?
yes,
That's true, right? You did not see the gates operate.
no, I don't recall that they were operated, so I don't
And you
believe
did-
that they were.
Okay. You did not make any determination based on this inspection that the spillway gates were operational, correct?
I would have to review the report. There might have been a statement about the gates appeared to be operational and that the owner and operators would have indicated they are operational.
You recall testifying in your deposition in this case that you did not make any determination that the spillway gates were operational?
Yeah, there would have been no determination by our staff that they were operational. It would have just been reporting what the observations were and what the interview with the owner had indicated.
And you're talking to the owner at that point. Was it Michelle Mueller, correct?
Yes.
And were you skeptical at all, given the fact that FERC had described Boyce's disregard for the situation as being appalling? Were you skeptical of anything she was telling you when she's telling you how the gates work and how operational they are or are not? Were you skeptical of that at all?
I don't know if skepticism is the right word. We did request additional engineering information. Typically, we want to review the whole history to make a determination whether gate tests would be required to confirm operation or if the historic record and personal accounts are adequate. So I mean, the only skepticism would be that I had not reviewed any engineering documentation to confirm what was said during that inspection.
You testified during your deposition that there was no gate operation test during that inspection, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time of the inspection, you knew that this dam was built around 1921 and was just under 100 years old?
Yeah, I believe the construction was completed around 1924, 25, but yes, it was 90 some years old, yes.
And you testified in your deposition that you spoke with Kyle Krieger from MDNR prior to the inspection of the dam?
I had spoken with Kyle, yes.
Kyle Krieger was the liaison between the state of Michigan and FERC regarding the Edenville Dam. Is that correct?
He was the DNR staff person who represents the state's interest in licensing of hydropower projects, including the Edenville Dam.
And before you walked the dam with Jim and did this inspection, you were becoming aware of all the deficiencies that had been noted over the years that were part of the public record through FERC, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The October 8th, 2018 inspection report that was prepared by Jim Pulaski.
It was prepared by Jim Pulaski and myself, and then Jim ultimately signed off on it. Yeah.
That report did not mention the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam at that time, correct?
It wasn't evaluated as part of that report, no.
If a finding had been made that there was a spillway capacity deficiency of less than 1/2 PMF, that would have warranted an overall condition assessment of poor for the Edenville Dam. Is that correct?
Potentially. There's some nuance in the definition of poor versus fair. And the likelihood that event would occur that would cause a dam safety deficiency. So some dams with deficient spillway capacity are still rated as fair, and some are rated as poor, and some are rated as unsatisfactory.
Do you know someone named Liesl Clark?
Yes.
Who is Liesl Clark?
She's the former director of Eagle.
And did you work with Liesl Clark on preparing an official statement of the state of Michigan to the U.S. House of Representatives describing the history of Eagle's safety regulation over the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
And do you recall Liesl Clark stating in that letter from the state of Michigan to the U.S. House of Representatives that the finding of a spillway capacity deficiency of less than 1/2 PMF would have warranted a overall condition assessment of poor for the Edenville Dam?
I do not recall that specifically, but I was able to review the report and probably could pick that out.
Craig, can you pull up exhibit 168, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
Craig, we're going to move on. I'm sorry, that's not the right exhibit number. Let's move on. Mr. Trumbull, I'll come back to that later. But in interest of moving on. When you prepared and Jim Pulaski prepared together the October 8th, 2018 inspection memo, you had in your possession a document called the 2015 CSIR for the Edenville Dam. Is that correct?
We had in our possession, after we had done the site walkthrough, a paper copy of that document was provided to us.
Yeah. You testified in your deposition that when you wrote the October 8th, 2018 memo, you had the 2015 CSIR.
Yes, it was in our possession, obtained on the 4th.
And you also testified in deposition that you knew the CSIR reported that 2 samples taken from the embankments of the Edenville Dam for stability analysis indicated medium loose material. Do you recall that? And when you read that information about the embankments containing medium loose material, obviously you knew that related to the embankments, right?
Yes.
By today's standards, you agree that it would not be typical for a dam this size to be constructed of loose sandy material.
For a newly constructed dam? No.
Yeah, if you're building it today.
No, typically new dam construction would include some type of compaction standard.
And you knew that at the time that you were working on the Edenville Dam before it failed, correct?
Yes.
You were here in the courtroom during Mr. Gamble's opening statement, correct?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Gamble say, you know, this dam was built at a time when modern spillway capacity standards didn't even exist, correct?
Yes,
And you agree with that?
yes,
And now that modern spillway capacity standards do exist, we have laws to enforce them like Part 315, right?
that's correct.
So the fact that this dam is an earthen embankment, it's more than 40 feet tall, it's got loose soil and sandy material in it. You testified in your deposition that that information would be enough to conduct a stability analysis to understand whether it created an embankment deficiency, correct?
Those would, yes, steep embankments and loose material absent an existing stability analysis would be cause for performance of a new stability analysis.
You say absent an existing stability analysis. That's not what you said in your deposition. You said that would be enough to review a stability analysis to understand whether it created a deficiency or not, correct?
I would have to review my transcript to understand it, to remember exactly what I said.
Did Eagle conduct a stability analysis?
No.
Loose sands in an embankment dam like Edenville can be an indication that there could be an underlying safety deficiency that would have to be explored, correct?
Yes,
And you knew at the time of your inspection and inspection memo in 2018 that some work had been done to upgrade the embankments at the Edenville Dam, correct? And you
Sir,
also knew.
What time frame?
When did he know or when were they completed?
I thought at the beginning of the question, you said you gave some temporal reference.
Yeah, I asked if he knew around the time of his inspection and memo, so early October 2018.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thanks.
And what you understood is that prior to Eagle's jurisdiction, some work had been done to upgrade the embankments, correct?
that's correct.
And did that involve flattening out the slope?
In certain areas, yes.
And did that involve installing a berm?
In certain areas, yes.
And when you say in certain areas, what you testified in deposition to is that you understood at the time of your inspection activities in October of 2018 that that upgrade work had stopped on the right side of the powerhouse, correct?
Yes, there were no flattening of the berm or additional stabilization berms constructed along the bottoms.
To the left of the powerhouse. The dam failed on the section of the embankment left of the powerhouse, correct?
And to council, we agree based on what folks have said throughout the course of this litigation, that right and left is relative to facing downstream from with the reservoir at your back and looking downstream. Is that correct?
That's correct from your.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, you agree that when we're orienting ourselves to left and right embankment, it's as if we're standing upstream looking downstream?
That's correct.
And if we're looking at the embankment to the right of the powerhouse, that would be on the west side? Okay. And if we look to the left of the powerhouse, we're looking toward the east side? And the Tittabawassee River comes more north-south, and the Tobacco River comes into the confluence from sort of heading downstream south-southeast
From the right.
from the right.
Correct. The confluence of the Tittabawassee and Tobacco is downstream of the dam, but yes, the Tobacco comes from the northwest heading southeast towards the Tittabawassee. That's correct.
And the embankment that failed here is left or east of the powerhouse.
Correct.
At some point, I'd like to hear, I've heard of the gross linear feet of the dam. I'd like to, at some point, somebody to provide information about how much was to the right and how much was to the left of the powerhouse, if we know that information. And I don't need it right now, but sometime before both sides rest, if somebody could share that. I don't know that it's relevant, but I would like to know it.
You testified in your deposition that you were not aware at that time, at the time of your inspection and your memo, of any plans to construct additional stabilization on the left side of the Edenville Dam embankment, correct?
That's correct.
The report or the memo that you and Jim authored said that all of the embankment drains appear to be functioning.
Jim Pulaski,
Pulaski.
not Jim Mueller, or what's the voice owner's name? Lee, sorry. Okay. Thank you.
No worries. That's what the memo says. All the embankment drains appear to be functioning properly.
I would have to look, but there was a statement similar to that in the report. Yes.
Take a look. Here, I'll give it to you. Excuse me. Well, the blue binder I just gave you is a copy of the deposition transcript for your deposition in this case, which was taken April 8th, 2025. Do you recall giving that deposition?
I do.
The standard lawyer's question. You were under oath under penalty of perjury in that deposition, just as you are in court, right? And the testimony you gave there was truthful and accurate based on your knowledge.
That's correct.
If you look at page 26, please.
This is Mr. Trumbull's death.
Mr. Trumple's data.
Do I have a copy of that?
I
I don't need it. I just want to know.
don't know if you do.
If somebody wants me to have a
We
copy,
have. You should
then
have. You should have one.
do whatever's necessary for me to look at it. Mr. Gamble, any objection to me
Yeah, you're right.
following
Your
that?
Honor, it's Defendant's Exhibit 141, if that's it.
I'm guessing then you don't object to me saying it. It's like 40 years of lawyering, I can connect a couple of dots after all this time. Okay, thank you. Can hardly see anymore.
Mr. Trumbull, at the top of page 126, lines 1 through 3, you were asked the question, quote, the report mentions that all the drains, all embankment drains appear to be functioning, correct? On the front page. And at line 8, you answer, yes, it does say that. Is that your deposition testimony in this matter?
It was.
And when you inspected the dam in person with Jim Pulaski, you walked and observed only the visible portions of the dam, correct?
That's correct.
And you could only see the visible drains. There'd be no way to confirm whether one was missing or not without actually seeing the drains and actually counting them, correct?
And cross-referencing with the drain plans. Yes.
You didn't have the drain plans with you at that time? And so you testified in your deposition it would be nearly impossible to determine from a visual inspection if there were any missing drains. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can I see lawyers? Okay. The reason I asked the lawyers up is I wanted to know if either side objected to one of the lawyers asking the witness to describe what is the drain a drain or multiple drains? What do they physically look like? Because I just do not have a mental image of it. And both Mr. Gamble and Mr. Carlson said, neither of them objected to that, and that plaintiff's counsel agreed to ask him that question. So thank you, gentlemen, for that courtesy. Counsel, sorry for interrupting your exam, but I'm trying to keep up with you. So
Thank you, Judge. No problem. Mr. Trumbull, you're very experienced at this. You've seen a lot of drains installed at different types of dams, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you visually looked at the drains that you could see at the Edenville Dam when you inspected it in October of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you paint for us with your words, sort of a picture, image of what these drains actually look like? What's a description of these drains that would make us understand what we're looking at?
There are several different types of drains along the over 6,000 feet of the embankment. In some sections, including where the failure occurred, the drains would have looked like a plastic pipe protruding from the slope. I believe those were connected to old clay tiles that were actually inserted to the embankment. So
like how
Yeah.
I happened to install plastic plumbing this weekend at my son's house. I'm guessing these are bigger than 1.5 inch pipes that my son and I were working with.
I'm roughly 3 to 4 inch diameter pipes.
All right.
So the purpose would be any water that's seeping through the earthen embankment would be collected in the drains and discharged at the toe.
Is it like a French drain? Would the drain pipe itself have holes in it as it's going down to the clay tiles?
The clay tiles would have been open, like bell shaped on one end, so the water would have came in. It's like the old clay sewer pipes that, have
Mhm.
issues, but I don't know if they put any more slotted plastic pipe in. I believe there was a project to daylight the old clay tiles that were damaged over years and years. So they just basically clamped a plastic pipe onto the end of the clay tile and made sure that it could discharge into a ditch that existed at the toe. In other cases, those pipes were underground and went through a series of, they call them barrel drains, but were kind of like manholes and pipes. And in other areas, there was something similar to a French drain. They call it like a chimney drain or some of that, where there is a stone material that collects the water and then it gets collected into a pipe and discharged. And then there were the stabilization berms, with internal drains as well. So there were several, it's a network of piping and stone to collect the water and discharge it at the toe of the dam.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Trumbull. Thank you, counsel.
Yep, thanks, Your Honor. Your knowledge of what the drains look like is separate from what you actually visually observed, with your own eyes on the date of the inspection, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting back to this concept of your testimony and deposition, that it would be nearly impossible to determine from a visual inspection if there were any missing drains. That's what you testified to, right?
Without physically having the drain plan in front of us and measuring and observing the drains, that, they're on 50-foot spacing, except for a section where they're on 100-foot spacing. Without that previous knowledge, it would be nearly impossible to determine whether one was missing or not, or that should have been there, without having that information in front of us.
Okay. Moving away from the drains. After you received the 2015 CSIR and some supplemental technical information, you were aware that the left embankment of this dam was constructed of poorly graded sands?
Yes.
What
And-
was the year of the CSIR?
2015.
Thank you.
And there would have been a visual observation on your part that the embankments appeared to be relatively steep for a dam this high, even though you didn't have any official technical information to review yet, correct?
That's correct.
And steep embankments are one indication that a slope instability might exist, correct?
It would be one indication that slopability analysis needs to be performed. Yes.
You'd have to perform a slope stability analysis to determine whether or not it's an actual dam safety concern. But just as a general matter, steep embankments are one indication of a potential instability, correct?
Yes.
Craig, can we go to exhibit 57, please? Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize exhibit 57 as an email you sent to Mario Fusco, Jim Pulaski, Kim Fish, and Brian Rudolph on October 24, 2018?
Yes.
And you would agree that in this email, you are telling the recipients that you and an attorney from the Attorney General's office named Dan Bach have been processing all Part 307 legal lake level notices for the last few years, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what it said.
All right. Processing Part 307 legal lake level notices was a regular part of your job duties?
At that time, yes.
And you indicated to them that you generally receive the notice of hearing to set a lake level from Dan and solicit comments from DNR and DEQ on the proposed lake level, et cetera. So he can prepare your response, arrange for staff to provide testimony, et cetera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were informing these recipients on October 24th of 2018 that you had noticed at that time that there was going to be a petition filed in the circuit court to establish a normal lake level for Wixom Lake.
Keeps flashing on and off, but I believe it was in reference to Wixom Lake and potentially the other three lakes that Secord, Smallwood, and Sanford dams formed.
And when you say work with Dan to solicit comments from DNR and DEQ on the proposed lake level, did that include comments from the dam safety unit of DEQ?
Yes.
And you could provide Dan with whatever information you wanted bearing on dam safety in relation to a Part 307 legal lake level proceeding, correct?
Dan would have compiled the comments on behalf of the agencies who are interested parties in all 307 lake level proceeding. And those could include dam safety comments or environmental comments or anything else related to the statutes that we administer.
You were not prohibited or restricted in any way from what you could comment on or share from a dam safety perspective when it came to a Part 307 legal lake level proceeding. And you did in fact provide comment and feedback regarding the petition to set the normal lake level at these lakes.
Yes.
And you actually attended the hearing in Midland Circuit Court in May of 2019.
Yes.
Did you testify in that hearing?
I did not.
Your email here says that one of the things you can do is provide testimony. Have you ever provided testimony in a circuit court lake level proceeding? have you ever had a situation where you requested to provide a comment or provide some testimony and you've been denied that opportunity? And you could have offered to provide testimony in the Part 307 legal lake level proceeding here if you had desired to, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone try to dissuade you from providing testimony at the Part 307 proceeding in this case?
No.
So the date of that email from you to your colleagues at DNR and DEQ is dated October 24, 2018. I want to jump forward in the timeline to January of 2019. In January of 2019, you received a technical memorandum from a dam engineer named D. Perkypile. Do you recall receiving that?
Yes.
Craig, if we can go to Exhibit 80, please.
Hold on before you keep going. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Perkypile in his memo concludes that the dam could safely pass what he called 50% of PMF. That was his wording, correct?
That's correct.
And one of your concerns about Perkypile's analysis was with his use of that terminology, 50% of PMF instead of 1/2 PMF, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because the way Michigan calculates 1/2 PMF is apples to oranges different from someone who says 50% PMF, correct?
50% of PMF.
Can we hold on a sec? So our exhibits are not displaying again for some reason, which is, it is what it is. But if we get Mr. Trumbull, volume 1, plaintiff's trial exhibits 1 to 150, that's going to cover at least 75%, I think. It's the next one down, counsel. The green are the stipulated, at least for the plaintiffs. So volume 1, unstipulated, all they're stipulated to now. This might help. I think we're on tab 80.
Yep.
Thank you.
And just for the record, Mr. Trumbull, why is there an apples to oranges difference between saying 1/2 PMF and 50% PMF?
Sister Rose Ethel, my 6th grade math teacher, would like to know as well. So
Yes, I'll do my best to explain. Per statute, state statute in Michigan, 1/2 PMF is defined as the flood resulting from 1/2 of probable maximum precipitation. So PMF, or probable maximum flood, is the flood that results from 100% of probable maximum precipitation. So if you were to determine PMF and divide that by 2, that's 50% of PMF. That is not likely the same number you will get if you take the PMP, the probable maximum precipitation number, divide it by 2, and then run your hydrologic analysis to determine what that flood goal is. In my experience, in most cases, 1/2 PMF is significantly less than 50% of PMF. And that was the case here as well.
Okay. So when Mr. Perkypile says the dam can safely pass 54% of PMF, he's overstating this dam's hydraulic capacity.
Where does he state that in Exhibit 80 someplace?
Your Honor, it's in the technical memorandum,
Oh, okay.
which is it's on page
7 of 13, it starts.
7 of, yeah, and then you can see on 11 of 13, he mentions currently passing approximately 54% of
Thank you.
PMF.
Okay, good, thanks.
You repeat the question?
Sure. If you look at page 12 of 13 of Exhibit 80, Mr. Perkypile concludes the Edenville Dam as it currently exists is capable of safely passing the 50% PMF with approximately 0.7 feet of freeboard, correct?
That's correct.
And based on the math that you just gave us, if I understand it correctly, someone who says safe 50% PMF, he's actually overstating the spillway capacity or hydraulic capacity of this dam.
He's reporting the percentage of the PMF flow that he has determined that the dam can pass. So it would be based on his hydraulic analysis and apparently dividing PMF by half or calculating a percentage, right? So in a way, he's overstating because some of the underlying assumptions in his hydraulic analysis were overstating spillway capacity. That's what we were trying to determine later.
You testified in your deposition that typically 50% of PMF is higher than 1/2 PMF because the more rainfall a watershed gets, more of that turns into runoff. Is that correct?
Yes, and lower rainfall events, the greater percentage of the rainfall is sequestered. It's caught in puddles and vegetation and soils and things like that. The more rain you get, the higher percentage of that rainfall converts to runoff. So the flows in streams will be incrementally higher as the rainfall depths increase.
So when someone like Mr. Perkypile says that a dam passes 50% of PMF, that alone does not establish compliance with the state's 1/2 PMF rules under Part 315. Correct?
We would have to confirm both the numbers that he's using for PMF and 1/2 PMF and his calculations in order to make any type of determination like that.
And you had immediate concerns with Mr. Perkypile's analysis, including the way that he gauged 50% PMF instead of 1/2 PMF, correct?
Yeah, they needed to be confirmed by the PMF and 1/2 PMF numbers needed to be confirmed by our hydrologists, and the hydraulic calculations needed to be confirmed by our dam safety staff.
And another concern you had was that his calculations essentially assumed little to no freeboard. Correct?
The results, yes, would result in very little freeboard at the 50% PMF or 54% PMF that he defined, yes.
In summary fashion, you had concerns about the methodology of Perkypile's approach, correct?
Correct.
And you brought up those concerns immediately?
I'd have to check the dates of the emails, but I believe it was soon after receiving this that we did raise those concerns.
In your deposition at page 51, if you want to look at the blue binder there.
Page 51.
Yeah. At line 15, you were asked the question, okay, and you did not immediately address these concerns with Mr. Perkypile, did you? And can you read your answer for us?
Not directly with Mr. Perkypile. I didn't speak directly to Mr. Perkypile until a little bit later. My concerns were brought up immediately, yes.
And when you say the concerns were brought up immediately, you brought them up immediately to whom?
I'd have to review the emails, and the meetings, but typically our conversations related to many of the dam safety matters were through Spicer, on behalf of the Four Lakes Task Force. But a lot of times folks from the voice group are also included on this communication. So we were kind of
When you
talking-
say our conversations, who is our? Who are you referring
It
to?
would be myself, Jim Pulaski, Brian, Rudolph, whoever from Eagle. So our would be Eagle, Eagle Water Resource Division staff. We're speaking with Four Lakes Task Force, Voice, and the consultant group.
Thank you.
You testified in your deposition that you shared your concerns with Perkypile's methodology with Ron Hansen from Spicer.
That's correct.
And it was one of your concerns that 0.7 feet of freeboard was not enough freeboard for a high hazard dam with an impoundment the size of Edenville, correct?
Would typically not be adequate freeboard, no.
How much freeboard? How much freeboard?
0.7.
Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, I'll ask you to look at Exhibit 83 in the book, please. Do you recognize 83 as emails between you and a person named Don Zackett on January 25, 2019?
That's correct.
And in this email, you tell Mr. Zackett, oh, first of all, who is Don Zackett?
Don Zackett, I don't know if he's active anymore, but at that time he was a member of Four Lakes Task Force.
Was he an engineer?
Don't believe so.
What did you understand his role to be with the Four Lakes Task Force?
Don and Dave Rothman were two of our points of contact related to matters at the dams. So Don and Dave Rothman would typically be CC'd on communications and attend in meetings with the consultants, things like that.
And you tell Mr. Zackett in your email here that Part 315 requires that we must consider freeboard when determining whether or not a regulated dam has adequate spillway capacity at the design flood elevation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's a mandatory requirement taken from MCR 324.31516. Is that right?
I believe, yes, 31516 is the spillway capacity and freeboard requirement section, yes.
It's also the provision which says a dam shall meet minimum spillway capacity, correct?
Yes.
And so, and that's the one we looked at the end of the day yesterday.
Yes.
In this case, you tell him the Part 315 design flood would be 1/2 PMF as you had discussed, correct?
Yes.
And you tell him that you're waiting on additional information to put a finer point on the 1/2 PMF flows, current maximum spillway capacity of the dam, et cetera, so that we can determine whether or not the dam has adequate spillway capacity and freeboard during 1/2 PMF such that the dam would not sustain significant damage or fail, correct?
Yes,
And does that accurately describe the state of the situation as of January 25th, 2019? You were still awaiting for additional information to put a finer point on the 1/2 PMF calculations?
I believe so. Yes.
And you were waiting for what kind of information?
That would be the things we discussed earlier, the confirmation from our hydrologic studies folks that the that the PMF and half PMF flows were up to date and using most up to date information. Information I don't know what had been requested. I'd have to look at the timeframes with the emails with Ron, and then later with I think it was a phone call with later, how we would requested additional information on gate operations and some of the underlying assumptions in the rating curves. And then also, if there had been any assessment of wave run up that hadn't been provided in the 2025 CSIR report. So those would be the things to confirm the hydraulic calculations, to confirm the hydrology, and review any past studies that may have already considered these things.
And over the next 12 months after this email, from January 25th, 2019 through February of 2020, you received all of that information, resulting in what we started the morning with, which was a definitive conclusion based on all that stuff that the dam did not pass 1/2 PMF, correct?
Yes, correct. By early 2020, we had all that information, had revised the calculations.
You also tell Don Zackett that, quote, given that the downstream slopes of the earthen embankment are fairly steep and grass covered for the most part, any overtopping flows would be expected to cause erosion of the downstream slope. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's the downstream slope that didn't have riprap, as you testified to earlier?
Correct.
And the downstream slope, neither the downstream slope nor the upstream slope on the left side of the embankment, which failed, had berming or any embankment stability built up in addition to it, right?
there had not been any stabilization berms or riprap or anything added. To my understanding, no.
At this point in time, Four Lakes Task Force had not purchased the dams yet, correct?
No,
They had not collected, they had not had the legal lake level order set
no, that happened
In January 19.
in January of 19. That hadn't happened yet.
correct, that happened in May.
1 minute warning before the morning recess.
And at that point in time, there was no implementation schedule in place or plans in place to actually get to work on any upgrades or installation of auxiliary spillways or any repairs at the Edenville Dam, correct?
I would have to look back through the email records and things like that to understand what conversations were happening. I do recall that as part of the due diligence, as they called it, the Four Lakes Task Force had contracted with a Spicer to help with the establishment of the, form the legal lake level study. But they were also in tandem working on designs for some interim concrete repairs and gate modifications, and then later the spillway, auxiliary spillway construction project. I would have to confirm the timelines on all those. I couldn't say for sure whether or not we had been talking about that yet, but and when that schedule was compiled.
Good time for
Okay.
a break?
It's a good time for a break. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be in recess until 10:15. Witness is still under oath, and we'll continue with the testimony of Mr. Trumbull when we return. Thank you. Court is in recess. Please go about your business.
Yours is upstairs, but it doesn't matter in the hall for you to be still. I like to have these guys use it. You might make a thing of pictures, so yeah. But it hasn't. Okay, I would say that this side use that. Okay, but they could should. That's what I'm saying. Sure. All right, that's the thing. They're used it dozens of times and it's just. Yeah, no, everything, no, it's fine. Like I said, so he's logged into Zoom on his laptop, okay. That's what we do. All right. Pretty sorry about the hassle, I don't know. It's like, I dressed up, right? It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? This one's working good over here, but I'm not doing it.
I'm gonna need some of those exhibits that he read from.
Okay,
Need for this meeting.
okay.
I don't know if you've been, where are you? Have you been listening in here?
I think there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I don't have any exhibits in front of me, but I don't want to mess up those things too much. I'm just gonna try that.
Right. At the end of the day, when
Yeah,
I go to produce this transcript,
yep.
I'll,
Ladies there on hot mic, okay, sorry.
I wish I could hear the witness a little better. Oh,
That's all right.
oh, I forgot. Thank you.
I'm only doing it like, let me turn it off. Yeah, I'll turn it off.
Right, yeah. Broadcast, absolutely.
Um,
Plaintiffs,
Applicant John.
defense. Is there anything you'd like us to address before we continue the exam of this witness? Thank you. All right. Please continue.
And Mr. Trouble, at the end of the break, I took the liberty of grabbing another volume of exhibits to get us to exhibit 220. I think it's in the next volume, Your Honor.
Mr. Trumbull, he didn't do that for me, so you should, you're being treated better than the court right now.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can find
Do you want to give me a pass to walk back there, Your Honor? I'll help you anytime.
No worries. All good, all good. Appreciate everybody's hard work.
All right,
Which exhibit?
220.
Okay. Right, thank you. I might compliment the plaintiffs on the quality of the paper stock is very helpful. Holds the exhibits together quite nicely. Thanks.
Mr. Trumbull, can you please identify exhibit number 220 for the record?
Yes, this is a June 15, 2020 response to a legislative or sorry, congressional inquiry from Eagle.
Is this the response to legislative inquiry to the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce?
Yes,
And it was submitted by Liesl Clark, the director of Eagle, correct?
yes,
And you worked with her on preparing Eagle's response to this letter, correct?
yes.
Did you review the final draft before it got sent to the U.S. House?
I'm not sure if I reviewed the final draft before or after. Typically, we provide comment and then final edits are made in the executive office and then the letter gets sent. So
If you can, I'd like to draw your attention to page 5, section 6 of the letter.
Can I have just a moment? Page, please.
Page 5.
Thank you. Okay, right.
Mr. Trumbull, in question number 6, the U.S. House Committee asked the question, quote, according to press reports, a January 31, 2020 communication from an engineer employed by your department to consultants indicated that the dam did not meet safety standards. What additional assessment or action undertaken by Michigan during the period between October 2018, when the dam was found to be in fair condition, and January 2020 led to the conclusion that the dam did not meet safety standards? End quote. Can you read Eagle's official response to the U.S. House, please?
please refer to the response to question 5 above. In short, the October 4th, 2018 inspection by dam safety program staff was intended to be a visual inspection to identify any deficiencies that would place the dam at imminent risk of failure, requiring immediate action. That report found that the dam to be in fair structural condition, but did not include an evaluation of hydraulic capacity of the dam, as that information was not available at the time. Throughout 2019 and early 2020, dam safety program staff continued to work with the owner group and their consultants to receive all necessary information to complete an evaluation of spillway capacity of the dam. By early 2020, the dam safety program staff suspected that the dam did not have adequate spillway capacity to safely convey the design flood 1/2 PMF event per Part 315 requirements. This deficiency would have warranted a poor overall condition assessment. The dam safety program staff expected the report to be provided by Spicer in March 2020, which was provided on June 4th, 2020, would confirm their analysis.
Have a moment, please. Elizabeth, can you come here a moment? I was asking, during the testimony of the witness and in, questions by counsel and even my speaking, I hear an echo, like they say, I'm hearing voices. Well, now I hear my own. And, I am not enamored with the melodious sound of my own voice. So we're going to turn that down, I think. I don't hear my voice anymore. That's a good thing. I'm not hearing voices. So we'll now just hear the testimony of our witnesses and the fine questions from our very capable counsel on both sides of the V in this case. Please continue.
You agree, Mr. Trumbull, that if the hydraulic capacity deficiency of the dam being unable to pass 1/2 PMF had been determined, it would have warranted a poor overall condition assessment for the dam?
There's two things that can trigger a poor condition assessment. Per the definition of condition assessment in the National Inventory of Dams, or adopted by the National Inventory of Dams, suggested by the FEMA National Dam Safety Review Board. One is a deficiency exists that would create a dam safety deficiency during a realistic loading scenario. The other one is that additional information is needed in order to perform or to complete that assessment to determine the overall condition assessment. So what this question or what this response is saying is two things: that for a long period of time, enough information didn't exist that we could have adequately assessed the condition of the overall condition of the dam, which would have warranted a poor condition assessment during that time. And then a deficiency was observed, was determined that the dam could not meet 1/2 PMF spillway capacity requirements per state statute. And so that there was a deficiency that could endanger the dam, also warranting a poor. So to delineate from the fair, that there was a good deal of confusion about what the fair condition assessment in the October 8th memo indicated. It was indicating there were no visual observations that would indicate that the dam would fail under normal circumstances, under normal loading conditions. But that an extreme loading condition might result in a dam safety deficiency per the definition of fair. And then, once, if you look at the overall condition of the dam, which includes more than just structural integrity, includes hydraulic capacity, operational adequacy, a bunch of other things that factor into the overall safety of a dam, with this additional information, that overall condition assessment would have been poor.
Do you agree? It was a yes or no question. You agree that if the dam can't meet 1/2 PMF, that deficiency, in Ms. Clark's words to Congress, would have warranted a poor overall condition assessment for the dam. You agree with that?
So I think it was a combination of lacking of all the information needed to make that assessment at the time.
I didn't ask you if there was a combination of enough information to make any assessment. I asked you, do you agree that the deficiency of this dam not meeting 1/2 PMF would, in Ms. Clark's words to the U.S. House of Representatives, warrant a poor overall condition assessment for the dam?
That's what the statement says, yeah.
And you agree with that?
Not entirely. So that alone does not warrant a poor condition assessment because there has to be an assessment of the delineation between fair, that's why I offered the additional explanation between fair and poor is that a dam safety deficiency exists during a loading event or storm or other loading event that can realistically happen, can realistically occur for poor. And then for fair, the delineation is that the dam is expected to perform satisfactorily under normal loading conditions, but during an extreme event, a dam safety deficiency could exist. So-
Ms. Clark was the director of Eagle at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Have you written a letter to Congress to correct the record?
No,
Has anyone?
I don't lose it.
What about the part where it says dam safety program staff suspected by early 2020 that the dam did not have adequate spillway capacity to safely convey the design flood, 1/2 PMF event per 315 requirements? You told IFT that you definitively concluded it didn't pass the design flood, correct?
Yeah, in February, that's correct.
Yeah, and you testified here that you definitively concluded it didn't pass design flood, correct?
Design what? Sorry.
Design flood, 1/2 PMF? This letter only says it was suspected, correct?
By early 2020, it was suspected, and on February 4th, it was confirmed.
You've testified in this record that on January 31, 2020, you had concluded the dam did not safely pass 1/2 PMF, correct?
That was, I believe, the date that we sent the hydraulic calculation spreadsheets to Spicer Group for confirmation.
Do you think Congress deserved to know that within 4 or 5 days at a minimum, if not by January 31, 2020, you had definitively concluded the dam could not safely convey the design flood? Do you think they deserve to know that?
I don't really have an opinion on that subject. I think that this letter adequately conveyed the concerns and that Congress was free to follow up with any sort of clarifying questions if they chose to do so.
And because they didn't choose to follow up, you didn't see the need to clarify.
I think that this letter adequately conveyed those concerns.
Take a look at Exhibit 85, please, Craig. That'll be in the original binder here on the left.
What exhibit number, please?
85,
Which binder is that?
binder 1.
Sorry. Stipulated one?
Contested.
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 Okay. Good.
Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize exhibit number 85 as an email you sent to Nathan Gamble, Mario Fusco, Susan Greiner, Dave Pingle, Jim Polaski, and Luann Lammerman on Monday, February 4th, 2019?
I do.
And the purpose of this email is to update them on a meeting you had with the Four Lakes Task Force in January of 2019, on January 22nd, 2019, correct? Um, why don't you read that first, the paragraph beginning, the task force intends to obtain paragraph into the record for us, if you would.
The task force intends to obtain ownership of all 4 dams on the Tittabawassee River from Boyce Hydro and establish legal lake levels for all 4 lakes currently in process. They would intend to lease the hydropower generating equipment to a hydro operator, Boyce or otherwise, at the 3 dams currently licensed by FERC, and also look into relicensing of the Edenville Dam to do the same long-term. Their intent would be to purchase the dams and make any necessary repairs or upgrades to bring the dams into compliance with federal or state requirements. The immediate focus would be with Edenville so that the lake level could be restored as soon as possible this spring, if possible. The legal lake level process under 307 would provide a funding source for these improvements, special tax assessment district, that they would hope to supplement by leasing to a hydro operator.
So your email here speaks in terms and language of bringing the dam into compliance with federal or state requirements, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you had suspicions at least, or concerns that this dam would not have the hydraulic capacity, the spillway capacity to be capable of passing 1/2 PMF, correct?
We had concerns with the data that's been provided. We hadn't made any determination at that point.
Okay, and as you write in the next paragraph, you say, we are currently reviewing that data and the previous hydraulic calculations for the Edenville Dam to determine whether or not the dam can pass the 1/2 PMF flow as required under Part 315, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and again, you speak in terms of it being a requirement, correct?
Yes,
And that requirement has to be met in order for the dam to be in compliance with Part 315.
that's correct.
Now, you say the first priority, or no, you say, sorry, the immediate focus would be with Edenville so that the lake level could be restored as soon as possible this spring, if possible. Why didn't you say the immediate focus is to determine whether we have to install an auxiliary spillway in the event that this thing doesn't meet 1/2 PMF? Why wasn't that the immediate focus?
Because the paragraph says that this is their intent, Four Lakes Task Force intent. This isn't a recount of my intent. So I'm recounting what they conveyed to me during that meeting as their primary focus.
Did you push back at them and say, hey, your immediate focus should not be on restoring this lake level as soon as possible by spring? Your immediate focus should be coming up with some dollars to install an auxiliary spillway if this dam fails 1/2 PMF. Did you tell them that? Did you give them that pushback?
I don't recall that meeting in detail. It happened in 2019.
I take that as a no, you did not.
I would disagree with that assertion, but I don't recall one way or another.
You don't recall one way or another when they said our immediate focus is to get this lake level up this spring. You don't recall if you said, hey, your immediate focus should be making sure this can safely pass 1/2 PMF to be compliant with Part 315.
My recollection is that the focus was to gain information in then as soon as possible to make that determination. I don't, so it'd be a little bit of a cart before the horse to say you need to prepare for the eventuality that it is not in compliance without determining whether it was in compliance or not.
You were here yesterday during Mr. Gamble's opening statement, during his PowerPoint presentation. Correct?
Yes.
And you saw the part where he said that it was riparian owners, and I think he quoted Mr. Sturtevant, one of plaintiff's experts, saying it was riparian owners pressuring for higher lake levels because they wanted the aesthetic and recreational benefits of the lake. That it was their pressure to get this lake level raised up. Not Eagle's fault for doing anything, but it was the riparian owners putting pressure for a higher lake level, and that's the reason why the lake levels were as high as they were before the storms of May 2020. Do you recall that part of his opening statement?
I recall the opening statement. I don't believe it said exactly that, but yes.
You don't recall the part where he quoted Mr. Sturtevant about riparian owners being responsible for higher lake levels?
I recall the part where he quoted Mr. Sturtevant. I don't recall the part where he acknowledged that as being our position.
Would you agree with the assertion being made by your counsel in this case, or by Eagle's counsel in this case, that it was pressure from riparian owners?
Really asking witnesses whether they agree with somebody's argument. Is that really the question that you want to proffer to this witness? Because I just don't see how it's possibly relevant. Whether he agrees with an argument that is not evidence.
I can rephrase, Your Honor. Did you feel any pressure from Four Lakes Task Force to do what you could to raise the lake levels as soon as possible, this spring if possible?
No, that was, this email is a detailing of that meeting and statements that they made in the meeting, so. I didn't feel pressure. No.
Did you feel any pressure from any of the plaintiffs in this case, anyone who lived on either Wixom Lake or downstream? You feel any pressure from those folks to keep the lake levels high?
I don't believe I spoke directly to any of the riparian owners,
So you didn't feel any pressure from them?
not that I recall.
Were you aware of Mr. Rudolph, Brian Rudolph, feeling any pressure from riparian owners upstream or downstream to keep lake levels up at normal level?
I'm not aware of any such pressure.
Your email here speaks in terms of what Four Lakes Task Force would intend to do. They say they would intend to lease the hydropower generating equipment. That means if they were to close on a purchase, they would intend to do those things, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And at that point, they had not set a closing date, correct?
I'm not aware of, I wasn't part of those discussions when they were discussing when the purchase would take. We were made aware of that later, so I'm not exactly sure of the timeline of when they reached any formal agreements.
And they say their intent would be to purchase the dams. They had that intent to try and purchase the dams, but no agreement in place to purchase the dams at that point, correct?
I'm not aware of the timeframe of those agreements.
And it says the legal lake level, I get tongue tied on that every time, I'm sorry. The legal lake level process, triple alliteration, under Part 307 would provide a funding source for these improvements through special tax assessment district, correct?
That's correct.
And that special tax assessment district couldn't be formed until after the court entered a 307 lake level order.
That's also correct.
And then there would have to be additional legal proceedings to actually finalize the tax assessment district, correct?
That's correct.
And so they were not really that close to actually bringing any tax assessment dollars into the account, were they?
I believe that was, I'm not sure, the hearing occurred 3 months later, roughly. And then I'm not exactly sure when Midland County
The 307 here.
Yeah, the part 307, establishing the lake level and adopting the tax assessment boundaries, I believe occurred in May, and then there's usually a follow-up in which they approve the assessment rules. That follows, I'm not exactly sure when that time frame, but within months, they would have the ability to assess the folks around the lakes. According to that assessment, yes.
Assuming everything goes to plan and there's no litigation or resistance of any kind, correct? That could also delay the process.
I guess, yes.
And bottom line, they were several steps away from collecting any of the revenue or the money or the capital that they would need to do any necessary repairs and upgrades to bring the dams into compliance, correct? Several steps away.
I don't exactly agree. I know that they had already raised $5 million from a state grant and that the county has the ability to fund these things on their own. The special assessment district can also pay for those things. So the counties, that there was some funding available to them at that time, and there is the ability, there's several legal lake level dams around the state that do not have special assessment districts, and those operation and maintenance, those dams are funded by the counties who have assumed authority over dams. So
Okay, well, that would be good news. If they have access to that kind of money, then there should be a record somewhere after this dam is determined to not pass 1/2 PMF of you telling them, great news. You've got the money to build an auxiliary spillway. Does that record exist?
not aware of such a record.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying they've got $5 million here, money from the county fisc there. What's your explanation for why that money wasn't put to use to deal with the mandatory requirement under 31516 to install an auxiliary spillway as soon as it's determined conclusively that this dam can't pass 1/2 PMF?
I would say that even before that determination was made, that money was being put to use. They were, the Four Lakes Task Force was engaged with an engineer who were designing both upgrades to the concrete structures of the dams, to the existing gates, and beginning the preliminary design of those auxiliary spillways. So it absolutely was being used for that purpose.
That was Spicer?
Correct.
And Spicer was telling you they were at least looking at late 2023 or early 2024 for that stuff to be done, right?
It was phased. I believe the concrete repairs and the gate hoist upgrades were planned for 2020, 2021, and then completion of the auxiliary spillways would have been 2023, 2024. I'd have to look at their construction schedule, but that was the rough timeline.
And you would agree that that raw timeline, anyone who's ever done or had done any construction work of any kind, timelines are hopeful at best. They don't go according to plan always, correct?
Yeah, some projects go quicker, some projects take longer. That happens.
When this dam was determined conclusively not to meet 1/2 PMF, that was around January, February of 2020. COVID shutdown happened around St. Patrick's Day of 2020, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Slowed down supply chains and construction projects quite a bit, correct?
In certain circumstances, I believe that's correct.
Would have had an impact probably on the feasibility of seeing this timeline through, even if everything else had gone according to plan. They close, they get financing, insurance, everything's lined up and ready to go. That could have delayed things, right?
I mean, there could have been some delays in procuring materials. I don't believe there were any delays on the design aspects because those are absent in requirement of materials. I do also believe that the gate hoist operators had been ordered and were being manufactured at that time prior to the failure. So I wasn't aware of any significant delays that resulted from COVID, my recollection.
We don't know for sure because the dam failed before it got to that point, right?
Yes, the dam failed before those planned upgrades could be installed, yes.
If you look at Exhibit 87, please. Do you recognize plaintiff's exhibit number 87 as emails between you, Ron Hansen, Nate Gamble on February 19, 2019?
Yeah.
And your email at the bottom of the first page of Exhibit 87 tells Mr. Gamble and others, quote, FYI, we had received the notification below from the Spicer Group a couple weeks ago regarding the Part 307 legal lake level process for the 4 dams/lakes located on the Tittabawassee River in Gladwin and Midland counties. We've been working with the Spicer Group to get information related to the hydraulic capacity of the Edenville Dam to determine whether or not the dam is in compliance with Part 315 required to safely pass 1/2 PFM. We are still working on getting all the necessary information to make this determination, correct?
Right. Yes.
So, Spicer was informing you of the progress of what their legal lake level study in support of the Part 307 lake level order?
Yes, the overall process, the completion of the lake level study and the planned petition and court date and all those things, I imagine.
And in terms of you doing your job from the dam safety unit and your role under 307 and 315, how does this communication between you and Spicer fit into what you do in the 307 process?
This communication would have been more of a heads up before the official Part 307 process started, just an update on where they are and when they plan to submit the petition. But then we were also meeting about other things about, they were kind of the key holders to the information that Boyce had, that we had been requesting. So that's, this communication would have covered both of those things.
You're working with Spicer Group, still the key holder, to determine whether or not this dam is actually in compliance with Part 315, correct?
Yes, they had gained access, I believe at this point, to the Boyce Hydro offices and had access to their paper library of all the documents. And so any requests for informations were initially submitted to them, and they would provide information as they were able to find it or request additional from Boyce or their consultant.
Why do you tell Mr. Gamble and others at the end of this email, which is on the next page, at the end of that paragraph, why do you tell them, quote, I do agree, however, that the task force and counties should be aware of any liabilities / ongoing enforcement actions, especially if any of those liabilities would transfer to them as new owner, so that those can be factored into the purchase negotiations?
I believe, this is a long time ago, but I believe that there was some indication from Boyce Hydro that when they sold the dams to the counties, they wanted any outstanding non-compliance issues with the state to be transferred to the new owner. That's my understanding. So, I believe that would be related to the ongoing wetland and floodplain violations that occurred. Any liabilities associated with that, whether or not those would transfer to Four Lakes Task Force and the counties as new owners of the properties.
All right. And you wanted Four Lakes Task Force to be able to acquire these lakes and dams, correct?
This is February. So if Four Lakes Task Force were to take over as delegated authority over the dams in the Part 307 proceedings, it's required that they have access, unfettered access for operation and maintenance of the dams, or that they take over ownership. We were certainly supportive of the establishment of the 307 lake levels in the sense that it would provide the funding mechanism to complete some of these long-standing upgrades to the dams that hadn't been achieved under Kirk's tenure. So we were more or less supportive of the establishment of the lake levels as a path forward to addressing some of the lingering dam safety concerns.
So you wanted to help them get a lake level set under 307, correct?
I wouldn't use those words. We are part of that process for any lake level establishment throughout the state, and that we did not object to the creation of the lake level and saw some of the benefits in bringing funding to the dams.
You finally met with D. Perkypile to discuss your concerns with his spillway capacity analysis and PMF analysis on April 16th, 2019. Is that correct?
I've never met with D. Perkypile in person. I believe he resides in Arkansas. But I did speak with him on the phone around that time. I would have to double check the dates, but
All right. If you take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 93, please. You recognize exhibit 93 as an email you sent on April 17, 2019, summarizing your conversation with Mr. Perkypile regarding outstanding questions related to spillway capacity and freeboard of the Eatonville Dam.
yes, I do.
And you say in your email that this conversation involved those questions related to spillway capacity as it relates to compliance with the state of Michigan's dam safety statute, part 315, correct?
That's correct.
So you're trying to determine, using your analysis of Mr. Perkypile's calculations and also your own calculations that you're doing in conjunction with Spicer, whether this dam complies with the dam safety statute, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you tell Mr. Perkypile in this paragraph below the bullet points where it says, I indicated to Mr. Perkypile over the phone that MDEQ will not be able to make a determination of spillway capacity adequacy until we have received this information and our hydrologic studies folks have had a chance to verify 1/2 PMF flows based on information from past studies recently provided to MDEQ, correct?
Correct.
Does that accurately reflect the state of gathering data that will be used to do the 1/2 PMF studies at that time, April 16, 2019?
Yes, April 17th. Yes, or the phone call happened on the 16th. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then you say, quote, however, the plan and timeframes outlined above are acceptable. What plans and timelines outlined above are you talking about?
I believe that's in reference to maximum the gate test happening in June of 2019. So Mr. Perkypile agreed that the assumptions in the hydraulic rating curve as far as gate openings needed to be confirmed, and that they would plan to do that in June 2019.
You had some genuine concerns about the gates as of this time, April 2019.
There were concerns about the assumptions in the hydraulic calculations.
And you needed to go actually look at the gates and see how far they could open to verify whether those assumptions were accurate.
We needed the owner to verify that those assumptions were accurate before we would accept the calculation.
And he tells you he's gonna provide you with that verification, correct?
Correct.
Did you get that verification of the gate information before you attended the hearing for the Part 307 legal lake order?
No.
And you weren't able to verify 1/2 PMF flows before the legal lake level hearing to determine whether the dam was in compliance with Part 315, correct?
That's correct.
And you say, when you say would not object to normal operation of the dam until spillway capacity can be confirmed using best available information and most recent analyses, does that mean the dam safety program would not object to the establishment of the normal legal lake level until spillway capacity can be confirmed?
No,
What does that mean?
that means that there was no cause to change or no reason to believe that the normal operations of the dam needed to change in between the time of April to June until more information was available. So I don't know if you want me to elaborate, but
Well, I want to ask a follow-up question. Implicit in that statement is that if the spillway capacity is confirmed to fail the 1/2 PMF test, if the dam is confirmed to not be able to pass 1/2 PMF, then that would be reason for the dam safety program to object to normal operation. Would you agree?
potentially.
So you write, in the meantime, monitoring during high flows, especially during flow event approaching 1/2 PMF, is imperative. When weather forecasts predict large rainfall events and flood flows are expected, it would be prudent to increase monitoring at the dam and operate gates accordingly to pass flows safely, end quote. That indicates to me that while you're determining whether or not this dam actually can pass 1/2 PMF, you believed it was imperative to keep an eye on the weather, correct? And I'm not straining those words, right?
What I said there was that during high flow events that approach spillway capacity maximum of a dam, it's imperative that they're out there monitoring, which is the case with any dam. If a storm is predicted that could jeopardize the safety of a dam, that there should be monitoring before, during, and after that to ensure that the dam is performing adequately.
Did you inform the court as part of the legal lake level hearing or proceedings or in any pleading that you were still waiting to confirm the actual gate operations at the dam?
No.
Did you tell them that you were still processing the data and information needed to calculate whether the dam was in compliance with the dam safety statute in terms of whether it could pass 1/2 PMF or not?
No.
Did you tell the court that you had advised folks within, well, this email went to Mario Fusco, D. Porcupine, and Lee Mueller. Did you tell the court that you had had this discussion about the need to monitor weather forecasts given the state of the dam?
No.
Your email here does not say what will happen if the spillway capacity is confirmed to be less than 1/2 PMF, correct?
No.
Why do you conclude this letter by saying this email does not constitute MDEQ authorization to begin refilling the impoundment to normal summer levels? As this action may require a permit under Part 301 inland lakes and streams.
I believe that I felt that prudent because we, said that the dam safety program would not object to normal operation of the dam until the capacity can be confirmed. I did not want that to be constituted as authorization because at that time, the impoundment had been lowered, I believe, over the winter. And they needed to correspond with Saginaw Bay District office to confirm whether a permit would need to be issued to allow that water level to come back up per the Part 301 statute.
After meeting with Dee Perkypile on April 16, 2019, you continued to work on providing Eagle's input for the 307 lake level order, correct?
That's correct.
And if you take a look at Exhibit 97, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 97 as a chain of emails, including you, with the first one at the top dated Monday, April 29, 2019?
Yes.
All right, could you turn to page 4 of the exhibit, please? You see your email dated April 18, 2019 to several recipients, subject Edenville Dam discussion.
What date, please? Oh, the one on top, April 18th.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in this email, you remind these folks from MDEQ and also DNR that you all can provide any comments or concerns you'd like to include in our response through the AG's office. And they can provide those comments to you, or if you'd like to provide testimony at the hearing, let the AAG CC'd on this note know by no later than April 26, correct?
Yes.
And so this consistent with what we talked about earlier, the MDNR and MDEQ people familiar with the environmental or dam safety aspects of the dam were free to provide whatever input into the 307 process they wanted, right?
That's correct.
And they weren't restricted or prohibited in any way from what information they would want to share from their respective area.
Yeah, that's typically the comments would have to be relevant to the statutes that we administer. Yes.
If you go back to page 3, actually, sorry, you're going to have to look at page 2 to get the context for page 3. At the bottom of page 2 is the beginning of an email from Kyle Krieger. Dated April 23rd, 2019, correct?
Oh, 23rd, yes, at the bottom.
And it looks like, and I hate dealing with email exhibits for this reason. It looks like in the next email up the page, he forwarded that to you on April 29, 2019. So you'd be aware of what he was saying, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you look at page 3 now. In this paragraph where he says, this order is pre-acquisition for the Four Lakes Task Force. So having a level set prior to them acquiring the projects or water control equipment seems wrong. Do you see that?
I do.
And he writes, if they end up failing to do this, the order will be in place and there are questions about requiring or enforcing lake levels on that private entity. Similar situation to Black Lake, Sheboygan County. Were you familiar with the situation in Black Lake, Sheboygan County?
Yes.
And at the end of this paragraph, Mr. Krieger questions, quote, "So what happens if the order is put in place and the assessment district doesn't fly?" End quote. See what I'm referring to?
Yes.
That was a realistic concern, wasn't it? That just because Four Lakes Task Force says it wants to buy the dams and says it wants to go to court to petition as a delegated authority to get a legal lake level, that there are legal complications, problems in the funding process, special assessment district that could hold it all up. Correct?
I don't think that's a valid concern, no.
He was pointing to an empirical example that happened in Black Lake.
That example doesn't pertain to ownership. Black Lake is inherently different than this situation, but statute specifically allows for the county to obtain easement ownership all the way up through condemnation if they need to. So I don't think that the ability of the counties to obtain access or ownership of the dams was ever really a relevant issue.
So as far as you're concerned, this whole thing was going to go exactly according to the book.
No, I'm saying that there's very little risk of the order being established and the county not being able to obtain ownership of dams. And that's happened. It happens. I think there's 350 some lake level structures in the state. And I would say, I don't know what the percentages are, but there are a lot of them that are not owned by the counties, that are owned by the private property owners who own access and maintenance agreement over those dams that allow them to fulfill their duties under 307 and levy, taxes to fund the O&M. So it's Kyle's opinion, but I don't believe that that's necessarily a accurate assessment.
All right, fair enough. If you go to exhibit 94, please. Exhibit 94 is a series of emails from April 26, 2019 between Daniel Bach, you, and some others, correct?
That's correct.
And in this email, at the bottom, there's an email from, is it Joseph Colian from Clark Hill Law Firm?
I believe it's Kalani.
Polini, sorry. If he's listening, I'm sorry, Joe. Joe Colini from Clark Hill actually shares with you and Dan Bach the revised draft of the proposed 307 order, correct?
That's correct.
And he does that so you can contribute any changes you want to contribute to the order, correct?
Typical for the prosecuting attorney or outside counsel who is handling these 307 to share an advance copy of the order so that we can review what's going to be proposed and make sure that we don't have any objections to the language in the order. That would lead us to need to provide testimony or object in any way to the establishment of the lake level under that proposed order.
So you're only going to have to flip one tab to go to exhibit 95, please. And do you recognize exhibit 95 as an email to you, from you to Ron Hansen and Warren Miller? Subject, Four Lakes updated draft lake level study.
Yes.
And it's dated April 26, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And you're sending low flow data for Spicer for them to use in their lake level study?
For them to consider, yes.
Low flow data relates to environmental concerns about protecting wildlife, correct?
The specific concern is during refilling of the impoundments in the spring when a lake level includes a different winter level from a summer level. So when they draw down the water in the winter, they're discharging more flow. So there's concerns that, you know, they're not causing flooding and things like that or drawing down too quickly. And then in the spring, typically when they refill the impoundment, we want to typically see at least a minimum discharge from the dam so that the downstream river doesn't dry up and cause the environmental impact. So yes, it's environmental impacts.
And that's how, when the pleading goes in from the Attorney General's office supporting the setting of a legal lake level order, it describes it as an environmental impact issue, right?
The minimum discharge issue, what you're talking about?
Correct.
Yes, that's an environmental issue.
In fact, if you look at Exhibit 98, you recognize these as emails between you and Ron Hansen on April 30th, 2019?
Yeah.
And in the email in the middle, Ron's describing minimum flow rates as 650 CFS during walleye and 210 for remainder. Water temperature and DO are specified on Sanford. I mean, these are related to ecological concerns, correct?
These are related to, I believe, articles that were in the FERC licenses, but they are ecological in nature, yes.
That's informing what ultimately becomes Eagle's position through the Attorney General's office is we won't oppose the setting of this legal lake level order as long as these minimum flows are part of the order that sets it.
That would be one of the considerations, yes.
Exhibit 101.
Different binder?
Stipulated book, maybe.
While we're doing that, let's all, anybody wants to stand up and stretch?
Close this one, I'll get through that.
Too much on that.
What's the number?
101, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. So you can continue your exam. I'm going to stand for a little bit.
Okay.
Scan if it wants to.
Mr. Trumbull, you have open in front of you Exhibit 101, which has been stipulated for admission. An email from Daniel Bach to you and others dated May 1st, 2019. You see it?
I do.
And this email and exhibit attach the copy of what was filed with the circuit court in Midland, setting forth Eagle's position on the setting of the 307 lake level order, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you agree with Mr. Bach's sentence here in the first paragraph. Our position is clear that we don't object to the relief requested in the petition, provided that those paragraphs we discussed are included in the court's order, correct?
That's correct.
And the only two provisions that Eagle wanted to include in this order were first, that permits required by law must be obtained prior to commencement of work to achieve or maintain the legal lake level, correct?
That's correct.
And the other provision was related to what we were just talking about, which was maintaining minimum flow rates,
Maintaining what, sorry?
minimum flow rates. Is that correct?
I believe the conclusion is that they would adopt by reference the language from the previous PERC license, which did include minimum flow rates amongst other things.
And it does not say anything about the critical need to increase spillway capacity to protect life, limb, and property, correct?
That's correct.
And it doesn't say that spillway capacity must be remedied, correct?
Those were terms used in the PERC revocation order, which don't apply to Michigan law, so I don't know why it would.
Well, part of your job was to be familiar with what those FERC licensing records and regulation records provided, correct?
I don't understand the question.
You were familiar with what was in those FERC records before this 307 lake level order got set?
I was familiar with the revocation order, yes.
And even though FERC warned that the spillway capacity issue had to be remedied, must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property, there's no mention of that anywhere in relation to the 307 lake level proceeding, correct?
That's correct. It would have been inappropriate to have included a PERC standard that no longer applied to a to a proceeding that was governed by state statute.
It would have been inappropriate to tell the court that the spillway capacity issue must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property.
That was a statement made by PERC in accordance with their regulations that passed full EMF.
Right. My question is, it would have been inappropriate for you to mention to the Gladwin County Circuit Court, hey, we've got a red flag here. FERC handed this dam over to us, and in the course of doing so, said that the spillway capacity problem is such that it must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property. It would have been inappropriate to say that?
Yes, because that was in reference to a PMF standard on which the state cannot enforce.
You were at this point still determining whether the dam truly met the state's 1/2 PMF standard, correct?
Right.
And did you tell the court that you were still awaiting final calculations, but you had an assessment from Byron Lane and as far back as 2013 that this dam failed the 1/2 PMF standard for part 315?
No, and I think that you've mischaracterized the email from Byron as well.
Mischaracterized it? How so?
The email from Byron in 2013, that the preliminary analysis indicates that it's not likely that the dam meets 1/2 PMF or meets state requirements. That had not been determined at that point.
So only once it's conclusively determined should you inform anyone that the dam fails to comply with the state's dam safety statute.
Yes, we should not make a determination based on and any type of analysis that's not been confirmed.
So in February of 2020, when you conclusively determined that this dam doesn't meet 1/2 PMF, I would expect that your first call would be to the Attorney General or the Midland Circuit Court to say, the premise of your lake level order that this dam is safe and compliant with state law is incorrect. I need to notify you that it's out of compliance. You didn't do that, correct?
I didn't do that and I don't understand your logic and assuming that that would be my first phone call.
Second phone call? A phone call? Not at all. Just not a call you'd make.
I don't see how the two are directly related.
You attended the 307 Lake Level hearing in person, is that correct? Was Mr. Bach or Mr. Gamble or anyone else from the Attorney General's office in court that day?
I don't believe Mr. Bach was present and Mr. Gamble was not there, but I do believe Leland was present.
Do you always attend 307 Lake Level proceedings in person for dams under your jurisdiction, or was this a unique case in some way?
I don't attend all of them, no. I attend some.
The decision in April and May of 2019 to not object to the lake level order was a choice you made in collaboration with others in your department and in DNR, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, you had already raised concerns with Ron Hansen at Spicer that the analysis of spillway capacity might not be adequate. Is that correct? And the concerns you raised with Ron Hansen at Spicer were that if you revised the calculations, the dam did not meet the state 1/2 PMF test, correct?
No,
You recall saying that in your deposition?
saying that there was more than one factor. The calculations need to be revised and we needed to confirm that the flows are correct. And then we needed to dive into the issue of wave set up and run up to understand appropriate freeboard was required. So it's not a,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just can't quite hear you. And then we needed to issue a, go ahead.
I'll try to rephrase or restate. I don't know exactly what. So I said that there are more factors than just the spillway calculations that went into the determination of whether or not the dam met spillway capacity requirements, which would have included confirmation of the 1/2 PMF flow estimates and consideration of wave run up and freeboard requirements.
And including all those calculations, you told Ron Hansen that if you were concerned that if you revised those calculations in some combination, the dam did not meet the state 1/2 PMF rule, correct?
When was this?
In the April, May 2019 timeframe.
I don't recall specifically when. I know that Spicer made that assertion. I don't recall making that assertion.
If you take a look at page 82 of your deposition, are you on page 82?
I am, yeah.
Okay, if you start looking at line 10, you were asked the question, and is it fair to say that you never informed the court that you had not made a determination as to whether or not the state spillway met part 315 in May and April 2019, correct? What was your answer to that?
That's correct.
And then you were asked, you had those concerns at that time because you raised those with Ron Hansen, correct?
That's correct.
And your answer was, quote, I had concerns that the analysis provided may not be adequate, correct?
That's correct.
And then the question was asked at line 19. So therefore, the concerns were that it did not meet the state 1/2 PMF rules, correct?
That's correct.
And your answer was, on the record, what was your answer?
The concerns that it might not meet that if we revise those calculations, yes.
And then you were asked the question, quote, "That's a pretty big deal. The dam not being able, the spillway being inadequate, because without the ability to pass the water, that's increasing the water levels behind the dam, correct?" And what was your answer?
Yeah, if it can't meet the criteria, it means it's not meeting the state requirement of spillway capacity.
And that testimony was truthful when you gave it in your deposition on April 8th, 2025?
Want to finish the answer?
Oh, sure.
But it doesn't increase the water level behind the dam because the dam existed in that configuration for nearly 100 years.
I see. So you're saying if it can't meet 1/2 PMF, then it's not meeting the state's Part 315 requirement for spillway capacity, correct? That's part of your answer.
Yes, if that was determination was made, that would be the conclusion.
Okay. And then it says, but it doesn't increase the water level behind the dam because the dam existed in that configuration for nearly 100 years. That's what you said?
That's correct.
At the bottom of page 83, you were asked, speaking about water, when it can't pass through the spillway, it's going to stay behind Wixom Lake. And that's going to increase, or that's going to result in increased water levels on Wixom Lake, correct? What was your answer?
Correct.
And then you were asked, so reduced spillway increases water levels, and increased water levels also increases static head on the dam, correct?
Correct.
Testified later on this page that you quote, understand that decreased spillway capacity results in higher water levels during a flood, correct?
What are you referring to?
Page lines 14 and 15. You understand that decreased spillway capacity results in higher water levels during a flood.
Yes, I said that, yes.
And higher water, in your words, increases flood loading. Is that correct?
Yeah, high water, yes, it includes the flood building.
And at the bottom, you were asked, you did not inform the court of these issues when you edited the Part 307 order. In your answer?
No, I did not.
And the next page, your edits of the Part 307 order dealt with water quality and not with dam safety, correct? In your answer?
That's correct.
It's true, you did not make any edits related to the Part 307 order that dealt with dam safety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk about the gate testing. Did you attend in person the gate testing at the dam?
No, I did not.
You got a report back from that, from D. Perkypile and from Spicer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does it sound right, or do you know that the dam gate testing happened on June 14th, 2019?
I'd have to review that memo to confirm the date.
I don't know if it helps refresh your memory. Why don't you look at Exhibit 106, please? This one's probably stipulated. Do you have exhibit 106 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Exhibit 106 is the Perky-Pyle Consulting Technical Memorandum dated June 19, 2019. It's been stipulated for admission. If you look at the first three paragraphs here, does this refresh your recollection that the gate testing at the dam occurred on June 19th, 2019?
June 14th.
Sorry. The date of the memo is, doesn't take much to trick me. It's a good thing I'm not the witness, Mr. Trumbull. The gate testing memorandum was dated June 19th, but the testing occurred on June 14th.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for my confusion on the date. If you look at the second page, at the bottom, it says the maximum gate opening for the hoist system is 6 feet. The gates cannot be lifted higher due to the limitations of the cart height above the bridge deck and the center yoke not allowing further travel. End quote. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to disagree with the conclusion of the gate testing conducted by Perky-Pyle and the engineers from Spicer and a couple other places that the maximum gate opening for this hoist system was 6 feet?
That's with the hoist system. Yes.
You don't have
I'm sorry.
any-
No reason to disagree.
Okay, thank you. The gate tests were important in this situation because there were genuine concerns about the hydraulic calculations and that they only considered something called weir flow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And weir flow is a form of water flow over the spillway that assumes the water comes over the spillway and is not interfered with in any way by those radial gates that come up and down, correct?
That's correct.
And the other part of this genuine concern was that was whether or not the gates were able to raise completely out of the water during all elevations in what you call the spillway rating curves.
That's correct.
And another part of the concern was that the gates might not be physically capable of raising that high, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If you take a look at Exhibit 391, please. Or get you the book.
Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize Exhibit 391 as a memo from Ted Champagne, project engineer at the Spicer Group, to you dated September 18, 2019?
I do.
And the subject is Edenville Dam gate tests, correct?
Yes.
And these are the same gate tests that were performed on June 14, 2019 that we just discussed. If you see on page 1, at the bottom of the third paragraph, where it says, quote, Eagle requires safely passing the 1/2 PMF. See what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Spicer knew, and you had spoken to them about the fact that this dam had to be calculated as passing 1/2 PMF to be compliant with the state's dam safety law, right?
That's correct.
And then it says, since the dam was designed and constructed prior to the time of FERC and Eagle regulation, the original design did not consider present-day design capacity requirements, end quote.
That's correct.
That in and of itself, regardless of where you fall on the calculations ultimately, seems to be a prediction that because this dam was not even designed and constructed with 1/2 PMF in mind, that it likely does not meet 1/2 PMF. Is that correct?
No, not at all,
Why not?
because they could have designed it to meet or exceed 1/2 PMF. You have to do the analysis on the existing structure to determine what it can and cannot pass. You can't assume that.
So the fact that it's old and predates dam safety law does not in and of itself tell you that it's likely to pass or fail.
That's correct.
Which is why you're doing the calculations.
Yes.
Right. Oh, by the way, this is just a point of curiosity that one of my co-counsel raised during the morning break. When you have all the data you need and you've got it all where you need it, how long does it take to do these calculations of whether a dam meets or does not meet 1/2 PMF?
It depends. I mean, this dam was fairly complex with six gates with different openings, different geometries, things like that. So, probably a couple days to do the preliminary calcs, and then it was, once we had all the information, and probably some internal review and then external review as well to confirm. So
When you say like a couple days, do you mean like a 9 to 5 day grinding through it and doing the work? Does it require that much time?
no, a lot of the time is looking through the information to suss out, the details that you need, the dimensions, and it's like, these are, there's a lot of, talk here, technical talk about angles and net openings and things like that. And a lot of those are calculations you have to make before you can input. Once you have all the inputs established and confirmed, calculations can be run in a few minutes in an Excel spreadsheet, but it's a lot of looking back through the documents and pulling those individual details for all the gates that takes a lot.
The page 2 of the Spicer report at the very top. Says the maximum gate opening for the hoist system is 6 feet, correct?
Correct.
In fact, I think as Mr. Perkypile testified in his trial testimony, his de bene essay deposition, it looks like Spicer copied and pasted his language and put it right in their memo, correct?
I wasn't present for that, and I don't understand. I don't have access to that other documents, so I couldn't.
Regardless, you'd agree that the Spicer memo sets forth the same conclusion as Perkypile, that the maximum gate opening for the hoist system is 6 feet,
That's what the memo says, yes.
and that the gates can't be lifted any higher due to limitations of the equipment.
Yes, I believe that's when the shackle would interfere with the lift mechanism, and
And you agree with those findings?
I don't have any reason to disagree with those.
On page 7 of the report, at the bottom, Spicer reports to you its conclusion that, quote, at this point in time, based on documents reviewed, the Four Lakes Task Force does not believe that the Edenville Dam can be operated to meet the Eagle Dam safety requirement to pass the 1/2 PMF without certain repairs and improvements, end quote. See what I'm referring to?
Yes,
This is the dam owner or incoming dam owner, Four Lakes Task Force, telling you that the dam cannot be operated as is to meet the Eagle Dam safety requirement, correct?
They're saying that it's not likely.
Where does it say likely? It says does not
Does
believe.
not believe.
It says does not believe the dam can be operated to meet the Eagle Dam safety requirements to pass the 1/2 PMF without certain repairs and improvements, correct?
Correct.
So they're telling you it can't be operated as is in compliance with Part 315, correct?
That was their assertion, yeah.
And they didn't have any reason to lie to you or misrepresent that fact, correct?
I don't believe so.
In fact, if they believe that the dam is not compliant with the state's mandatory safety rules, you want to encourage them to tell you that fact, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you hope they share that with you, right?
yes.
On the next page, Spicer recommends a few things. Says the Four Lakes Task Force has the following plans to address this. 1, request a lake level drawdown in winter 2019/2020. 2, install new gate hoist system. 3, update the PMF study to verify 1/2 PMF design flow rates. 4, develop comprehensive repair plan that provides adequate spill capacity. 5, complete repairs by 2024, correct?
That's correct.
The first of those parts of the plan, the request for a lake level drawdown in winter 2019/2020. They requested it and Eagle wouldn't approve it, correct?
That's correct.
They did it anyway, correct?
That's also correct.
And after they did it anyway, they received a notice of enforcement from, was it from Eagle or the Attorney General's office in December 2019 for having done that?
That would have been from Eagle.
The installation of a new gate hoist system did not happen, correct?
No, it was, I believe that the gate hoists were being manufactured at the time of the failure.
It was still being manufactured. Okay. The updated PMF study to verify 1/2 PMF design flow rates, that did happen. And that's the work that was wrapped up by February 4, 2020, correct?
I do believe that it was happening. I would have to check the dates on when it was completed.
The Four Lakes Task Force has a
Wait,
plan,
did you say February 24th, 2020?
February 4, 2020.
No, I believe that happened after with Ayers and Applied Weather Associates. I believe that happened.
Oh, I see. So the PMF study to verify 1/2 PMF design flow rates is different from the calculations that were happening about whether the dam could safely pass 1/2 PMF.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
When the state assesses 1/2 PMF, we use best available information to do that. There are instances where a dam owner can collect additional site-specific information and commission a more detailed PMF study. That's what they're referring to here. And that's what they did ultimately, I believe, after the failures.
So reading the top and number 4 together, it says the Four Lakes Task Force has the following plan to develop a comprehensive repair plan that provides adequate spillway capacity, right? They had a plan to develop a plan at this point.
Yes, they were working on the preliminary phases of design, I believe at this time or shortly thereafter.
And that repair plan was not finalized, correct?
No, it was in development.
And the actual provision of updated or upgraded spillway capacity didn't happen.
No improvements had been made to the spillway capacity at that time of the failure.
And under their plan, assuming they develop a plan, get the permits, everything's approved, they've got the money, they've got the tools, they've got the equipment, they've got the person power, they've got everything else in place. And all that goes according to plan. Number 5 says they wanted to complete repairs by 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you take a look at Exhibit 117, please. This one. So it's going to be, it's recently stipulated, which means previously contested. So it's going to be in the contested book.
Which volume?
Contested volume 1.
I'm great.
You have 117 in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 117 as an email from Ron Hansen to several recipients, including yourself, dated September 21, 2019?
I do.
And in this email, Mr. Hansen indicates he's writing as a follow-up to your meeting on Friday regarding the Edenville Dam.
Yes.
And the meeting that had happened on that Friday, which would have been September 20th, 2019, was about their request to draw down Wixom Lake for the winter for safety reasons.
Safety reasons due to potential ice conditions.
And ultimately, you did a lot of groundwork and you spoke with other dam operators, at least in Michigan, I don't know if elsewhere, about what they did during the winter to safely operate a dam during ice conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And you pushed back on this request because you felt that Four Lakes Task Force and Boyce could manage winter ice by sending people out with power washers to spray the ice off if ice accumulated on the gates. Was that your conclusion?
To spray with the heated power washers, install bubblers and heat tape and other things that folks do to control ice at dam gates during winter, yes.
And those were the reasons why it was Mr. Rudolph, I think, who processed the denial of their application, told them that no, they did not have permission from Eagle. They did not have authorization to draw down the winter lake level any further, correct?
Yeah, that's good. Under Part 301, Eagle is precluded from issuing a permit if a feasible and prudent alternative exists that would avoid and minimize impacts.
And you did the legwork on finding out from other sources whether you thought a feasible and prudent alternative existed, correct?
Yes, from the control of ice on dam gates perspective, I did, yes.
And there were emails back and forth between you and Mr. Rudolph and you and Mr. Hansen at Spicer, laying out sort of your reasoning and your findings as to why you thought there were reasonable, prudent alternatives to the drawdown.
I believe so, yes.
And again, they did it anyway, right?
Right.
At the bottom of this email, Mr. Hansen writes, other items that were discussed in the meeting were the results of the gate testing and response to Luke's questions from March. In short, the Four Lakes Task Force has concluded that the dam does not have the hydraulic capacity to meet the state of Michigan Part 315 dam safety hydraulic requirements, and the dam cannot be safely operated during the winter months of 2019, 2020 at the normal legal winter level. The Four Lakes Task Force is presently working to implement a plan that would repair the dam and bring it into compliance with Part 315 with a scheduled completion date by 2024, end quote. You see where that's, where he writes that?
I do.
Okay. Does that accurately summarize what you remember from the meeting on September 20th on those topics?
It leaves out, one vital piece of information is that we had repeatedly requested any actual analysis performed by Spicer to support that belief or determination, and never received any. That's why, later, once provided with the geometry and all the things that were needed to complete those calculations, I ended up doing the calculations myself because they were not forthcoming from the Spicer group. So it's hard to make a regulatory determination based on an assertion in an email or a letter without absent the data and the calculations to support that determination.
Following this email on September 20th, did they provide you with that data?
No.
No. Okay. Where did you get the data from that you used to come up with your updated calculations by the end of January 2020?
So I have to rephrase. I did not receive updated hydraulic calculations from Spicer at any point after we'd requested them several times. I just started asking for the actual inputs we would need to develop the calculations ourselves. We did receive those from Spicer Group, the dimensions and the gate, the normal openings of the gates and some of the geometries of the gates so that we could make those determinations and produce the calculations ourselves.
And these calculations, the purpose of these calculations was to determine whether the dam was capable of safely passing 1/2 PMF.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And in part with the information you got from Spicer and the information you had on your own, you finished those calculations again at the end of January, shared them with Spicer. They agreed with your conclusions.
Correct.
The email here from Mr. Hanson, again, speaks in terms of repair plan that was needed to bring the dam into compliance with Part 315, right? So he's speaking about what it will take to bring the dam into compliance, right?
That's correct.
Which means that if he's correct that the dam does not meet Part 315, it's out of compliance at that point, right?
That was his assertion.
And you determined it to be out of compliance when you determine it can't pass 1/2 PMF.
Correct.
So the Four Lakes Task Force here again is saying it's going to take until 2024 to bring the dam into compliance, correct?
It was until 2024 for them to do several things. Complete their due diligence to identify if there's any deficiencies that were not accounted for already, to complete the gate hoist upgrades, which were planned for 2020. They did do some interim concrete repairs during the drawdown prior to the refill in 2020. And then the rest of the time would have been further assessment, engineering assessment of the dam to identify if there are any other deficiencies, with structural stability, embankment stability, anything like that, and achieve the overall goal of full PMF spillway capacity with adequate freeboard. And to not only, that would certainly achieve compliance with any state law, but also their intent was to regain compliance with federal law so that they could become relicensed upon completion of those repairs. So that was the overall 2024 schedule.
So all of those things and perhaps more were going to happen before this dam could be back in compliance with Part 315.
No. Not that. The full PMF spillway capacity requirement would have never been required under state law.
Not the front part.
If they had identified any additional deficiencies related to safety, those would have to be remedied as well. The initial one, once it was determined, would have been the 1/2 PMF spillway capacity compliance issue.
All right. Many of those things that you mentioned, not the parts related to operating a powerhouse, many of those things you mentioned were going to happen before this dam would be back in compliance with Part 315.
At this point, it wasn't determined that it wasn't in compliance with Part 315. The plan was to do additional further evaluation to make sure that it complied with 315 and address any concerns that might come up. So to the extent that additional deficiencies were confirmed or identified, those would have needed to be addressed.
All right. Well, at this point, you have the incoming owner admitting to the state regulator, our dam is out, based on our calculations, the dam is out of compliance with Part 315. And here are the things that are going to happen to bring it into compliance, correct?
I don't believe they had done any calculations. If they did, they hadn't produced them.
They were telling you they had done calculations.
They were telling us that they didn't believe that it met the requirement without any factual basis.
And your calculations prove them correct.
Later, yes, when we received all the information needed to perform those calculations, that was.
In the spring of 2020, when the Four Lakes Task Force signs a permit application asking Eagle to authorize raising water levels to normal summer level in Wixom Lake, they did so knowing that the Edenville Dam was not in compliance with Part 315, correct?
So when they applied in April of 2020, was that?
I think the application might have come in sooner, end of February. At that point, they knew the dam was not in compliance with Part 315, correct?
That's correct.
And so they submitted that application knowing their dam was not compliant with the Dam Safety Act.
Spillway capacity provisions and Dam Safety Act, yes.
And you would agree that the fact that they applied for authorization to raise the water level, knowing that their dam was not in compliance with that section of the Dam Safety Act, is not a reason that would support granting that application to raise the water level, correct? They come to the Dam Safety Office and they say, or to Eagle, and they say, we own a dam. It's out of compliance with state safety laws. Please approve us to use this dam to raise water levels in Wixom Lake. The fact that the dam is not in compliance certainly isn't a fact working in their favor. Would you agree with that?
I would say that there was a consideration whether the raising of the water level would have any safety impact on the dam. Previous analysis had indicated that it wouldn't. So it wouldn't, I wouldn't say it would work in their favor or against them because the two are not that closely related.
But your testimony is that it should be a consideration in determining whether to authorize that permit, that the dam is not in compliance with Part 315.
There is some consideration of non-compliance and whether or not, the permitted activity is acceptable. Yes.
So the answer is yes. Your Honor, is it close enough to noon to break for lunch? I think this is a good logical flow of the process.
11:59. So yes.
I can filibuster. Okay.
Second time.
Thanks.
Appreciate your diligent work for everybody here. It's noon approximately. We'll recess until 1 o'clock. Mr. Trumbull, see you after 1 o'clock. Anything we need to address before recess?
No, Your Honor.
That's, all right, reports and recess until 1. Thank you.
You should go back.
See, because if I tell, look, I'm,
Go
I'm,
ahead. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, I think this is much louder and I'm just a normal voice and quite a ways away. I think it'll be much better for us.
Sandwiches and your coffee for us. And then you and I can have a quick talk.
Yeah, I got some notes and
Let's go grab a sandwich and we'll have a fun conversation. Yeah, I'm part of the call, okay. You know, I need to identify that, so I. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, test, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. You got it?
Hero.
Be on, yes. Straight all the way into the hallway. When you walk in, you'll see a little coat rack there. You'll know you're in the right spot.
Great, I'm just, it's a loan. I'll return that.
Test one, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, I like that better.
All right, I wanna go, guys, I want.
I did. I will say, I want to share a funny email I got. I have a dear friend who's just a superb lawyer, great trial lawyer. Won't say his name. A lot of people would know it. And I get to see lunch. Judge Jim is in a big trial next year. That's confusing because Judge Jim is in the Court of Appeals. So I sent it back. You know, yes, but Judge Jim is also in the Court of Claims. So, but I literally got a chuckle out loud as a result of friends who had not been aware of this good fortune of mine to serve in the Court of Claims. So anyway, but it is good fortune to be here and be with each of you and serving the parties.
Set. Mr. Trumbull, before the break, we were talking about the Spicer gate test report that came to you in September 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And in that Spicer gate test report, Spicer writes to you that they don't believe the dam can safely pass 1/2 PMF in its current configuration, correct?
that's correct.
And you said that you doubted whether Spicer even did those calculations.
I said that I don't think they had done the calculations, or if they had not produced them.
So, what's your honest opinion on the situation now? Do you think they did them and didn't produce them? Or that they didn't do them at all and they're just telling you that they had calculated the dam to come in below 1/2 PMF?
I don't think they ever said that they calculated the dam to not be able to pass 1/2 PMF. They said that don't believe that it can in its current configuration. So if they had done calculations to support those claims, they had never provided them to Eagle for review. So I don't know if they did them internally or they didn't. They'd never manifested and were never supplied to us.
Do you think that they were misrepresenting to you in any way, that there were underlying calculations supporting their belief?
I don't think they ever made that assertion, so it wouldn't be a misrepresentation. They just indicated that they don't believe that it could pass 1/2 PMF. I don't know what the basis for that belief was. It was never communicated to us.
Do you recall a time in November, it was around November 12 and November 13 of 2019, when there was an inquiry from a property owner named Bill Lang about
What's the last name?
Lang, Lang, about the need for, whether there was a need for spillway capacity upgrades at the dam?
I vaguely remember the inquiry, yes.
If you take on November 12 and November 13 of 2019.
Thank you.
If you take a look, Mr. Trumbull, at exhibit number 126.
Finder's that?
126, was this a stipulated originally? I think that's it.
I see it. It's in this one.
Got it? Okay, thanks.
That's not good.
Sure, you go.
A little closer to you still.
Okay.
Microphone.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
I'm running out of room here, so I will.
I had to start using the shelf behind me, so.
Okay. I'm open to 126.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize exhibit 126 as a couple of emails exchanged between you and Teresa Seidel on November 12, 2019?
Yes.
And it begins on the bottom with Teresa asking you in the subject, how do we know that the spillway doesn't meet the state requirements? Question mark. And then she writes in the body of the email, shouldn't this have been known already? You see that?
Yes,
And you answered that question in your email at the top of the page, correct?
correct.
Okay. If you can, why don't you read your answer into the record for us?
Yes, Boyce's engineer had submitted some analysis that indicated the dam did meet state requirements. The analysis were incomplete/flawed. Spicer is gathering information to do a better analysis, which point to the fact that the dam will not, in its current condition, meet state requirements. Once we have that data, we'll be able to say with certainty that upgrades are or are not needed.
Okay, when you refer to Boyce's engineer here, is that in reference to D Perkypile?
That's correct.
And it's the Perkypile analyses that you say were incomplete/flawed, correct?
Correct.
And then it says Spicer is gathering info needed to do a better analysis, comma, which point to the fact that the dam will not, in its current condition, meet state requirements, end quote. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, this email comes almost 2 months after that September Spicer report to you.
What was that exhibit number again?
The email exhibit number?
The Spicer.
Spicer is 11. It's 391. 391.
Okay.
Stipulated exhibit book. Mr. Trumbull, your email to Ms. Seidel is on November 12th, 2019, which is almost 2 months after Spicer had written that based on documents reviewed, the Four Lakes Task Force does not believe that the Edenville Dam can be operated to meet the Eagle Dam safety requirement to pass the 1/2 PMF without certain repairs and improvements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why didn't you strike that? You did not tell Ms. Seidel that Spicer had written that conclusion in their September 18th, 2019 memo to you, correct?
I'm not sure if I ever told her that or not. In the months that, from that statement till this email was drafted, I'm not sure if,
When you say something points to the fact that the dam will not in its current condition meet state requirements, what analysis or data or report are you referring to there?
at this point, I believe that I had requested the additional geometries and gate opening, normal gate opening calculations and other pertinent data related to the shape of the spillway that would be needed to complete those calculations. So I can't remember the exact details, but there was some back and forth with Spicer on what is exactly needed to calculate hydraulic capacity because they had not provided any hydraulic capacity calculations. And this would have been in reference to that information, which we would need to complete those calculations and confirm whether or not the dam did meet half PMF spillway capacity requirements.
Yeah, I get it that you wanted more calculations, but you seem to suggest that there is something which points to the fact that the dam will not, in its current condition, meet state requirements. What is it that points to that fact? Or what was it as of this point in time?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm assuming it was that was the assertion of the Spicer group that it would not once those gate openings were incorporated into revised calculations. And as I had stated, we'd requested those calculations hadn't been provided, so we were working to gather the information to complete those calculations at this time.
But you didn't tell her that Spicer had already claimed to have done that and shared their belief that the dam did not meet 1/2 PMF already.
I believe I answered that in the previous question that I don't recall whether I mentioned that specifically between when that comment was made and when this email was drafted.
Were there any other instances throughout your interactions with Spicer where you felt that they were telling you that they had done something, an analysis, a calculation, work, whatever it might be, when in fact you thought they had not done it?
I don't believe there was specifically any instance where that they had asserted they had done something and I didn't believe that they had.
What about in regards to the legal lake level study that they did earlier in 2019? Was there anything in there that you thought Spicer was putting into that report that they couldn't back up or hadn't produced calculations or a proper analysis for?
There's nothing that comes to mind from the lake level study, no.
In June of 2020, they released a inspection report for the Edenville Dam, correct?
That's correct.
And they had done the work on that inspection report from early 2019 through March of 2020, I believe. Is that correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Was there anything in that inspection report that you believe Spicer was representing or setting out as its belief or conclusion that wasn't supported by an actual underlying analysis or work of some kind?
I would have to review the report in detail to refresh my memory, but that nothing comes to mind specifically. That would have been absent proper analysis.
The take a look at exhibit 129, please.
Okay.
I know you're not copied on exhibit 129, but it's an email from Teresa Seidel to Bill Lang dated November 13, 2019. And do you recognize this as an email that Ms. Seidel wrote to Mr. Lang based on your answer to his questions?
I believe that, yes, I would add input on the response, yes.
And did you have a chance to look at it and finalize it before it was sent out to Mr. Lang?
I don't believe so. I believe I provided some of the responses to Teresa and then Teresa would have finalized the email. If I reviewed it before it went out, I don't recall that.
At the top of the second page, it indicates, quote, still awaiting final report, but verbal communications indicate that previous analysis overestimated spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you referring to the verbal communications from Spicer to you?
It would have been both the communications with Deep Porcupine confirming some of the assumptions, and then the follow-up conversations with Spicer related to the gate tests and other things that they were looking into.
It doesn't mention the Spicer memo in writing dated September 18, 2019, which states again in writing that the Four Lakes Task Force does not believe the dam can be operated to meet the Eagle Dam safety requirement, correct?
This email does not say that, no.
It does say in number 10, quote, it is likely that the dam does not, in its current condition, meet state requirement to be able to pass 1/2 PMF and will require modifications to meet this standard. End quote. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Is that conclusion based on the Spicer memo?
This conclusion is, I wouldn't call this a conclusion. It's a statement that something is likely. But I think that it would have been based on all the information available to us at that time.
What paragraph? I'm sorry.
Paragraph 10. There's a series of numbered paragraphs that start at the bottom.
Okay. My staff has convinced me that I should try to do this digitally. So I'm in a brave new world and it's going to take me a few minutes. I may have to go to the gym since I'm not lifting the binders every time, but, all right. So let me see. Thank you.
Did the information that was conveyed to Bill Lang in paragraph number 10 come from the Spicer report of September 18?
I believe it would have been in part from the Spicer report and part from our review of the available data that it was likely at that point that it did not meet the criteria, that we were still waiting on information to confirm.
And you agreed with that statement that it was likely, as of that time, it was likely that the dam does not in its current condition meet state requirement to be able to pass 1/2 PMF, correct?
Yes,
And that it would require modifications to meet the state requirement, the state standard.
that was a likely scenario at that point, yes.
No one in these emails with Bill Lang tells him that yes, for certain, the state, the dam needs to be modified to increase its spillway capacity, correct?
That's correct. That determination had not been made at this point.
And no one says to him that even if the dam fails to meet 1/2 PMF, we're still willing to authorize the use of this dam to increase water levels on Wixom Lake, correct?
At this point, there would have been no authorization to increase. The lake would have been at summer level.
No one tells him what's going to happen or what has to happen if the dam is conclusively determined not to meet 1/2 PMF, correct?
I don't believe so. I believe if you read further down, on the November 12th response from Teresa, she indicates, once we have that data, we'll be able to say with certainty that upgrades are or are not needed. So,
And if they're needed, they're mandatory under 31516, right?
yes,
An auxiliary spillway must be installed.
that's what the statute says, yes.
Okay. It doesn't go into that level of detail with Mr. Lang, correct?
That's correct.
And obviously, no one says to him that if the dam fails to meet 1/2 PMF, Eagle's going to allow the dam to operate at full normal lake level without the required installation of an auxiliary spillway, correct?
That's not indicated in this email, no.
If you take a look at exhibit 143, please, 143.
One, please. What was it?
143.
Okay.
So 143, do you recognize this as a couple of emails? The one on the top is dated February 4th, 2020, and the one on the bottom half is dated January 31, 2020.
Yes,
And you sent these emails to Ted Champagne, Warren Miller, and Ron Hansen from Spicer, and also to Mario Fusco and Dan Devon at Eagle, correct?
yes,
And in the last big paragraph on the second page, in the January 31 email, all, please take a look and let me know if you have any concerns with the spreadsheet or calculations. Assuming this stands, the dam would be about 4,000 to 5,000 CFS short of passing 1/2 PMF with no freeboard at the low point in the earthen embankments. Factor in wave run-up/setup, and the deficiency increases significantly. No big surprise there, but I wanted to have the calcs to support that assumption before Eagle makes a final determination on hydraulic adequacy of the dam under Part 315. End quote. Does that truthfully represent your calculations and conclusions about the hydraulic adequacy of the dam as of January 31, 2020?
It appears that that would have been the determination if that spreadsheet, the hydraulic calculation spreadsheet would have been final. It also appears from the February 4th email that I made some corrections to the spreadsheet. So as of January 31st, that was the indication from the hydraulic calcs that I had provided to Spicer and other Eagle folks to review.
Okay, and so then from January 31 to sort of the next date on our timeline, January 4, 2020, you did some revisions on the spreadsheet, correct?
Correct.
And you sent those revisions over to the guys from Spicer and also to Mario and Dan.
I believe so, yes. I mean, there should be follow-up emails, but yes, I believe that to be the case.
And in the meantime, you then had a meeting with the Four Lakes Task Force on February 6, 2020. Do you recall that?
Not in any detail, I don't recall that.
If you could please take a look at Exhibit 144. You recognize Exhibit 144 as the meeting minutes of a meeting with the Four Lakes Task Force on February 6, 2020?
I do.
And on the second page, it indicates under E, existing conditions rating curves, quote, Luke and Ted have calculated the rating curves and they believe the existing rating curves are adequate. The dam does not meet Part 315 hydraulic requirements. End quote. You see that?
I do.
And then in F, it says proposed conditions rating curves. Emergency gate hoist, quote, the rating curves will be updated after gate hoist installations and will be based on the new gate tests. The rating curves will include freeboard and wave run-up results for the 1/2 PMF. Currently, it is assumed that upon completion of this calculation, the 1/2 PMF will still not be met, correct?
That's what it says.
Now, does this mean that the dam would still fail 1/2 PMF even if emergency gate equipment is used to raise the gates more than the 6 feet that the electric hoists will allow?
I don't believe so. I believe what this means is that installing that gate equipment you described would allow for the rating curve to be adjusted closer to what it previously had been with a maximum capacity of about 29,000 CFS, which would exceed the half PMF flow rate, which is about 26,000 CFS, if I'm remembering correctly. But if you were to also include wave run up and setup calculations, it might fall short of freeboard requirements. So we would have to consider that. And so there's an assumption in here that indicates that the future, that these things will be assessed in the future, and that they assume this is, these are Spicer's notes, that they assume that they still will not meet the half PMF requirement when considering freeboard,
Even with the repairs to the gates.
with the modifications to the gates so that they can be opened. I think 10 to 12 feet was what the new operators would have allowed. So it would have been, it would have certainly passed more flow. It was still to be determined whether it was enough flow to meet spillway capacity requirements when considering freeboard.
Okay. Taking a look at Exhibit 145. You recognize Exhibit 145 as an email from Ron Hansen dated February 7, 2020.
Yes.
And he says, he gives you a few updates, right? The first one is that he has a goal to submit to you the Part 315 report by the end of March, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the 315 report that you refer to. Is that a inspection report?
That's the periodic engineering inspection report required under Part 315.
And then in the second paragraph, he also gives you an update. Right now, we have been working to present current cost estimates and project financing plan at public hearing and county commissioner meetings. This is the next step as required by IRS rules, as I understand from bond attorneys. Also, we have been working on emergency repairs, including concrete for upstream piers and wing walls and new gate hoists. We will be focusing on the 315 report next. Is that consistent with your understanding that they were still presenting cost estimates and a proposed financing plan to the county commissioners?
That's what Ron indicates in his email, yes.
So no indication here that the county commissioners have approved the cost estimates or the financing plan, correct?
I believe the indication is that in order for them to approve a bond for the project, there was additional information need to be provided so that the entire project could be financed.
And he says in the next paragraph, during the public hearing process, we have received many questions regarding the project scope and estimated costs. In developing the project estimates, we have estimated that the spillway repairs, gate hoist improvements, and additional auxiliary spillway capacity would be a requirement to meet Part 315, end quote. You agree with that, right? That spillway repairs, gate hoist improvements, and auxiliary spillway capacity would be required for this dam to come into compliance with Part 315?
I don't know if at this point that had been determined. Like the previous email, or sorry, the previous meeting notes had indicated that they had not provided the updated rating curves with the gate hoist adjustments and the wave run up and setup calculations to confirm that with those modifications did or did not meet the Part 315 requirements for spillway capacity and freeboard. This is continuing to operate on their assumption that it wouldn't, and provide, further justification that the auxiliary spillways were needed.
Well, you're about 3 days away here on February 7th from telling them that you will communicate the hydraulic deficiency to Boyce Four Lakes Task Force. So it was pretty certain at this point, wasn't it, that this dam was going to be determined non-compliant with Part 315 because it had deficient spillway capacity?
Correct.
Yeah.
That wasn't the question you asked.
Yeah, and given that, it's reasonable that Ron Hansen from Spicer would estimate that spillway repairs, gate hoist improvements, and additional auxiliary spillway capacity would be a requirement to meet Part 315, correct?
No,
It's not reasonable for him to say that?
well, those are two different things. One is saying that in its current condition, without gate hoist improvements, it certainly does not meet the ability to pass the half PMF. Then it's a jump based on assumptions to say that it needs gate hoist improvements and auxiliary spillways. That analysis hadn't been completed at this time.
We talked a lot yesterday about how 31516 says that once it's determined that a dam does not meet 1/2 PMF, an auxiliary spillway must be provided, correct?
That's what it says in the statute.
Okay. That statute's mandatory. We talked about that yesterday, right?
Correct.
It doesn't have a Luke Trumbull exception, which says if Luke in his discretion decides we can wait on an auxiliary spillway, then an auxiliary spillway must no longer be provided. Doesn't say that, does it?
No, but in practice, there are many ways to achieve adequate spillway capacity. The law contemplates one, but if it can be shown that the existing spillways could be modified to adequately meet that capacity requirement, then it would no longer be in violation of that part and no longer require an auxiliary spillway to be added.
31516 doesn't say that upon a determination that a dam doesn't meet 1/2 PMF, an auxiliary spillway must be contemplated. Doesn't say that, does it?
No,
It says must be provided.
correct.
Mr. Hansen continues, quote, "From our point of view, verification from your office that this will be a requirement provides clarity on the scope and the capital improvement bond that is being requested." End quote. See what I'm referring to?
Yes,
And I think it's safe to say, based on what you just said for the last few minutes, that because you didn't agree with him, that all of those things were going to be required to comply with Part 315, your office was not going to provide that kind of verification, right?
I don't believe we provided verification that the scope that's being provided would be necessary under state law.
Yeah, and I think you gave the explanation for that. You weren't going to say that it needed to be, those things needed to be done because you don't believe that those things need to be done to comply with Part 315.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was that the analysis to determine whether or not the spillway upgrades would satisfy the requirements had not been provided. And so there's no way to say with certainty that both the spillway upgrades that were planned for 2020 and the auxiliary spillway requirement would be needed for the dam to satisfy the Part 315-16 spillway capacity and freeboard requirements.
And so you weren't willing to provide a verification from Eagle Dam Safety about what the requirements were so that the Four Lakes Task Force would have clarity on the scope and capital improvement bond that is being requested for financing.
I would say absent definitive analysis that showed that both are required, we wouldn't feel comfortable saying that's a requirement without that determination being made first.
That would hold up their ability to get the financing to do this work, right?
Potentially. I mean, so I've never been asked to provide verification for justification for financing on a 307 project outside of this instance. So I don't know if that's commonplace that that's required.
Makes sense that the banks or the underwriters who are looking at that financing application might want to know if they're asking for enough money to do what the state requires, not enough money, more money than what the state might require. That would make some sense, right?
I would expect that, so I'm not a bond attorney and don't deal in municipal bonds very frequently, but it would make sense that they would want some plan outlining how those costs would be, applied to the dam.
In the next paragraph, he says, as we discussed yesterday, the Four Lakes Task Force desires to have a new gate hoists installed yet this fall. There's a 7-month lead time to deliver the hoists. The material and delivery cost of hoists is in the $1 million range. Our opinion is adding these gate hoists will improve dam safety, and we want to have installed before next winter. We are also working on a long-term plan that includes repairing concrete and constructing new auxiliary spillway capacity. This will take several years to implement, as we discussed yesterday in the Edenville Dam pre-application meeting, end quote. Was it your understanding that even if things went to plan, they were still several years away from implementing new auxiliary spillway capacity?
According to their preliminary construction schedule, is about a 4-year process, I believe, to have the auxiliary spillways and any other necessary repairs or modifications to the dam completed.
So yes, they're still several years away, right?
4 years.
Well, he says several years here, right?
Yes, but we already looked at the schedule that said 2024 was the completion date, so that's 4 years from the time of this email.
And in here, he's saying that includes constructing new auxiliary spillway capacity. That puts us into 2024 by his estimate, right?
That was what they had provided as a preliminary construction schedule. Yes.
You had mentioned 2023 earlier. Does this kind of correct your recollection that it was actually 2024?
I'm not sure. I believe that as time passed, they revised that schedule, or they had provided an updated schedule. I'd have to look through emails. 2023 is what I remembered once they provided an updated schedule, but if I might be remembering incorrectly, I believe I remember seeing a more detailed construction schedule at some point, but
They didn't even own the dams yet, correct?
no, they did not own the dams.
You look please at exhibit 146. Do you recognize 146 as an email that you sent to Ron Hansen, Ted Champagne, Warren Miller, Mario Fusco, Dan Devon, and Nick Serwinski on February 10, 2020?
Yes.
And you write, "Good morning, Ron. Thank you for the update. We will communicate the hydraulic deficiency to Boyce and FLTF soon," correct?
Where's that?
Second line under "Good morning, Ron."
Oh, yes, sorry.
It's okay. And when you say here, the hydraulic deficiency, that phrase, the hydraulic deficiency, is the fact that the Edenville Dam was not capable of passing 1/2 PMF, correct?
Where does it say hydraulic deficiency?
In your first sentence, "We will communicate the hydraulic deficiency to Boyce and FLTF soon."
Oh, yes, sorry.
That phrase, hydraulic deficiency, reflects the fact that the Edenville Dam was not capable of passing 1/2 PMF, correct?
Correct, at that time.
And you write in the big paragraph at the bottom, "As for the Edenville Dam, the critical issue at hand is the current lack of spillway capacity," end quote. That was your words, right?
Yes.
The fact that the dam did not pass 1/2 PMF was a genuine concern at this point in time, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you write at the top of this email, "Part 315 requires that all regulated dams are maintained in a safe, structurally sound, and hydraulically adequate condition," end quote. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
What you wrote here in the email on February 10th, 2020 was truthful, correct?
This email? Yes.
And as we've talked about, sorry, ad nauseum at this point, it was determined in about January 2020 that the dam for certain did not comply with Part 315, correct?
In early February, I believe.
You recall testifying in your deposition that it was determined in about January 2020 that the dam for certain did not comply with Part 315?
I remember, if I said that in the deposition, I might have been mistaken in that the January 31 email was when I sent the spreadsheet to Spicer and Eagle folks for confirmation, and then it was confirmed and further modified and confirmed on February 4th. So I might have misspoken in the deposition, but it was
Okay.
late
your-
January, early February.
Let's
Yes.
look at your deposition testimony to see if you misspoke or not. Got that? Okay.
Page is that?
Bottom of 98.
I don't see anything at the bottom of 98.
Bottom of 98. Question, did it comply with Part 315? And why don't you read your answer on the top of 99?
That's the thing that we were worried or concerned about, that there are no specific requirements of Part 315 related to embankment stability. There are specific requirements of Part 315 related to hydraulic capacity, and that's what we were trying to determine. It didn't determine until January-ish of 2020 that the dam for certain did not comply with Part 315.
Do you agree? It was determined in January-ish of 2020 that the dam for certain did not comply with Part 315.
Yeah, upon further review of the emails, that it would indicate that February 4th was the date. So January-ish encompassing February 4th, yes.
And we know from 31516 that it's mandatory for an auxiliary spillway to be installed when it's determined the dam doesn't meet 1/2 PMF, correct?
That's the reading of the statute, but as I mentioned before, there are many other ways to eliminate the non-compliance issue with 315-16, which could be increasing existing spillway size, providing overtopping protection, or any other combinations that would provide adequate protection. Adding an auxiliary spillway is one way to address the spillway capacity deficiency as defined in the statute, yes.
Auxiliary spillway is the only way mentioned in that section of the statute, correct?
It's the only remedy that's offered in the statute. However, the other things would eliminate the non-compliance issue if those were realized,
It's not offered, it's required in the statute, correct?
so long as there's a deficiency. That's the requirement of statute.
And when that statute was written in what, 1994?
1989, I believe, and then
89?
adapted maybe slightly and reintroduced in 1994.
When it's passed by the legislature and it's signed into law by Governor Blanchard or maybe Governor Engler, somewhere in that time frame, they knew that they wrote, if the dam doesn't meet 1/2 PMF, an auxiliary spillway must be provided. That's what they wrote, right?
It says if it cannot pass design flood, which in certain circumstances is 1/2 PMF.
And for Edenville is 1/2 PMF.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's not anything in this statute that gives you or anyone else at Eagle discretion to change the mandatory requirements of that law.
I believe that there is some discretion for other ways to comply with the law. So if there was a spillway capacity deficiency and the owner implemented a plan to correct that deficiency that was not an auxiliary spillway, that would also be acceptable and eliminate the non-compliance issue.
That discretion's not written into 31516, is it?
I don't believe it's in 31516, no.
That discretion's not written into any other part of part 315.
I believe that it's contemplated in 31518, when there's a deficiency at a dam that's recognized, then we can order a dam owner to provide additional information or analysis or implement remedies that would alleviate the dam safety concern.
Even if it's different than the mandatory requirements of the statute.
So that's what I'm saying is if we were to force compliance on spillway capacity and there was no resolution to that, I believe that the law contemplates construction of a auxiliary spillway as the only defined remedy to address spillway capacity concerns.
Not contemplates is the only mandatory remedy, right?
It says must, I believe, that must construct, yes.
Under 31519, so a different part, 315, you could order the dam to be operated at run of river level, correct?
No. It can be operated at run of river operation, which is not a level.
In your deposition, you were asked on page 115. Line 17. You under 31519 could order the dam to be operated at run of river pursuant to the statute, correct? And your answer was what?
Yeah. But I think you should read a couple lines above that where I tried to explain that run of river is not a level. It's a term that means flow into the dam equals flow out, and it doesn't actually pertain to a level of in the impoundment. And that's, I said before I was cut off, I said, I believe that's a bit of a misnomer, and I was cut off. So I wasn't allowed to explain that difference in the deposition.
In this situation, it would have involved opening the gates and letting water flow through, even if that meant going below the normal summer lake level, correct?
No,
What would it have meant?
it means that you pass the amount of flow that's coming into the impoundment is going out. It's a term that's related to the definition is loosely instantaneous inflow equals instantaneous outflow. And there's no mention of level. That could happen at basically any level, high impoundment levels or low impoundment levels. Run of river is a term most frequently used in hydro operations, in contrast to peaking, which would be purposely holding back water to raise impoundment levels and purposely letting out more water to drain the pond to produce peak hydro or to peak hydroelectricity during peak electric demand. So that's what I was trying to say in the deposition before I was cut off, is that run of river is a misnomer in this case because somebody has coined that drawdown elevation as run of river, which is not what is contemplated in the statute, and it's not typical use of the term.
Regardless, 31519, in your words, does allow for orders to limit reservoir fluctuation or set operating levels, correct?
Correct.
And depending on what the concern is, once you know the dam is unsafe under part 315 or likely to cause damage, you have authority to act, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you had knowledge here that the gates could not be operated beyond 6 feet of gate opening?
Yes, that was I don't think could not is not the term I would use. It's that the operators would not, because it creates unsafe working conditions for them to do what they had asserted they would do during a flood previously.
you had knowledge that the gates could not safely be operated beyond 6 feet of gate opening in an emergency situation.
That was what the gate operations test indicated in the report, yes.
And did you agree with that, or did you just think that they should take their chances and get out there with the gates anyway?
It's not, I didn't have an opinion, it just I was indicating that for years, Voice Hydro had indicated that that's what they would do during flood operations. Following the gate test, they indicated they would not be willing to send their staff, or Voice Hydro and 4 Lakes Task Force, they would not be willing to send their staff to use the A-frames and get the additional opening. So that's what it asserted. I have never operated that dam, so I wouldn't have an opinion on what's reasonably safe and reasonably unsafe beyond what they have asserted in that memo.
Part 315 authorizes Eagle under certain circumstances to issue orders requiring the drawdown of water, correct?
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. I'll just repeat it as it was asked in your deposition. You have the authority under Part 315 of the entire statute to issue orders requiring the drawdown of water behind the Edenville Dam, and you did not do that in this case. Is that correct?
Which line is that?
That's Part 241. Sorry, I probably didn't send you the right page. 241.
Of the deposition?
Yeah. Line 20.
Line 20.
Let's get it again. You have the authority under Part 315 of the entire statute to issue orders requiring the drawdown of water behind the Edenville Dam, and you did not do that in this case. What was your answer?
Part 315 authorizes the department to take that action under certain circumstances. We did not do that in this case, no.
Do you recall telling the members of the independent forensics team, John France, Ifran Alvi, Jennifer Williams, Art Miller, and Steve Higginbotham, that if a dam is state regulated, Eagle can issue an order to lower reservoir levels?
I vaguely remember those conversations, yes?
Why don't you take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 174?
I have no idea. Which binder am I looking in?
Contestant 2.
And you said 174?
Yeah, correct.
I have that one open.
One 174 is a long exhibit. But we're just going to look at the first page and a half for now. And in the middle of the page, well, actually at the top of the page is an email from you to the members of the IFT team on September 12, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you've responded to some of their questions below in red.
Yes,
And you also give them a PowerPoint that you put together for legislative inquiries about dam safety, correct?
yes,
And specifically related to Eagle enforcement options. Is that right?
that's correct.
So they had asked you some questions about Eagle's enforcement options and you were providing truthful answers, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And in the second bullet of your, your responses, which I think in a color copy would be in red. The question was asked, can Eagle require that reservoir levels be lowered? What options does Eagle have if an owner refuses to lower reservoir levels or FERC requires that a dam owner not lower reservoir levels? And the first sentence of your answer was, if a dam is state regulated, Eagle can issue an order to lower reservoir levels, correct?
That's correct.
And that was truthful information you provided to the independent forensics team, correct?
Yes,
And on the next page, you were asked, and this is like in the third paragraph below the second bullet, please also provide some history on how Eagle has exercised these options in the past, particularly in cases where there were significant dam safety concerns or in dealing with dam emergencies. And you write, in my tenure, just over 10 years with the dam safety program, I have issued several orders to dam owners to complete risk reduction measures at dams. In general, we try to resolve issues amicably, and in general, owners try to comply willingly. When owners cannot or are not willing to comply, then we do consider elevated enforcement action, such as violation notices / fines, orders, and emergency orders. Standard dam safety orders are generally applicable when the condition of the dam does not suggest imminent failure without action, but nonetheless endangers the dam, end quote. Is that what you told the IFT?
that's correct. Yes,
And so you can issue dam safety orders even when the condition of the dam doesn't suggest imminent failure without action, correct?
that's correct.
If you take a look at Exhibit 154, please.
Is that in a different binder then, must be?
It's probably stipulated.
Do I have it?
Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize Exhibit 154 as the permit issued to Boyce authorizing them to conduct refill activities at the Edenville Dam to raise the Wixom Lake water level to normal summer pool elevation?
Yes,
Craig, if you can go to where it says authorized activity in that box. Can you read what's up on this exhibit, Mr. Trumbull, beginning with authorized activity?
authorized activity, conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility to raise Wixom Lake water level to normal summer pool elevation of 675.2 NAVD 88 during the spring of 2020.
you reviewed the application for this permit and the actual permit authorizing refill activities before it was issued, correct?
Yes,
And you were part of that permit application review with Brian Rudolph?
that's correct.
The 1/2 PMF requirement, as we,
Dan. Ask Elizabeth. Excuse me. Thank you. I've asked to get some air moving around here. It seems somewhat warm, at least to me. And I know it's afternoon, but nonetheless. All right. Sorry for the interruption.
no, thanks, Judge. We've established that you are responsible for administering parts 307 and part 315 of NREPA, right?
Yes, I was at this time.
And Brian Rudolph at that time administered different parts of the statute, parts 301 and part 303.
That's correct.
And part 301 relates to permits.
All of those parts relate to permits.
Okay, good. All right. Part 301 relates to inland lakes and streams.
Correct.
Part 303 relates to wetlands protection, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified in your deposition that it is the duty when there's overlap of these different parts of the statute, 301, 303, 307, 315. When there's overlap, it's the duty of the parties at Eagle who represent those different parts of the statute to communicate things that are germane to the issues at hand, correct?
Those staff would review the application under the parts that they administer, yes.
So you're reviewing it through the lens of 307 and 315, correct?
I think more accurately say it was consulting on this permit because there was no regulated activity under 315 or 307. 307 doesn't have permits. It has some engineering review requirements and things like that. 315 does have permitting requirements, but specifically raising or lowering of water levels without altering a dam or something like that doesn't require a 315 permit. So I did review this one to provide any feedback to Brian, but as you'll see, the permit was issued under part 301 only. 301 only.
When Brian Rudolph asked you for your opinions from the dam safety unit in response to this permit application, you did not raise to him that the dam did not meet the 1/2 PMF requirement, correct?
I don't specifically remember having that conversation.
Take a look at page 141 of your deposition.
Oops.
You got 141?
Yes.
At line 4, you were asked, and when Brian asked you for your opinions regarding from the dam safety unit, you chose not to disclose to him that the dam did not meet the state's 1/2 PMF requirements. And your answer was what?
I did not raise those concerns in response to this permit application, no.
If you go back to exhibit 174. Actually, no, that's okay. We don't need to go back to it. Thank you. Actually, we might go back to 174, depending. That PowerPoint we were talking about earlier in 174, Dam Safety 101, do you more or less remember what's in it?
I would have to review it, to be sure what was in there.
Would you agree that you take the position that Part 315 of NREPA for dam safety grants the department the authority to enforce statute and issue permits for dam-related activities?
Certain dam-related activities, yes.
And it also authorizes, the statute authorizes Eagle to take enforcement actions when dams are out of compliance with Part 315 regulations, correct?
That's correct.
And as of sometime January-ish of 2020, the Edenville Dam was out of compliance, correct?
That's correct.
If you take a look at Exhibit 180, please.
Is it okay if I just look on the screen?
Yeah, of course.
If
Yeah,
it's working?
yeah.
It's a lot easier. Okay. 180 is on the screen.
Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 180 as an exchange of email messages between you and John France from the IFT?
I do, yes.
John France tells you in his email on February 1st, 2022, Luke, I have revised the text relating to the 2018/2019 and 2019/2020 drawdowns in response to your comments. See attached file. You see what I'm referring to?
I do.
John France gave you draft sections of the IFT report and you provided comments back to him, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this lawsuit was pending at the time of the IFT report and your comments back and forth with Mr. France?
I'm not sure when this lawsuit was filed.
You proposed comments and language to this report that was supposed to be independent, correct?
Yes, I provided comments on this section and provided a lot of the information that they used as the basis of the report.
And if you look at page 4 of the exhibit, the IFT, based on its investigation, originally wrote, under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level, Eagle issued permit number WRP 021788V.1, authorized activity, which directed Boyce to conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility to raise the Wixom Lake water level to normal summer pool elevation of 675.8 during the spring of 2020. And your comment to Mr. France caused him to take out or redline out the first part of that phrase, under pressure from residents of Wixom Lake and MDNR to raise the lake level. Is that correct?
It appears so, yes.
You never saw the actual modeling that IFT did related to the failure of the dam?
I was never provided the actual model, no.
And you agree that in order to verify that the IFT model matches what's in the report, an expert would want to access the actual model files, correct?
If they were trying to confirm exactly, it would be, yeah, it'd be to be able to verify that the assumptions of the model and the model was put together properly, it would be helpful to have the actual model, yes.
Remind me of your current job title again, please.
My current job title is manager of the Field Operations, Engineering and Enforcement Section in Water Resources Division at Eagle.
And prior to that, your job title was,
Supervisor of the Dam Safety Unit in Water Resources Division of Eagle.
in your current position, you're still doing dam safety work?
I supervise the Dam Safety Unit plus a few other units.
And you're familiar with current actions or recent actions that Eagle has taken to address other dams in the state of Michigan?
Yes, I should be, yes.
Are you familiar with actions related to an Eagle ordered drawdown in a dam in the city of White Cloud?
Yes,
And that was where Eagle designated a dam there as an emergency and ordered it to be drawn down?
no, not an emergency. It was, that order was issued under section 315.18, which is, doesn't use the word emergency. That's section 315.21. But 315.18, an order was issued when a deficiency was recognized that endangered the dam. We ordered the dam owner to take action that was directed by their engineer, to provide risk reduction to alleviate the concerns with that, potential failure.
I don't want to step on the court's toes. You know where I'm going.
I think I know what you're gonna ask now.
Village of Holly versus Eagle. Are you familiar with that action?
I'm very familiar with that action as
Okay,
well.
you're very, very familiar with that action.
Mhm.
All right. I suspect you're not the only one here very familiar with that action.
For purposes of appellate review, the reason counsel is saying that is in my capacity as a judge of the Court of Claims, I was randomly assigned a petition that saw it and the court ordered I don't know, court orders speak for itself. I don't know specifically, but it was the case I was assigned to. What's the case number, counsel? It's MM something, I think, but
It's 25-000-120-MZ.
MZ. All right. So it's 25-0125. If any reviewing tribunal has to review it, it's a matter of public record. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on it if anybody has any board. No, in all seriousness, if any counsel wish to board or the court, I'll stop the exam right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If any plaintiff's counsel have any questions about that matter. Anybody on the plaintiff side? Anybody on defendant's side? All right, moving along. Thank you.
Judge.
You're
Thanks.
welcome.
In the Village of Holly versus Eagle lawsuit, there was a conditional permit granted by Eagle requiring a drawdown of a place called Mill Pond by 4 feet. Is that correct?
The Stiffs Mill Pond behind the Holly Dam, correct?
Stiffs Mill Pond. Thank you. And then about a month after that, there was a dam safety emergency order, correct?
I'd have to look at the dates, but there was initially kind of a unofficial directive to the village to apply for a permit to draw down. Then there was a section 315.18 dam safety order issued to the village to compel them to finalize the permit application and commence the drawdown and do some other things. And then when the village indicated that they would not be moving forward with the drawdown, Eagle did issue an emergency permit under section 315.21 and commenced the drawdown when the village refused to comply with that order as well.
Do you recall in relation to some of that lawsuit and that action and the publicity, giving some comments to the media about that situation?
I think I spoke to the media several times during that process.
Do you recall saying, quote, other than the unauthorized work that was performed in 2021 that made a bad situation worse, there's been no significant process toward the long-term safety of the dam, end quote?
I believe you mean progress. Is that correct?
Say,
Process.
sorry, progress.
That sounds correct. I don't have it in front of me, but that sounds.
There was not a process of progress. That's what I think.
And you also said, quote, we understand this is inconvenient for the folks who live on the pond, but when faced with the alternative of a dam failure and everything that goes with it, there's really no other choice, end quote. You recall saying that?
Yes.
Lack of spillway capacity at a dam like Edenville presents a long-term safety issue. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you knew from the FERC records and beyond, the stuff that you got in 2018, 2019, and 2020, that the stewards of this dam had not been responsible in terms of keeping up with modifications that would be needed to address that spillway capacity, right?
While under FERC jurisdiction, that is correct.
And that continued for some time under Eagle's jurisdiction, right? They didn't follow through on auxiliary spillway. They didn't.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
They did install?
No, they were
Modifications?
working towards installing modifications to the existing spillways and installing a spillway.
The owner that had not yet taken over.
The group of folks who were in charge of the dam were working towards that ends.
But your answer is still yes. Lack of spillway capacity is a long-term safety issue.
If it's existed for a long time, then it's a long-term safety issue.
Your Honor, along with a vinyl record player, I also like using the exhibit stickers. So,
Nice.
Probably been a while for many of us, but
Walk down memory lane. Not digitally attached.
Your Honor, this is currently a proposed exhibit. Can I approach with a copy?
Does defense counsel have a copy? Yes, please.
Is it?
250, the one I gave you yesterday at the break.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Please do. Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize Exhibit 250 as a press release from Eagle dated October 21, 2025?
I don't believe this was a press release. I believe this was an article posted on My Environment. outlet.
My environment's MI is in Michigan.
Yes, Michigan,
Department of
yes.
Environment. Okay.
Michigan acronym.
As opposed to MY.
Yes.
Yeah, the wrong one.
Okay, sorry. We're not gonna be able to put this one on the screen yet. I swapped it out.
So
Your Honor, I'm gonna lay a foundation for the exhibit unless opposing counsel stipulates to its admission.
Mr. Trumbo, I think just testify, what did you say?
It's more like a news article than a press release.
It's published on Eagle's website. We have.
Okay, thanks.
Oh,
That's-
okay,
that's what I'm
so
getting at.
250 is it?
Yep.
It replaces the existing 250.
All right.
Or you can just-
Elizabeth, you get that?
Do you want me to change it to 250A or something?
No,
Okay, all right.
250.
So we're withdrawing the original proposed 250 and replacing it with this.
250 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
MI Environment is a publication of Eagle, Mr. Trumbull.
That's correct.
And this article from MI Environment dated October 21, 2025 is called Michigan's Dam Problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the first page, why don't you read the paragraph? Well, if it was a full quote, I'd have you read it, but I'm going to say, quote, "Neglect any infrastructure long enough and it will fail," said Luke Trumbull, head of the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy's Eagle Dam Safety Unit. Quote, "Dams that have lasted a lifetime can fail in an instant. Preventive action must be our top priority when people's lives and homes are at risk," end quote. Those are truthful statements that you provided for this article.
Yes.
You stand by and still believe in those statements?
Yes.
If you take a look, please, at Exhibit 183.
Is that which book? Oh.
It's going to be disputed, number 2.
Okay, got it.
Before I ask you about the exhibit, Mr. Trumbull, did Eagle consider directing Boyce and the Four Lakes Task Force to draw down the impoundment of Wixom Lake as a risk reduction measure following the FERC revocation?
I believe it was discussed early on in the process of, obtaining, regulatory jurisdiction over the dam and, sorting through whether or not the dam met state requirements.
And the reason why that would be considered as a risk reduction measure is because it would have likely provided some risk reduction for smaller or more frequent floods. Is that correct?
It sounds like you're reading from somewhere. Is this on the,
Is that what you wrote to Ifrin Alvi from the IFT?
in which paragraph is it?
It's in a very long paragraph. It's on the next page. No, wait, it's not. It's on this page. In the paragraph starting "for what it's worth." For what it's worth, Eagle did consider directing Boyce/Four Lakes Task Force to draw down the impoundment as a risk reduction measure following the FERC license revocation. Our statutory requirements were that the dam be able to pass the 1/2 PMF, and we suspected that it could not. End quote. Does that accurately reflect what happened?
It accurately reflects what I stated here, but there's a lot of detail that follows that indicate why that consideration was not pursued.
Yeah, you say you rely on an old 2013 analysis by Boyce to look at what storage capacity would be gained by preemptively drawing down the impoundments during PMF and some preliminary calcs of that storage capacity versus the total runoff volume during the 1/2 PMF to decide whether or not directing drawdown would have the desired risk reduction, end quote. Is that right?
Yeah, and it goes on from there, a little more detail as well.
Um, You say, with a little more detail below, that a preemptive drawdown would have only lowered the lake by 8 feet or 12,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
I was estimating based on recollection. I didn't have the calculations in front of me when I wrote this email, but in reality, it would have, opening the gates would have only lowered the lake by about 6 feet. And that storage volume would have been slightly less than 12,000 acre feet. But yes, it was just a estimation that the amount of volume available, even if the lake were to be lowered by 8 feet, is less than 10% of the volume of the flood the 1/2 PMF flood. So it would not be, which were in line with the conclusions of the 2013 assessment by Boyce's engineers, and would not be expected to reduce peak water surface elevations significantly during a flood the magnitude of 1/2 PMF.
Did you do that analysis, the one you just ran through, before the dam failure on May 19, 2020?
Yes.
I have not seen a single document in this case that predates the flood showing that you did those calculations. Are you aware of that being documented anywhere?
That's what I'm saying. I said I don't have those figures at my fingertips. I was looking for them when in response to the Four Lake Task Force. And it was likely the documents that the 2013 public facing documents related to the Boyce, Frank Christie, the engineer for Boyce at the time, had looked at the impact that lowering the water level would have during a PMF flood. And then I did some calculations. I pulled the volume for the 1/2 PMF flood volume and then compared that to the storage volume available in the impoundment. And I don't know if if it was on notes that got misplaced, or I don't think it was a formal report or anything like that. It was more of some calculations that I performed to see whether or not drawdown would have had any significant impact during 1/2 PMF.
And are you certain that you did those calculations in whatever format you did them before the flood, or is it possible that you did them after the flood to look back in hindsight and say, if we had drawn down the impoundment, would that have made a difference?
I believe that I did them both. Preliminary calcs to assess storage volume and flood volume to see if there is any significant flood, call it flood protection or flood control provided by the dam. And then likely after to reconfirm that those flood volumes from the 1/2 PMF volumes and storage volumes were reconfirmed, through the additional analysis that was going on.
But you agree that none of those documents reflecting your calculations on that pre-flood have been produced so that we can see them as part of this case? You couldn't find them?
I don't, like I said, I don't recall. This would have been around 2018, 2019. I don't know if those were written on a notepad that got thrown away or whatever, but those were that's my recollection of how we had assessed whether or not drawdown would have had any significant risk reduction. And it was more so just to confirm the conclusion that Boyce's engineer had already confirmed that, during a large flood event, drawing down the impoundment by opening the gates and letting the water level come down to what they called run of river elevation would not have had a significant impact on large flood peak elevations or or discharges from the dam.
Why don't you take a look at Exhibit 175?
Okay,
It's probably in a contested exhibit book.
as long as it's up here on the screen, I'll just look here.
And Craig can scroll through it if you want to read more pages, Mr. Trumbull.
Okay, I'm good. Okay.
You have a question?
Oh, you're all set?
Yeah, I'm all set,
Okay, oh,
sorry.
thank you. All right. You, I faded away there, sorry.
That.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Your email to the IFT here, exhibit number 175, on October 4th, 2021, provides them with a timeline related to the Edenville Dam and Eagles regulation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it doesn't say anything about doing this analysis of the impacts of pre-lowering water under the 1/2 PMF standard, correct?
I did not see it when I skimmed the email.
And it does not mention anything about considering directing Boyce or the Four Lakes Task Force to do a drawdown as a risk reduction measure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any documentation of you asking D. Perkypile as Boyce's engineer to work on the analysis for whether a pre-drawdown would have been an effective safety measure?
I don't believe I ever requested that from D. Perkypile. I can't recall.
Okay. And there's no indication of you asking Spicer to analyze the potential effect of a drawdown as an interim safety measure?
I don't believe that that was ever requested, no.
And there's no documentation of you asking Susan Griner to assist you with analyzing the impact or potential impact of a pre-drawdown as a safety measure?
I don't believe it would have been, the only interaction I would have had with Susan Griner would be to confirm the 1/2 PMF flood volume. Because she's a hydrologist, she's not a dam safety engineer, she would have provided or confirmed the hydrology for the flood flows and flood volume estimates used in any iteration of the 1/2 PMF estimation.
Remember the email we looked at earlier today? I realized it was a while ago. April 17, 2019, before the 307 lake level hearing, where you said, we don't object to normal operation, but in the meantime, it would make sense to keep an eye on the weather for big rain events.
Yes,
That would be a futile gesture, wouldn't it? If you had done these calculations and you knew that pre-lowering the water in advance of a rain event would not make any difference?
no,
Would not be a futile gesture. Why not? I mean, if you calculate that the dam's going to fail no matter what, because pre-lowering wouldn't make a lick of difference, then why would you go through the futility of saying, keep an eye on the weather and look out for a big rain event?
Because the capacity of the dam is the capacity of the dam. So if you don't know leading up to a flood, whether the flood is going to exceed the capacity of the dam or not. So early monitoring and operation of the gates to ensure that the water level doesn't get too high, too soon and cause a premature failure of the dam. And also for emergency response, if it looks like the dam is going to proceed towards failure, it's prudent that dam operators are on site and providing that information to emergency management officials so that the emergency response can be coordinated. So it would absolutely not be futile. It may not prevent dam failure, but it may provide additional information that whether or not a dam failure is going to expected to occur, and then it will certainly assist in the emergency response if it were to occur.
So that in the meantime language from April 17th was not about preventing dam failure. It was about what do we do if there's an emergency here?
It's a little bit of both because there are instances of dam failures occurring because dam operators didn't recognize that a flood was coming and be on site and operate gates accordingly, so there's instances in my tenure where one of the leading causes of the failure was improper operation of the dam gates. It wasn't exceedance of the dam's total capacity to pass a flood. The dam failed during a flood that the dam would have been able to pass had the dam been operated appropriately. So it's preventing failures that the dam has the capacity to prevent and providing information related to the emergency response and the likelihood of that dam will fail during that flood.
Could you put 168 up on the screen for display, please? Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize Exhibit 168 as an email you sent to Mario Fusco, John Zagai, David Kapka, Olaf Weeks, Kevin Griebeneau, Dan Devon on June 7, 2020?
Yes,
That date is a few weeks post-flood, correct?
correct.
And John, David, and Olaf, they were all with FERC?
That's correct. John, David, and Olaf worked for FERC.
Okay. And so did Kevin Griebeneau?
Correct. So yes, correct. Sorry.
All right. And what did you write to them here in the first two paragraphs of this email?
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to follow up on our last conversation and get some guidance on how best to piece together some of the answers to the congressional inquiry letter, both of our agencies received. One of the topics I'm not as well versed as I'd like to be is regarding the potential pre-lowering of Tittabawassee River impoundments, namely Wixom Lake, as a risk reduction measure to add some storage capacity to offset PMF spillway capacity efficiency while the Edenville Dam was under FERC jurisdiction. I was able to piece together attached documents which provide some insight into the timeline of discussions, but many of the documents surrounding the topic are protected as CEII. As far as I can tell from the document titles in e-library, the following privileged or CEI documents would be of interest.
And then you list three documents that you had not even seen yet, correct?
Correct.
Right. And because they're unavailable as privileged.
Correct. They're protected under critical energy infrastructure information or privileged, which is one step higher than that.
So here you are after the flood, and you're saying you're still trying to piece together an understanding of the potential for pre-lowering the river impoundments, correct?
It was gain additional information. So I use the term piece together, but probably a better term would be gain additional information that wasn't available in the public and publicly available on the FERC library.
But you don't bring them up to speed by telling them that you've already reviewed the 2013 analysis or that you've done your own analysis, correct?
I believe that there was probably some more back and forth because following the analysis of pre-lowering during PMF, FERC requested that Boyce considered pre-lowering during smaller floods. that information was protected and I was not able to download it originally when I had looked at this evaluation. And additionally, there was some questions from that analysis from FERC that weren't answered in the original analysis, and we didn't have access to those follow-up documents. So I was able to I don't know if I said specifically I've reviewed the public documents, and I do believe that those conversations occurred at some point. But I don't know the context in the context of this email. This email was just to say there's additional information that I haven't reviewed that would be useful in responding to this congressional inquiry. And that information is not available to publicly.
But you're still sure that you did this analysis pre-flood, not just post-flood?
Yes, I had reviewed the public documents related to this analysis prior to the failure. And those indicated that pre-lowering during PMF would not have provided a significant reduction in flood elevation, or basically, I think that the term they used was would not have decreased the water surface elevation, would have delayed the peak by a couple hours. So the peak water elevation would have happened a couple hours later, but
And
no
did you,
reduction.
did you do your own calculations, as you tell Mr. Alvey, about translating that to 1/2 PMF?
I took the available flood volume data at that time and compared it to the volume of storage. That's the calculations I'm talking about is PMF and half PMF are not the same thing. The flood volume would be much larger for PMF. So the available storage in that 6 feet that the dam can lower the impoundment would be less significant during PMF than it would be during half PMF. So I did some cursory calculations to see what percentage of that total flood volume would be available during the PMF or during half PMF when compared to the half PMF flood volume to see if it was significant. And the conclusion was that it's not as insignificant as during PMF, but it's not a significant volume of flood reduction.
So in the winter of fall and winter of 2019, when Spicer and the Four Lakes Task Force, Boise Hydro, want to do a drawdown for winter operations because they're concerned about the safety of ice building up on the gates of the dam, you make several phone calls and inquiries to other dam operators about what they do as feasible alternatives for winter maintenance, correct?
That's correct.
And your efforts are documented in multiple emails. You share that information with Brian Rudolph, you share that information with Spicer, you share that information freely over emails with a bunch of people, correct?
Yes.
You want to show them your work so that they know what your decisional process is and your thought process is behind are we or are we not going to grant this proposed safety measure, right?
Yes, that's typical in reviewing and responding to a permit application that your documentation would withstand review, because it's often that permits are contested. I believe this permit was actually originally contested. So there's certainly more effort to document your process when you're responding as part of a permit application review process.
And that's, you're pre-explaining, I think you see where I'm going, why there's no documentation reflecting you doing any of this analysis about what the impact would be on a pre-drawdown as a safety measure, right? That's your explanation because there wasn't a permit involved?
Because this was very preliminary in the process. So I think to characterize this as not an in-depth engineering analysis, this was a quick review of the existing analysis that would suggest that pre-lowering is not an effective strategy during a flood that's the magnitude of a PMF. There was just some comparison to that storage data and the flood volumes to see if that's a reasonable assumption during half PMF, and the determination was that it was. So that was the length of effort and amount of time spent on the analysis was, is there reason to believe, that reducing the water level in Wixom Lake would have been a effective strategy in providing risk reduction and specifically related to spillway capacity in this case, because that was the issue at hand at that point.
Did you tell Liesl Clark, as she was preparing FERC's formal response to the U.S. House of Representatives, that you conducted this analysis of what the effect of a pre-drawdown would be as a safety measure?
I don't recall specifically whether or not I had that conversation with Lisa or not.
In any event, she doesn't mention it in her response to Congress, correct, that you did this analysis?
I don't believe we saw it when we looked at it earlier. I'd have to review in detail to confirm.
Would you agree that the first time it shows up, the analysis shows up in any document is in your February 24, 2022 email to the IFT, which is Exhibit 183?
I don't know if it shows up and in any document. I could not find any calculations. I do know that there's email correspondence at some point requesting the additional information or asking if it's available. And I do believe, I'm not sure if it was ever documented prior to that. I don't recall.
In Exhibit 183, the email we were just looking at, you acknowledge to the IFT, quote, "In hindsight, you are definitely correct. Lowering of the lake would have likely provided some risk reduction for smaller/more frequent floods, but we did not expect that it would provide much benefit during the 1/2 PMF design flood or prevent overtopping in this scenario," end quote. Was that a truthful statement that you provided to them, that you think lowering of the lake would have likely provided some risk reduction for smaller, more frequent floods?
Yes.
And the rain that fell at Edenville on May 17th and May 18th of 2020 wasn't anywhere close to a 1/2 PMF event, correct?
To a what?
A 1/2 PMF event.
I don't agree. I believe that it was the flood that resulted, the rainfall was somewhere on the order of a 25 to 50-year rainfall event, what resulted more closely to a 100-year event, which isn't, I would not characterize as anywhere near. I believe the difference in flows is less than 20%. A 1/2 PMF event is somewhere around 26,000 CFS, and the 100-year event is around 21,000 CFS. So that's pretty close. And the 200-year flood and the 1/2 PMF are almost equivalent at this time. So there's not a huge difference between a 100-year, a 200-year, and a 1/2 PMF event.
Still less though, isn't it?
Yeah, slightly less. I'd say probably,
And
10-20% less, something like
the
that.
reason why you were saying in hindsight, you are correct, is because you were acknowledging Mr. Alvey's email to you, which included the entire IFT team, on February 24th, 2022. And this is in Exhibit 183, Craig. Would be on the second page. At the bottom. The reason you wrote these statements is because Mr. Alvey said to you, quote, "Also, I think you have to consider situations where there isn't an emergency due to an acute problem with the dam, e.g. evidence of significant new internal erosion, or an incoming big storm, but there's still a general concern with dam safety risk, as in the Edenville case, where you have a known spillway capacity deficiency, which is further exacerbated by inability to release through the powerhouse and inability to lift the gates enough to get full weir flow through the spillways. In that situation, lowering the lake could make some sense as an interim risk reduction measure. That's what Mr. Alvey wrote to you. That's what prompted you to respond that you'd considered it, correct?
I don't have the last part of what you read on my,
Oh, it's on the next page.
on the screen, but
Apologies.
What page is it? What you just read?
It's bottom of two, top.
Thank you.
yeah, yes, that's what he said. I think that was the prompt for exploring that as a hypothetical scenario in the IFT report.
And do you agree with him that this situation presented a general concern with dam safety? Because you had a known spillway capacity deficiency, further exacerbated by inability to release through the powerhouse and inability to lift the gates enough to get full weir flow.
I wouldn't use the further exacerbated because the inability to pass flow through the powerhouse and the gates not being able to open completely out of the water during a design flood were part of the spillway capacity deficiency. So, I mean, I wouldn't agree with that wording, but I agree that yes, there was a spillway capacity deficiency partially resultant from the inability to pass flow through the powerhouse and partially resultant from the gates not being able to be opened out of the water and partially resulting from just the dimensions of the spillway being inadequate to pass that amount of flow.
And you agree that those conditions give rise to a general concern for dam safety, correct?
Yes.
The 2013 analysis, well, let's go back. You provide the IFT with an explanation, 4 reasons for why you considered but decided against ordering a drawdown as a risk reduction measure, right? It's in Exhibit 183, I'm sorry. First page. First page. It's down just below where you say, in hindsight, you are definitely correct. Lowering the lake would have likely provided some risk reduction. You then say, we did not expect that it would provide much benefit during the 1/2 PMF design flood or prevent overtopping in this scenario. This, coupled with the progress Four Lakes Task Force was making toward PMF capacity upgrades, the long history of relatively safe flood operation of the dam, and the negative environmental impacts associated with the drawdown all played a part in the decision to not require drawdown of Wixom Lake. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that's what the email says.
Those are the reasons you gave him for why ordering a drawdown was considered but not decided upon, correct?
Yes.
So for the first one, you tell him that you relied upon the 2013 analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that 2013 analysis is about how long a pre-drawdown would delay peak water level in the event of a full PMF storm event, correct?
Correct.
The 2013 analysis did not claim to address a 100 or 200 year or smaller rain event.
Not the publicly available portions. And it was unclear whether the protected portions did or not.
Did you ever get those from FERC?
I don't believe they were ever provided. I did request some additional information post-failure through CEII FOIA. So I don't know, I never reviewed them if they were provided. And I believe that even later, those documents were released as public. But I don't recall ever having received the analysis of the lower order floods, or reviewing those.
The amount of water that you're dealing with when you do these calculations is different depending on whether you're doing the analysis of a full PMF, half PMF, or 100% or 100-year event, correct?
Correct.
And the 2013 analysis, you said that was compiled by Mr. Christie?
Frank Christie was Boyce's engineer at that time, yes.
The 2013 Christie analysis of pre-drawdown did not ask what would happen or account for what would happen in that scenario if there were an auxiliary spillway installed, correct?
No, that was an assessment of would lowering of the impoundment level provide adequate risk reduction during a PMF size event.
And if there were an auxiliary spillway installed as mandated by Michigan state law, the dam could pass more water, correct?
Yes.
The spillway capacity standard in 31516 is not just about hydraulic capacity. It's about dam safety generally, correct?
It's about hydraulic capacity and how it plays into the overall dam safety, yes.
And it's black or white. If the dam is not capable of passing 1/2 PMF, the statute as written by the legislature and signed into law by the governor says an auxiliary spillway must be provided, correct?
That's what it says in section 315.16, yes.
In your analysis here with Alvy in your email, you say 8 feet, right? Lowering the lake by 8 feet.
Yes.
Is your assumption that it would be a drop in lake level from 675.8 to 677.8?
Like I said, the email says I don't have those figures at hand. And I said 8 feet probably nominally as the height of the gates, but in reality, opening an 8-foot gate doesn't get you an 8-foot drawdown. It gets you from the records, of water level. During the wintertime when the gates were open, it's about 6 feet is what the drawdown actually.
Well, I don't want you to speculate, but you told Alvy you considered lowering it by 8 feet.
So the evaluation was that in that 8 feet of gate height, there was about 12,000 acre feet of storage. And so that would be an overestimation of available storage because realistically, the gate, opening the gates completely out of the water would only result in a drawdown of about 6 feet, which would open up less than 12,000 acre feet. So this was, like I said, I don't have those figures at my fingertips, was somewhere in that range. So this was a recollection of, I'm not in any way asserting that an 8-foot drawdown was attainable. I'm saying that if the water level was lowered by 8 feet, you would have made available 12,000 acre feet of storage.
Mr. Christie's analysis in 2013.
Stop.
Yep,
It's 3:00. We're going to take our afternoon recess. How much longer do you anticipate?
not much longer, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Take our afternoon recess. We'll reconvene at 3:15. Thank you. Anything anybody, the plaintiffs need to address? Anything defendants need to address? No. Okay, thank you. We're gonna go till about a couple minutes, maybe 5 or 10 minutes before the hour at 5. I want to talk about a couple of housekeeping things, sort of just not related to this witness, but just related to as we move forward, how do we want to do a few things? So, okay.
Thank you.
Terry and Becky and Ruth and I were together in circuit court. And Ruth and I've been together in a couple other places. They wouldn't go, but anyway, she makes me keep my office door closed because it's like a meat lot. So, but it keeps me largely awake.
Not to mention you can't drink the same coffee.
If you see my cap on,
It's all right. I know you're a hardy plaintiff's lawyer. You can take it.
Not being disrespectful, I'm freezing.
I would rather you be awake and freezing than dozing off and the great fear of every trial judge is to be caught snoozing, so. All righty. Ready? All right. Mr. Trumbull, you're still under oath. Pardon me? Oh, wait a minute. We're missing a counsel for the government. We should probably wait for him. I can be back tomorrow. Don't want to do it next week. Oh. This could be. Okay. All right, we're back on the record. It's we'll call it 3:15. We're good to go. And court reporter's still here, so that's a very positive thing. Thank you for not leaving like you used to, Ms. Heacock. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say no? But we're good. Ready?
Yep.
Yep. Mr. Trumbull, you're still on the road. Please continue, counsel.
Mr. Trumbull, with regard to the analysis of this pre-drawdown as a potential safety or risk reduction measure, you indicated that the additional flood storage created by an 8-foot drawdown would be less than 10% of the 1/2 PMF volume, correct?
That's correct.
That's a question of storage, water storage, correct?
It's a percentage of the flood volume that would occupy that area that would be opened up by lowering the water level by 8 feet.
And if you think of the impoundment in terms of elevation instead of storage, if the water level starts at a lower level and water's added to it, it reaches a lower elevation, correct? Than it would have if you had not lowered it.
Not in every case, no.
Just as a general premise, it doesn't, if the water starts at a lower level, it doesn't reach a lower level with water added to it?
Only if the impoundment has adequate storage to cause a decrease in peak water elevation. If the impoundment does not, if the flood volume far surpasses the flood storage capacity of the impoundment, then lowering of the water level doesn't necessarily lower the water level during the flood.
If you draw down the water level, that at least gives you a better chance that there's going to be enough storage to attenuate peak flow. Do you agree with that?
No, it's the same premise.
Based on.
If the volume of the impoundment can store a substantial portion of the flood volume, then you would have some flood reduction. If not, then you would not.
The 2013 analysis by Mr. Christie assumed that the spillways would pass what, 44,000 CFS?
I would have to look at that study to confirm.
In the analysis you say you were doing, the spillway capacity was only 20,000 or so, correct?
That's where it landed around, I believe, 21,000. When I had looked at the in February of 2019, that's about 21,000, I believe, was a zero freeboard capacity. That was subsequently reduced slightly based on some contraction equation or contractions. So as the flow contracts that comes through the spillway, there was a slight reduction again after by I believe by the IFT.
You testified in your deposition that the 2013 analysis by Mr. Christie did not consider drawing down Wixom Lake to its lowest elevation possible as part of its pre-drawdown analysis. Is that correct?
I would have to have the 2013 evaluation in front of me like I did during the deposition, and I would have to review the deposition. I don't recall saying those words specifically, but
Page 177 of your deposition. At line 2, the question is asked, would it be fair to state that the 2013 analysis did not consider drawing down Wixom Lake to its lowest elevation possible as part of its pre-drawdown analysis? And your answer was, quote, this portion of the analysis did not consider that. No, this was like normal operating conditions. So it's establishing a baseline. Was that your testimony?
what page are you on? Sorry.
177?
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Right. So the question at line 2, would it be fair to state that the 2013 analysis did not consider drawing down Wixom Lake to its lowest elevation possible as part of its pre-drawn analysis? Can you read your answer to that, please?
This portion of the analysis did not consider that, no. This was like normal operating conditions. So it's establishing a baseline.
Your, the second reason you gave to the IFT for why a pre-drawdown was considered but not decided as a risk reduction measure was the progress Four Lakes Task Force was making toward PMF capacity upgrades, correct?
I believe that was what was in the email, yes.
And at that time, Four Lakes Task Force, before the failure of the flood, had not purchased the dams yet, correct?
No,
And the best case scenario,
No, they had not purchased or
no, they did not take over ownership of the dams until after the failures had occurred.
and so the best case scenario that they were hoping for at that point in time was that they were still 4 years away from bringing the spillways into compliance per Ron Hansen's email to you, correct?
That was their assertion that they would be completed with all phases of construction, including the full PMF upgrades and any other necessary safety upgrades by 2024.
And you indicated that the next reason why you considered but did not decide upon a drawdown as a risk reduction measure for Edenville was the long history of relatively safe flood operation of the dam. First of all, what do you mean by relatively? Had there been some problems with the flood operation of the dam?
That's not, no, the dam had been in operation since the early 1920 or early to mid 1920s. And there had been floods during that.
There had been floods.
Yes.
Right. And as you indicated.
what do you mean there had been floods? Like
So
Noah built an ark flood or like what?
so the flood of 86 was a fairly large flood, you know.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'll try to explain now. The 1986, there was a large flood that came
At
from
Edenville?
Big Rapids all the way through to Midland. That was widely considered a 100 to 500 year flood, depending on the location. The dam had withstood that flood. There were also large floods I believe in 1929 and the 1940s as well.
What tributary flows from Big Rapids to the Edenville Pond?
I'm sorry, there was no tributary that connects the two. It's that the storm that caused the flooding
Right?
was centered in a band across
I see.
central Michigan.
Okay,
And
because
so there was
the
large scale flooding.
Major water river that goes through Big Rapids is the Muskegon River, which flows to Lake Michigan.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, I'm just trying to
The flood impacted
find
that
out what
whole
the
area.
facts are.
Yep. Yep.
That's what a fact finder does.
Yep.
So,
Understood.
okay. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Trumbull, what amount of freeboard would you establish as being appropriate for the Edenville Dam?
That would typically on a dam of that size would be determined through a wave run-up study. So they would analyze what they call a fetch length. So the length that the wind can blow unobstructed across the top of the impoundment and push up waves up against the dam. And so the height of that wave would then translate up the slope of the embankment. And we would want to ensure that during the peak reservoir elevation during the design flood, that the waves generated, at that time did not also crest over top of the embankment because dams have failed in that way. So I wouldn't, there's prescriptive method for small dams where the impoundments are small, minimum of 1.5 feet of freeboard during the design flood. And then there's more detailed analysis when dams are larger, or if you have concerns with 1.5 feet, you would do the wave calculations to understand what level of freeboard during the design flood is appropriate for that dam. So it's a case by case.
Yeah, case by case. And I recall in this case, you were going back and forth with Don Zackett, Spicer, different folks about having to account for freeboard in determining the 1/2 PMF calculations, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what amount of freeboard was determined in the course of that process for Edenville?
I don't believe it was ever determined because they were working on the designs. I believe that, let me rephrase. There were some preliminary auxiliary spillway calculations provided by Spicer, and they assumed an appropriate level of freeboard, or a target level of freeboard during the design flood during PMF. And we indicated that we'd want to see the wave run-up calculations to support that as being an appropriate level of freeboard. However, there was a little bit of discrepancy because they were designing for full PMF and the state requirement is half PMF. So we would also need to see those freeboard calculations for half PMF to satisfy state requirements. Their intention was to meet full spillway capacity and freeboard requirements for federal requirements, which were higher. So we were requesting basically that all that information be submitted. I don't believe we ever received it prior to the failure.
31516 says freeboard must be considered. It's right in the statute.
Correct.
What amount of freeboard did you think needed to be considered or factored in to the calculation for Edenville?
That's what I'm saying. There is not a prescriptive method in the statute.
No, I understand there's not a method, so someone has to do it.
Correct.
So what did you do and what number for freeboard did you come up with?
There was, I think I did some preliminary calcs using the US Bureau of Reclamation methodology, and I believe it was somewhere around 3 feet or something like that. But those needed to be confirmed, obviously, and there was additional information that needed to be provided to confirm those calculations.
The other reason you give for considering but not deciding upon a drawdown as a risk reduction measure is the long history. Well, we just talked about this, the long history of relatively safe flood operations. And I just asked you what you meant by relatively, but you have stated, as we saw in Exhibit 250, that if you neglect any infrastructure long enough, it will fail, correct? That's what you stated in the
My Environment article?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And the last reason you give for considering but not deciding upon a drawdown as an interim safety measure or risk reduction measure is the negative environmental impacts associated with the drawdown, correct?
Yes.
The environmental impacts of a dam failing were very negative, correct?
Yes.
And the environmental impacts of a dam failing were destructive and even catastrophic, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor. Going to pass the witness to co-counsel Dave Dubin from class.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull.
You're welcome. I know, I was thinking about that as well.
You may proceed.
All right, it's going to take me just a moment.
Take time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trumbull.
Afternoon.
My name's Dave Dubin. Of course, we have met previously at your deposition. This afternoon, you testified that you were not provided a copy of the models used by the IFT team. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
But you did receive some output data from those models from the IFT team. They were not present in the IFT report, correct?
I did receive some outputs from the hydrologic model, yes.
And do you know who Hayden Lasasso
Yes,
is? Yes, he is an employee of AECom as of 2022, correct?
yes,
Yeah, and he was also on the IFT team, or at least supporting them as referenced in the IFT report on page 2, correct?
correct. He was not a core member of the IFT, but he did provide technical and administrative support to the IFT.
Right, could you pull up exhibit 236, please?
Which binder? Thank you.
All right.
236.
Yeah, 236.
Thank you.
Yeah. Excel spreadsheet, but we're waiting for it to make its grand appearance. Just like me in this trial.
We were all very anxious. I know I saw Mr. Gimmel and Mr. Cool talking about with great anticipation of when you would come next. So now their curiosity is satiated.
Mr. Trumbull, you've seen 236 before, right?
I have seen the spreadsheet before, yes.
And this was the spreadsheet that you received on October 6, 2022 from Hayden Lasasso, correct?
Correct.
On the Edenville stage storage sheet, Craig, if you mind. It is entitled Edenville Stage Storage Curve. You see that?
Yes.
In layman's terms, is this chart it informs us that if the reservoir level is at a height, a stage, it will tell us how much water is stored in the reservoir, correct?
Correct.
So if we wanted to determine how much flow was being stored at certain elevations, we could be able to look at this sheet and say, you know, this is how much storage is in Wixom Lake, correct?
Storage volume, correct, yes.
Craig, can you put up exhibit 235, please?
235.
Yeah.
It's just one page or?
It is multiple, well, the PDF is all run together when put out there, but I wanted to bring up the native format, which is, you can see the sheet names. Mr. Trumbull, you created exhibit 235 in January 31st, 2020, correct?
Let's see.
You want to see the first sheet? Will that help you?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, I think we might have an objection. Are you asking that as expert testimony?
No, this is part of
This is fact testimony?
fact testimony, that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, because Mr. Trumbull is both a fact and an expert witness.
Right.
So,
Yep.
Yes.
all right,
No, I understand.
that's our objections. We just want to make sure that,
Good.
the objection is just, which,
A prophylactic objection in case he wanders down a path that he shouldn't at this juncture of the trial.
that's exactly it. Mr.
That's what I
Trumbull
thought
has
you
not,
said,
he's
yeah.
not been called as an expert witness at this point.
No, I appreciate that.
Well,
No,
I'm sorry, he's not being called as an expert witness at this point. Right?
Right, he hasn't been called as the plaintiffs have called him as a fact expert.
Yes.
Excuse me. It's getting late.
Stipulated. We're only on day 2.
I intend not to stray beyond January, February 2020. This is the spreadsheet that you created to determine in January, February 2020, the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam, correct?
I don't believe that. I don't recall the hydraulics calc 7 feet and the hydraulic combined rating curve 7 feet. I don't believe that was created in January of 2020.
Craig, can you pull up the metadata for this, please? I'm gonna have to, my eyesight is not that good.
Yeah. Okay.
It says it was created on January 31st, 2020. The author is Luke Trumbull, last modified by Luke Trumbull. Do you see that?
Correct. I believe this spreadsheet was completed later, or augmented later using, so there's a modified date on May 24th, 2022.
Okay.
So the original, I think the first screen, maybe the second screen was completed in January 21st, 2020, and then later augmented using additional data from that was provided by the IFT. So this would not be the spreadsheet that I completed in 2020. It would be the one that I did in 2022.
If you go back to the page there. I believe you had testified earlier that as of, I think, February 2nd or 4th, in your email to Ted Champagne and Ron Spicer, that you had made some changes to your spillway calculations from what you determined on January 31st, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And would those corrections be reflected in exhibit 235?
I would have to go back and compare the January 31st version to the February 4th version to confirm. I believe that the changes were minor, but they were where weir flow was controlling versus orifice flow was controlling. So I believe those were the only changes that were made at that time, but I would have to go back and compare the two side by side to confirm that.
So the calculations that you made here, you use the geometric configuration of the gate and the spillway, correct?
Provided by Spicer, correct?
And you have a coefficient called C, correct?
Correct.
And is C the discharge coefficient that you're utilizing?
There's
two.
There's two Cs there.
Sorry, there's two. You have a weir flow and orifice flow, correct? Cs.
Yes, the C related to weir flow is a weir coefficient. It has to do with the shape of the weir and the efficiency of that weir to pass flow. And then the C related to orifice flow is the shape of the entrance to the orifice and its efficiency to pass flow as well. So they're both discharge coefficients, but they're significantly different for weir versus orifice equations.
Just for our own edification here, because I don't think it's been discussed yet as of yesterday till today. Is it correct to say that weir flow is water flowing over a lip or an edge? In this case, the spillway.
It's water flowing over the sill underneath the gates or the spillway sill underneath the gates, unobstructed by the gate itself.
And then when we talk about orifice flow, that is water flowing through a hole or opening, and it's driven by water pressure from the water depth above the opening, correct?
Correct. In this case, it's a modified orifice for gates that is the opening between that same weir sill, the side walls of the spillway bay, and then the bottom of the gate. So it's a rectangular opening that water flows through under pressure. That's correct.
And would you agree with me that the discharge coefficient is a correction factor engineers use to account for the fact that water does not flow through a spillway gate opening or outlet as perfectly as a simple equation, correct?
That's an empirical coefficient based on the shape and the configuration of the opening. So yes, different shapes and rounded edges versus squared edges have different discharge coefficients, yes.
And when you made the determination on January 31st, 2020, and also February, let's call it February 2020, did you use a discharge coefficient of 3.95 for weir flow?
That would be yes, that's what's contained in the spreadsheet, yes.
And you also utilize similarly under weir flow, a discharge coefficient of 0.72, correct?
Under orifice flow, correct.
Orifice flow, yes. It's getting late for me too, so I apologize. So just to make sure I get this right, if we hold everything constant, if you change the discharge coefficient upwards, you would have more flow going through the spillway, correct?
Correct.
And based upon these calculations, you determine, Craig, if you could let's go over to the slide over to the, yes, there we go, there, yeah. Trying to keep going. Keep going. Let's go to the very end. Keep going. There we go, stop. Let's go down to slide down. You determined based on these calculations, I'm sorry, I can't see that part. Keep going back. That at 682 for the typical Aussie gates, that overtopping begins at 682.1, that you would have 9,966.97 in field dust.
Through the three gates on the Tittabawassee spillway.
Wait. Are we looking at, hold on, I want to speak, please. Thank you. Are we looking at that aspect of the chart which is an exhibit 235 that is in the lower right-hand corner. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, so we're looking at, and I will put the specific column and row. See, it's column B, A, row 83.
Column what now? All right, damn it. All right, what exhibit is this, please? And what book is it in?
It is exhibit 237. No, sorry, not 337. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Said 235.
235, yeah.
235, what book is it in, please?
It's in contested volume 3.
Thank you.
There we go. Actually, you hit the wrong one. It's 235.
This is 235.
It's 235? Yeah, there's a native format of 235.
This is what we sent. Oh, excuse me. This is.
There is one
Mike
that's
Scott.
native that is termed 235.
I can't hear these people on that.
Okay, so what one are we looking at?
235.
Okay,
Right.
and so in the exhibit book, it's. I mean, I can't make out the numbers.
Right, yeah, I know.
So we got this, they're expanded.
Right, so we're looking at the native format of 235,
All right.
which is an Excel spreadsheet. We're looking at. Stop. Right here. Column B,
The lower right-hand corner.
right, row 83, column BA.
Okay, now I heard the roll 83. I just don't see where that's designated on the documents.
On the documents, when they print them out into a PDF.
No, I'm looking at the computer one.
Okay. Use the pointer. No, all the way to.
83, show them the 83.
83 is here. And then BA is over here.
Right. What are the numbers? 9,966.97?
That's correct.
All right, so what is that 9,967 of?
Right. The total is 9,966.97. The total amount of flow going through the Tittabawassee spillway at the elevation of 682.1 feet that you determined.
Can you scroll to the heading on the table? I assume it is because that's what you asked me, but I didn't actually see. There's one table for tobacco spillway and one table for Tittabawassee. Can you scroll over to see that?
I see combined 3 gates. I don't know.
Yeah,
Keep going up a little bit more.
To the left.
Up. Sideways.
yes, so it's right there. This is the combined capacity of the 3 gates in the Tittabawassee spillway at that elevation in cubic feet per second.
And that is where overtopping occurs, correct?
That's where, yeah, the zero freeboard capacity or where any more flow would cause overtopping of the embankment.
And so when you, if we go back to slide back down, keep it, just go downwards now. We're going to see. This is, hold on, let me see the title. Go back up a little bit more. Here we go.
Okay. So I have to uh, this is actually for the tobacco spillway. The 9966.97 is for this table, I believe. So that's for the tobacco spill. The three gates on the tobacco spillway. The table above is Tidwassie.
It'd probably be better if you and I were sitting down at a computer. We could do this a lot easier. We slide back up a little bit more. We're going to see this Tidwassie spillway calculations, correct?
This table is the same type of calculation for the Tidwassie spillway, yes.
And at 682.10 elevation, you would expect, according to your calculations, 11,102.59 CFS, correct?
Correct.
And at that elevation, overtopping occurs. If we were to figure out freeboard, which I think he says approximately 3 feet.
Freeboard at this elevation, 682.1 is 0. That's the low point in the top of the
But if
embankment.
we were to try making the 1/2 PMF calculation that takes into account freeboard, you have testified already that freeboard is approximately 3 feet, correct?
That would be, that was my preliminary calculations on what would be appropriate for this impoundment at the 1/2 PMF level.
So we would then have to subtract out 3 feet. Go.
That's,
We don't go all the way 3 feet, but we go up to 679.3. Really, that then if you take into account freeboard, we're approximately 2,000 CFS less, correct?
I have never used a spillway rating curve in that fashion. If you were trying to determine what the flow rate with 3 feet of freeboard would be, that would be appropriate, but that's not typically how this is done.
But you would agree with me that if we took into account freeboard, the 3 feet, it would be even more of a deficiency than you found with all the gates open at their maximum level and it overtopping.
The overtopping would occur if it was wave induced overtopping and there were 3-foot waves, then overtopping could occur at that lower flow rate, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm saying if you took into account freeboard in your 1/2 PMF deficiency calculations that you did in January and February 2020, currently you come to approximately 21,000 CFS is what the spillway capacity was with overtopping, correct?
The 0 freeboard
With 0 freeboard.
just prior to overtopping, correct?
And if you took into account freeboard, that number would be significantly less with all gates open to their maximum levels.
This assumes all gates open to maximum levels and there's no freeboard.
So the calculations we're looking at under the sheet entitled hydraulic calcs max open, you're taking into account that all the gates are open at their maximum level using the A-frame hoist, correct?
Yes, using the gate summary evaluation from the gate test, I believe they used the A-frame hoist on most of the gates, but one of them could only be opened by 4.5 feet, I believe. So it's what what Four Lakes Task Force and Deep Perky Pile concluded would be the maximum feasible opening sizes, and some of those would use the A-frame hoist, yes.
All right. And those calculations, those values were used under the tab hydraulics calcs max opening, correct?
Correct.
And then we're using those max opening, you calculated approximately 21,000 CFS at the time of overtopping.
Just prior to overtopping, but yeah, so
You also made a calculation using the gates at 70 feet, correct?
much later, yes, this wasn't originally done in January. This, I believe, was based on information provided by the IFT, or actually, maybe I'd have to review when I did these calculations.
Well, did you utilize in January, February 2020 the 7 feet openings to determine whether or not the spillway met the state's Part 315 requirement?
No,
So it's your understanding that you made this calculation of using 7 feet openings at a point after January, February 2020.
yes, this, I believe, my recollection is that the IFT had provided information that suggested that the gates were open to 7 feet during the May 2020 flood. So this would have been calculations to cross-reference with the data they provided as far as what my spillway calculations would be compared to theirs. So confirming that the numbers that they had used or provided were appropriate and adequate.
And the combined rating curve for 7 feet is contained within the combined rating curve dash 7 feet sheet on exhibit 235, correct? Right, if you'd like to click on the sheet combined rating curve 7 feet. So is it fair to state that you concluded that just prior to overtopping, that if all the gates were open to 7 feet, that the combined spillway discharge would have been 17,876.5?
This was, yeah, so I tried to recreate these calculations based on a 7-foot gate opening at all 6 gates, which I believe was what was observed during the flood. Yes.
And you also, and likewise with the gates being fully opened, using the A-frame hoist to the extent they could, as Spicer outlined. You did not take into account with the 7 feet what freeboard would be in making this calculation.
So again, this calculation determines the 0 freeboard
Right.
capacity. So this would be what is the maximum amount of flow the dam can pass right before water flows over the embankments. So that was not the purpose of this evaluation, no.
So if you were to make a Part 315 calculation, you have to take into freeboard, right?
We would evaluate what the freeboard elevation or how much freeboard would be available during the design flood. And then we would determine whether that's adequate or not. In this case, in either case, the dam cannot pass half PMF prior to overtopping, half PMF prior to overtopping. So we wouldn't have needed to do freeboard calculations because it's clear that if a dam overtops prior to the design flood, that there's going to be no freeboard during the design flood. It'll be.
Do you agree with me that as of January, February 2020, the gates as they existed could not be open more than 6 to 7 feet without the use of the A-frame hoist?
That's correct.
And would I be correct to state that if we took into account freeboard and wave run up in this calculation and look at the gates as they were actually existed in January, February 2020, the actual spillway capacity would be far less than 17,000 CFS.
I wouldn't say that. The spillway capacity would have been. Okay.
Where is the 17,000 CFS?
Sorry, here it is. D, column D, row 35.
What page? I have 4 pages of.
Yeah, let's see if I can pull. I have the PDF here, sorry.
Okay, I think it's probably page 2. All right, 21,069.56. So is that how much water's cubic feet per second is going over?
That's how much water cubic feet per second can pass through the gates, assuming they're open 7 feet prior to water coming over the rest of the dam.
Okay.
So,
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And it's the numbers obviously are increasing as you go further down the chart. Are they increasing geometrically or exponentially?
um, it's not exponentially, it's more like a power series, so it actually flattens out as you go up because your increases are significant at first and then it starts to crest and flatten out typically.
Okay.
Because it's through an orifice, you know, at some point, the amount of pressure that you build up behind the orifice is overcome by the size of the orifice.
Right.
So you can only push so much water through that before it starts to flatten out, no matter how high the water behind the gate gets. And we stop this calculation at overtopping because that's kind of that's typically the number we're trying to avoid, right? So yes,
You're not going through the orifice once it's overtopping. So
correct.
thank you. Sorry, Mr. Dew.
That's okay. Anytime you'd like to stop me, go right ahead.
Thank you.
You also created what's called you labeled a spillway rating curve. You see that?
Yes.
And you've taken the values of what's being discharged on column D and taken the elevations that are in column A and created a chart of that, correct?
Yeah, that's just a graphical representation of those numbers on the left.
So for us to
I
determine,
am going to interrupt again.
okay, you are gonna interrupt with this
I
stuff?
am going to interrupt.
Okay, go right ahead.
I assume somebody in this room can remember what is the 307 level? It's 678 something, isn't it?
675.8.
Thank you.
So if I wanted to know, no. Susan Greiner had testified previously than today in her video deposition that I believe the state will play that the PMF was 25, the 1/2 PMF that she calculated was 1/2 PMF, 25,000 CFS. Is that your understanding of what the 1/2 PMF is for the Edenville Dam as of January, February 2020?
I believe so. There have been several iterations of half UMF. I believe it was not, I think it was 25,400 or 25,600 from my recollection, but I would have to review that number. But it was right around 25,000 CFS for half PMF. I may be confusing that with 200. The 200-year flood and the half PMF were almost identical. They were right around 25,000 and change CFS.
Craig, can you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 28? You slide down to page 2, please. Page 20, page 2. You've seen this document before?
I believe this is the flood flow request or a 2016 flood flow request for the Tittabawassee River at Edenville.
Susan Greiner testified that she calculated in 2016, the 1/2 PMF for the Edenville Dam was 25,000 CFS. That's reflected in the remarks. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
All right. Is it your understanding, as we sit here today, that that number has changed between 2016 and January, February 2020?
No, I don't believe before 2020 had changed. I believe I must have been misrecall or recalling the number being different, but I see here that it is 25,000 per this document.
Craig, could you pull up exhibit?
Before we go.
Yeah, sorry.
In the remarks section, it says half PMF is 25,000 CFS. PMF, it lists 63,000 CFS. Now, I am not an engineer, I'm from a long line of engineers, but I'm pretty sure 25 times 2 is 50. But their number is 63,000. How is that possible?
That's what we tried to talk about earlier a little bit is 50% of PMF would be 31,500
Right,
CFS.
I understand basically
But half
arithmetic.
PMF is not, that's not the calculation for half PMF. So I'll just give it for instance. So if 10 inches of rainfall produced that 63,000 CFS, right?
Okay.
To get half PMF, you would take 5 inches of rainfall in that same watershed and run your hydrologic analysis to understand what the resulting flow would be. I think I mentioned earlier that quite often it's less than 50% of. So that's, and we talked about, smaller rainfall events, less runoff, larger rainfall events, larger rainfall runoff. So it's not a linear
Okay.
relationship.
Thank you.
It changes. Okay.
Craig, could you open up exhibit 237? Mr. Chalmers, you created exhibit 237, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
And this is another spreadsheet containing your spillway calculations of Edenville Dam, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And same just like with 235, you utilize the geometric shape of the gates along with a discharge coefficient for both the weir and orifice calculations, correct?
That's correct.
And the value that you utilized, Craig, if you want to slide over to the right. Keep going. And we slide down. Stop. There we go, stop, freeze. But you have a combined spillway and overtopping, just like the other spreadsheet, it's 21,069.56 as elevation is 682.1, correct?
That's correct.
And this spreadsheet was also. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. And Mr. Trumbull, exhibit 237, you use the maximum gate openings that would be available using the A-frame hoist, correct?
I believe those were the numbers that were provided in the, again, the same numbers that were provided in the Spicer and Perky Pile gate test memo, assuming gate frame usage for some of the gates and then one of the gates binded and wasn't unable to be opened past like 4.5 feet.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Right. Or we have the benefit of the beginning phase of defense exam. So I'll stand up and stretch, get our blood flowing. The old extension. Or.
Losing Tai Chi.
Yeah, Tai Chi.
Yeah.
I'm having so many flashbacks of 17th Circuit right now. All very positive.
All we're missing is the music.
Yeah.
There's music, let's have some music.
No, no. Stay focused. Yeah, many feet to walk together, so probably miles to walk together, so, all right. Are you ready?
Ready, right?
Mr. Gamble. Mr. Trumbull, you can go stay with us for another half hour or so before I let you go for the day and talk to lawyers a little.
I'm confident that I can.
All right. Hey, just 1 second, I want to.
This is Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Gamble,
Gamble,
Yeah.
Nathan Gamble.
Okay, sorry, you could just.
attorney for the people, or for the departments. I always say that. Bad old habits. Okay, 1 more second. I'm sorry, Mr. Gamble.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Trumbull, you testified extensively about discussing the pre-lowering concept regarding the Edenville Dam, is that right?
That's correct.
Could you remind us of your testimony about who you spoke to that? Who you spoke with about that topic?
Prior to the failure, I believe that I spoke with Jim Pulaski, who was still prior to his retirement, and Ron Hansen, at least, and I can't recall the specifics, if it was talked about in some of the meetings with the larger group with Four Lakes Task Force and Boyce Hydro present. But it was brought up early on, as, is this something that would be advisable? And like I said, it was dismissed fairly
Pulaski and
early.
who else, please?
Jim Pulaski, for sure, I spoke to about it, because he made me aware of the 2013 evaluation by Boyce Hydro of this concept of pre-lowering or ahead of a storm or lowering the impoundment ahead of a large flood. And then we did speak at least with Spicer Group, Ron Hansen from Spicer Group, and maybe the larger group at some of the meetings that we were holding fairly frequently with Four Lakes Task Force, Boyce Hydro, and the Spicer Group and Eagle staff.
And was there a consensus reached among the people discussing that topic on whether that's an option that should be taken?
The consensus from the group was that it would not have provided enough benefit to justify requiring a drawdown.
And the basis for that was the 2013 analysis that that Boyce had done when it was under FERC jurisdiction?
That was one of the things that I had reviewed to confirm, that consensus. And I had mentioned that I did take a look at the flood storage available and the flood volume of the half PMF flood event at that time. And those numbers seem to confirm what FERC had concluded previously, that there's just not enough storage volume available, and that 6 feet or so of lowering of the impoundment, that it would have significant effect during a large flood.
So you just said that FERC had concluded that. Could you tell us more about that? What had FERC done?
I'm sorry. FERC had requested that Boyce Hydro and their consultant evaluate that as a possibility for interim risk reduction, or potentially being able to safely pass PMF while the dam was licensed under FERC. And so Boyce's engineer had provided that analysis to FERC, who had reviewed it and concurred with the findings of Boyce's engineer that pre-lowering of the impoundment was not a prudent path forward to provide additional storage capacity during a large flood.
Mr. Carlson brought up several different FERC orders and showed them to you yesterday and earlier today. Do you remember those different FERC orders?
I do, yes.
So in those FERC orders, FERC uses language such as, Boyce Hydro's actions are appalling. This is a dangerous situation. Things of that matter. Do you remember that language?
I do.
In any of those orders, did FERC identify the water level of Wixom Lake as being dangerous?
No,
Did any of those orders include a direction to Boyce Hydro to lower Wixom Lake because of the dangerous situation caused by the lack of spillway capacity?
no.
And Amy, can we actually pull up an exhibit? Give me just 1 second. Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 281. Can you zoom in just a little bit, Amy, make it a little larger? Mr. Trumbull, do you remember reviewing this previously with Mr. Carlson?
Yes, I believe this was the 2018 FERC inspection of the Edenville Dam.
Yeah, yes, it is. So it's the 2018 FERC inspection report, and it identifies the hazard potential of this dam. Do you see that? In the gray,
Yes, it identifies as a high hazard potential dam.
high hazard potential dam. And then the very first line, it confirms that the dam does not meet FERC's dam safety standards due to inadequate spillway capacity. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And Amy, scroll down to page 20 of the exhibit. So P281, page 20. And there's two pages. This table spans pages 20 and 21. So,
Okay, let me catch up.
of course,
Sorry. Twenty and 21.
yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Trumbull, could you explain for us what a potential failure mode analysis is, please?
Yes, this is something typically done by FERC or by owners of FERC regulated dams and other dam safety agencies as well to it basically identifies all the credible or all the ways that a dam could potentially fail, then assign a category to them basically of how likely that failure mechanism is to occur, and then to suggest risk reduction measures to make it less likely, if appropriate, that failure mode will occur.
Okay. And so they basically, they imagine a scenario where it could happen, gauge how likely it is it can happen, and then prescribe some sort of measure that should be taken to prevent it from happening. Is that correct?
Yes, with one caveat, the like category 4 is, that's a deem that failure mode is not very likely. It's not worthy. So there might not be any recommendations to address that.
That was gonna be my question.
Yeah.
Is if it's a number 1, that's the most substantial risk. If it's number 82, that's the least substantial. But it goes 1 through what?
1 through 4, and I believe that this has been their PFMA methodology has changed, but at the time of this report, category 1 would be, it doesn't use the terms likely, but it's like the most credible potential failure
You
mode.
gotta worry about the
It's
most.
the one that you have to worry about the most likely to happen, and then category 4 is the least credible, that it's not likely to happen.
But it's still something, as a prudent
They
dam owner, you gotta manage.
they reassess it every time the dam is inspected to see, because it can change, one that's not likely could become likely if something changes at the dam.
Inspection annual, biannual, triannual, quadrennial.
These inspections by FERC are annual, and then the more in-depth consultant safety inspection reports are every 5 years.
So in this annual inspection report by FERC, which was the same year they revoked the license, was 2018, right?
Correct.
So let's look at potential failure mode number 2. That's a category 1. So it's the most serious one, right?
Correct.
So that says the embankment is overtopped during an extreme flood event. And over on the risk reduction measure, do they say that a way to reduce that risk is to lower the impoundment of Wixom Lake?
No.
What do they say to do?
They say to maintain the EAP, the emergency action plan, which is reducing the flood, the consequence of the flood if it does fail, and then continue to design additional spillway capacity to lower the risk of overtopping. So they do not mention lowering of the water level.
And as we scroll down, Amy, we can scroll down to the very bottom, and you can see that they identify 15 different potential failure modes. And let's actually look at number 15. Can you highlight that one for us, please? So 15, the failure mode is a reservoir level reaching higher than historical levels results in increased phreatic surface in the earth embankments, leading to a slope failure. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that a fair characterization of how the dam actually failed?
Of the 15 considered, this one is by far the closest to how the dam actually failed.
And what was the category for that one?
Category 4.
So the least likely that they were thinking, right?
The least likely, yes, the least likely that this would occur.
And in order to reduce the risk that would occur, what did they recommend doing?
to continue to monitor continue to monitor well and weir data along with visual monitoring of the embankments.
So they didn't say to decrease the level of Wixom Lake, right?
They did not.
And Amy, if we can go back up to page 3 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 281. Thank you. Could you highlight that table, Amy, the satisfactory table there? Thank you. So, Mr. Trumbull, even if, according to this metric, even if part of the dam is in poor condition, or excuse me, if part of the dam is in fair condition, it says that it's expected to fulfill the intended function, right?
Correct.
So according to FERC's inspection report, a part of the dam may not fulfill the intended function until it's downgraded to poor condition, right?
That's correct.
So let's scroll down slightly, staying on page 3. And on the very bottom, it begins to discuss the left embankment of the Tittabawassee side of the dam. You see that? And that's the side that failed, right, Mr. Trumbull?
That's correct.
And we actually need to go pages 3 to 4. There's a sentence that begins on 3 and ends on 4. So we need both of them, Amy. It says the embankment is constructed of loose fill that has a tendency to erode easily. The upstream face is protected by riprap, right?
Yes.
And then, sorry, all of that just for one sentence, Amy, sorry. And so, and then we can go fully onto page 4 under visual observations. So the dam inspector noted that the dam was, or excuse me, that embankment was constructed of loose fill, and then here are the visual observations. Can you read the first paragraph there for us, Mr. Trumbull?
The left embankment remains in good condition with good vegetation cover on the crest and slopes. The left embankment has had very little seepage observed throughout its existence. However, sheet piling was installed in the embankment at the same time with the other embankments. In comparison to the condition of the other project embankments, the lack of seepage is obvious from the health and type of vegetation on the downstream slope, as well as the lack of flow in the lateral drainage ditch.
Thank you. And ultimately, if we scroll down on page 4, and it identifies the evaluation of potential failure modes. So PFM 4, could you read that for us, Mr. Trumbull?
Seepage through the embankment enters into the tile drain, causes material movement and piping of the embankment. No observations indicate that this PFM is active or developing.
Thank you. So at least according to the FERC inspector, the year that they revoked the license, for that particular potential failure mode, they didn't see any signs on the left embankment, the left Tittabawassee embankment of the Edenville Dam that this was about to happen, that this potential failure mode was about to happen.
That's correct.
And if we scroll down to the next page on page 5, potential failure mode number 10. Could you read PFM number 10 for us, Mr. Trumbull?
Clogging of the tow drain cause high phreatic surface in the embankment, causing a slope failure. No observations indicate that this PFM is active or developing.
So again, they didn't think that this was something that needed to be addressed. Right?
They didn't develop, they didn't, no, they indicated that this was not active or developing.
And ultimately, what's the condition summary that they gave for the left embankment of the dam?
They concluded that the overall condition of the left embankment was fair.
So, and fair means that it's intended to fulfill it's expected to fulfill its intended function, right?
Yes, based on the rating in this report, yes.
So the same year that FERC revoked the license, its most up-to-date inspection report found that the embankment was expected to fulfill its intended function. Is that right?
That's correct.
And of the 15 different scenarios that had been imagined about how this dam could fail, they didn't think that lowering Wixom Lake was an effective risk mitigation measure for any of those, right?
That's correct.
So it's not surprising that when FERC ultimately revoked the license later in 2018, it did not include any warning that the levels of Wixom Lake at their normal level were dangerous, right?
That's correct.
I mean, that's entirely consistent with their inspections up to that point, right?
Yes.
And now, Mr. Carlson also calling your mind back to the many different FERC orders that he showed you, where FERC used that language about how dangerous the lack of spillway capacity was. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so what if the Edenville Dam could pass half PMF and satisfied Michigan standards? Would that have satisfied the federal standard?
No, it wouldn't now.
Would FERC have, in your opinion at least, I suppose, would FERC have considered the dam to be safe under their standards if it could satisfy Michigan standards?
No,
I mean, they're completely different, right?
that's correct.
So is there any reason for you to believe that FERC would have used less dramatic language had the dam been able to satisfy Michigan standards?
No, I believe that their dramatic language was more in relation to the 13 plus years of lack of compliance and lack of progress towards compliance. The disdain that Boise Hydro showed for the regulatory requirements and the lack of progress. I don't believe if the dam could have passed half PMF as defined under state statute, it still would have fell well short of the full PMF requirement of FERC, and they would have likely would have resulted in the same outcome.
Right, it wasn't even close, right? That they couldn't even come close to meeting the FERC standard.
No, they stated in a lot of their communications that it was about half, could only pass about half of the requirement.
Now, what if FERC wanted to order Boise Hydro to lower Wixom Lake? Did it have the authority to do that?
Yes,
Has FERC done that before at other impoundments?
yes.
Can you give us an example?
Most recently, FERC ordered the drawdown of the Autrain Forest Lake impoundment in Alger County, UP, to be lowered by approximately 5 feet as an interim risk reduction measure.
So if FERC decided, to your knowledge, if FERC decided that it didn't need Wixom Lake to be lowered, or if they didn't issue that order, it's not because they didn't have the authority to do it, right?
That's correct.
I mean, they could have done it if they wanted to.
They could have ordered the lowering of Wixom Lake, yes.
So how long had the spillway deficiency existed at the Edenville Dam prior to FERC revoking the order?
I mean, the spillway deficiency existed for as long as the dam has been in existence. But I believe the dam came under FERC regulations, which set the standard around, I'd have to check. Those dams were licensed between the late 80s and early 90s, I believe. And I believe that the PMF spillway capacity requirement had existed since that time. And so the dam had always failed to meet that standard.
And how much would the risk of failure been reduced had Boyce Hydro met Michigan's dam safety standard? Or actually, let me back up for a little bit. You testified earlier that Boyce Hydro wasn't even close to meeting the FERC safety standard. That was clear, right?
That's correct.
But
That's what, sorry.
That's correct.
Thank you.
But was the dam, at least at the time the license was revoked, FERC thought it was around 50%. It was a closer call about whether it met Eagle's safety standard, right?
It was much closer, yes.
And so, or spillway capacity standard is what I meant.
Yes.
How much more water would the dam had been able to pass had it met ultimately Eagle's spillway capacity standard?
It would have needed to be able to safely pass the 25,000 CFS per the calculation that we had pulled up just a little while ago.
And so how far short was it?
With the assumption that all gates could be fully opened, you know, at the 9.5 feet or so per the gate test, it could pass around 21,000 CFS before it overtopped with no waves.
So if it could pass another 4,000, how significant would the risk reduction have been in that circumstance?
I think it might be helpful to think about, in this case, half PMF is somewhere between a 200 and 500 year flood event, which has a annual recurrence interval or probability of somewhere between 0.2 to 0.5%. The dam could pass about a 100-year flood, which has a 1% recurrence or annual exceedance probability. So there's so from where it was about 100-year flood capacity, 1%, you know, it's got a 1% chance every year that flood will be met or exceeded. If it had been able to pass the half PMF, that would have been reduced to about somewhere between a half and 0.2%. So there would have been a slight reduction in risk. So inversely to that, you know, 99% of the time, the flood flow would not be exceeded, or, you know, or 99% of the years, you know, the flood flow would not be exceeded. The capacity of the dam would not be exceeded. If you have half PMF capacity, that goes to about a 99.5 to 99.8%. So there's some reduction, but it's not drastic.
You'd mentioned earlier that FERC did an annual inspection, but there was a more in-depth inspection every 5 years. Could you describe those more in-depth inspections for us, please?
Yes. So the FERC annual inspections are very close to what we do under Part 315, the visual inspection by a staff engineer, and a review of the existing data and some confirmation of that data and updating based on observations during the inspection. Every 5 years, The licensee is required to hire a qualified engineer. There's a qualification process. And they have to do a much more deep dive, and they'll do reviewing of all the documentation by the licensee, all the monitoring well data, all the historic analysis, may perform additional analysis to supplement, engineering analysis of stability of hydraulics, all of those things. And then do a much more thorough reevaluation of the probable failure modes. So it's a much more detailed engineering review and analysis of data and supplementing with new data as needed, whereas the FERC process relies heavily on a visual inspection and review of past data.
And have you reviewed the most recent, the 2015 consultant safety inspection report?
I have, yes.
And what were the ultimate recommendations from that report regarding whether the dam could continue to operate?
I'm paraphrasing a little bit because I don't have it in front of me, but it basically said that when considering all the past data and the data obtained through that inspection, that the dam was safe for continued and reliable operation.
Did that report identify any problems with the embankment being unstable that needed to be addressed?
I believe that it may have mentioned that the ongoing improvements to the embankment should continue, but did not identify any immediate safety concerns with the embankments.
Did it recommend lowering the level of Wixom Lake to reduce the risk of any dam failure?
It did not.
Amy, could you bring up plaintiff's exhibit 216? Is this the 2015 inspection report you were just paraphrasing?
It is.
Amy, could you scroll down to page 13 of the exhibit and highlight paragraph 1.3.1 near the bottom?
It's 216. Is that right?
216, yes. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
In this recommendation section, could you please read the paragraph that the engineer puts in for his recommendation regarding the suitability of the project for continued safe and reliable operation?
Based on site inspection, review of documents included in the STID, supplemental STID information, and a new stability analysis, as well as a stability analysis for the proposed project improvements, the independent consultant finds that the project and its facilities suitable for continued safe and reliable operation.
Thank you. Did you have any reason to disagree with this recommendation when you reviewed it?
I did not.
What is a stability analysis? He refers to a new stability analysis as well as a stability analysis for the proposed project improvements. Could you help us understand what a stability analysis is?
Stability analysis, there's really two types. Structural stability of like a concrete or steel structure. It would look at certain things. They would take a look at the loading on that structure and is the structure adequate to withstand those loadings? So if it's a concrete spillway, they would look at, will the forces of the water cause sliding or overturning or deflection or cracking of any of the walls such that it would be expected to be damaged or failed during a flood loading scenario. And there's also like geotechnical embankment stability analysis, which would look at the dimensions and the types and condition of the soils that the embankment is constructed from, and then it would run the same loading analysis during normal and flood operation or flood loading and determine whether there's a threat for seepage and piping failure, slope failure, or other types of failures that an earthen embankment could endure.
So a stability analysis is more involved than just looking at the embankment, right?
Much more involved,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, because an inspector, an engineer can look at the embankment and say, oh, that might be a little steep, or maybe that's eroding over there. But a stability analysis is to determine whether those visual observations actually mean there's a problem with the embankment that needs to be fixed, right?
Correct. As we kind of mentioned before, a visual inspection can identify deficiencies that might decrease the stability of a structure or an embankment. And it can make general observations that, you know, the dam is relatively steep and narrow that would typically prompt a more in-depth stability analysis to determine whether or not those visual observations are confirmed through actual engineering analysis. So in my opinion, a stability analysis is much more reliable than visual observations.
I assume you have more than a couple more minutes.
Oh, yes, we'll continue tomorrow.
That's what I thought. So why don't we thank Mr. Trumbull for his testimony today. Let's turn our attention to housekeeping a little bit. So Mr. Trumbull, you may step down. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, and you have a pleasant evening. There are no football playoff games to watch or bowl games, but the one highlight of our day off next week, in addition to appropriately recognizing the remarkable work of Dr. King, is the National College Championship for football for Division I. So hopefully, at least I hope to see a Big Ten win that day. Hard to know. All right, so I wanted to talk about a couple of things, and I don't need answers except for on one right away. Let me just get my notes out. This should be on the record. Yep, thank you. All right. So we've already addressed the stipulation of exhibits. The parties are going to work on that. You'll let me know when you work it out, and that's, make it reasonable. I'm sure I'll agree to sign it. But look forward to that at some point. I want you to think about, and we don't have to have a decision. I don't need you to decide today or immediately in response. But I noticed in my January 5th order, I seem to have a recollection that I said closing arguments would be oral. I don't know if I did or not. But then I looked at another order and I think I said closing arguments. And I know that that's not going to happen tomorrow. It may not happen next week. It may be a few weeks. But I'd like the lawyers to caucus together among your co-counsel and fellow counsel of whether you want to do oral closing arguments, or once all the proofs are closed, do we want to set up a time period for written submissions of closing arguments? The submission, as I would envision it, would include proposed findings of fact, proposed conclusions of law, and then your argument as well. I've done it both ways previously. And I look forward to whatever, but I guess just thinking wise, maybe we could try to reach some consensus on, and I know obviously I get to decide, but I'd like to get your all's input. And as far as a time frame is concerned, let's just say, let me pull up a calendar. Okay, so today's the second day of trial, it's 13th. Let's just say, for example, we go 3 weeks and we're done with proofs on January 30th. What I would envision if we had an agreement among council and the court that we were going to present written memorializations as opposed to oral argument, that the plaintiffs would have until, like a week, to file their submission, and whether that would be February 6th, or we agree to extend it to the following Monday, February 9th. Plaintiffs would have, till whenever and I'll set some page limits, as you know, I've done lots of times previously. And then the defendants would have a week to respond, and then, maybe another week for shorter reply. I'll look forward to hearing what y'all think. I'm also very willing to proceed in the traditional way that we would if it were a jury trial, and just take copious notes and give counsel a couple hours to do oral summations. It's up to you. It's a case that's, as evidenced by some of my questions today, there's a lot of complexities to it that may lend themselves to written submissions. But I'm not presuming to tell you how to try your case, and I'll look forward to hearing what you have to say. And maybe today's Tuesday, we can address it on Thursday or Friday, just to sort of get an idea of where we want to go. Final point I want to ask, and I want some input on this. I'm not just talking to hear myself think, talking to hear myself speak. Everybody knows I've blathered on that I was in the military for a long time. So from the first time I was a lawyer, first time I tried a case, every single jury I ever tried a case to is a military judge advocate and is a military judge. And most of the time I was a circuit judge. After the direct and cross was completed, jurors were given the opportunity to ask questions. So I'd have when I was a circuit judge or when I was a military judge, I had a form. Every juror would have it. They would write down their question. I would call the lawyers up. Any objections? 9 times out of 10, there wouldn't be objections. We'd go into it. I found it helpful as a prosecutor and as a defense counsel to have that. I have some questions I would like to ask, but I don't want to try anybody's case. I think I have the authority to do it under the court rules. But I also don't want to create, and I'm not going to abandon my role as a impartial arbiter, but I won't even go down the path if either the plaintiffs or defendants object to it. So I don't anticipate many questions, but I've got like 6 written out right now. Mr. Juan. That was fast. Thanks, Mr. Watt. I may need an affidavit to that effect for my children at some time after this case is done.
Sure defendants are willing to go that far. We certainly don't object if the court asks questions.
Okay.
Mr. Trumbull or anyone.
Well, yeah, and I didn't have a question. Okay. I appreciate your flexibility. And again, I'm trying to make sure that the record is as complete as possible for the reviewing tribunal, because whoever is unsuccessful in the case at any phase in this litigation, I'm sure will have the benefit of the review of the Court of Appeals and potentially the Supreme Court. So I want my peers on the Court of Appeals and the justices of our Supreme Court to have as complete a record as possible. So I promise reviewing tribunals, I'll try to stay in my lane, but I may have some questions as we go. So, but I'm not going to ask them. And I know I have chimed in on questions. Those are more to clear up things that I don't understand or want to follow on. Probably did it with poor Mr. Dubin more than anybody else, just picking on Mr. Dubin as usual. But there are a couple I might want to ask, and a couple that I was going to ask have already been asked. So that's why I'll wait till you all are done. Okay, that's all I have for today. We're 5 minutes before the hour of 5 or 6 minutes before. Anyone for the plaintiffs have anything further we want to address?
First question, Your Honor. Whether it's oral or written, would you want findings of fact and leave laws submitted after?
Oh, if you did it orally?
Yes, if we did orally, would you want that as well? I did.
Haven't thought about it. So why don't you all think about it? Yeah, remember I told you, Masikak was with me 13 years ago. I'm a little rusty at this stuff. So, and usually I had a panel of 14 members of petite jury to decide. Once we eliminated the two alternates, we'd have 12. So anyway, anything from defense? Okay. And I'll, of course, talk to the lawyer, Ms. Husa, who's telling me what I need to ask questions about anyway. So I'll find out what she wants and I'll get back with it. All right, we're in recess. I hope everyone has a pleasant evening. Tomorrow you get to meet Mrs. Minor, the other court reporter, and she suffered with me for